Some more time passed, and the news that Xianxia had broken through to the Zunqi layer was common knowledge. Many people were thinking that it was such a pity that Xianxia hadn't seen the diviner. Otherwise he would have told her how strong she'd become. She was rising so quickly in the northern part of Bahuang. As the news spread, Xianxia also became famous in the other regions of the Bahuang province. Some rumors even said that incredible geniuses from very powerful families wanted to marry her. The northern part of Bahuang had been calm for a while, but with that news, things would surely start stirring again. Concerning Xianxia, he wasn't that weak, it was the opposite actually. After being kicked out from Tiantai, he practiced cultivation diligently. 6 months after leaving Fortune City, he broke through to the 9th Tianqi layer. Then he became extremely aggressive and kept saying that Lin Feng didn't have the balls to face him. Xianxia only said such things because he knew Tiantai couldn't do anything against him. They were the only group of influence with an emperor in the northern part of Bahuang, so if they sent strong cultivators to kill him, it'd be a humiliation to them. Unless Tian-level cultivators from Tiantai came out, he'd continue to cause trouble. Everyone in Tiantai had placed high hopes on Lin Feng. However, it seemed like Lin Feng had disappeared from the scene, and nobody had seen him in 6 months. Some people said that Lin Feng was hiding and didn't fight because he was scared of Xianxia. After all, even though Lin Feng had ranked first at the recruitment process of Tiantai, his cultivation level was low. By now, he couldn't have become that much stronger. He probably still couldn't fight Xianxia, who had broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer. Some people also wondered what would have happened if Xianxia had been in Tiantai and not with her family when Xianxia came to attack Tiantai. Lin Feng knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. He had completely isolated himself from the outside world and was in the middle of the Huangxi where he had practiced cultivation for the past few months. Finally, he came back to the mainland and walked around without a goal. He watched sunsets and sunrises. He observed temperature and weather changes, all the while understanding wind, fire, and thunder energies. From time to time, Lin Feng took out his Tianji sword and practiced cultivation with it in the wind and rain or storms. One man, one sword, wandering around seemingly aimlessly. Lin Feng walked and walked in the sea and on the land. Wandering like that, he discovered how vast the Bahuang province was. He walked in the sea and on land for half a year and still hadn't left the northern part of Bahuang. There was a small village at the border between the northern part of Bahuang and the western part of Bahuang. There weren't many inhabitants there, somewhere around 1,000. In the morning, when people woke up, they followed the only high-level cultivator of the Tianqi layer they had in the village and practiced cultivation with him at the foot of a mountain. The morning sun was shining on their bodies. The atmosphere was relaxing. The cultivator was around 40, but because he was strong, he looked like he was 30. He was teaching the crowd skills and techniques, fighting techniques, and other sorts of things. All sorts of people received his teachings. The youngest ones were 5-6 years old, while there were also people who were 30, 40, etc. Uncle Lin, the master is extremely strong, don't you want to study? Asked someone. It was a cute child. She was raising her head and talking to a young man who was sitting on a stone chair. It was impossible to tell how old Uncle Lin was. He could have been 20 or 30. He had long messy hair which made it look like he didn't take care of himself. He even had a beard. However, his eyes looked sharp. The young man looked at the cute child who was probably 3 or 4 years old. He stretched his hand, grabbed the child and hugged it. He pinched the child's cheek, smiled and said, "Uncle is stupid. He cannot study. Xiao Chen, soon when you grow up, you'll study with the master." "You liar, mommy and auntie say that even though you've never fought, you're actually really strong. And what does Uncle Su say about me? Does he think I'm strong?" asked the young man looking at the cute child. "Uncle Su says he doesn't know, maybe that you really can't study, or maybe that you're stronger than him. But mommy and auntie don't believe that you're stronger than the master. And you? Do you think I am?" Xiao shook her head and said, "I don't believe you're that strong either. You always walk up the mountain, sit there until the evening and then comes back down by foot again. Strong people can fly." "Xiao Chun, you're annoying Uncle Lin again," said someone from the distance. A young girl with a ponytail trotted towards them. She was around 10 years old or so, but she looked mature already. She even blushed when looking at the young man. "Lin Feng, brother. Sorry about that. She's bothering you again," said the young girl, catching Xiao Chun and hugging her. When she grabbed the child, her hand brushed Lin Feng's arm and she blushed, looking shy. "No problem. I like Xiao Chun." That young man was Lin Feng, who had disappeared from Tiantai for half a year already. He'd been staying in that village for a month already. The people in the village thought he was as an eccentric person who enjoyed climbing in the mountains and relaxing there. He also liked observing people practicing cultivation. Because Lin Feng was friendly, funny and warm, people in the village liked him. Sometimes they liked to make jokes. For example, they asked him if he had been dumped by the woman he loved. That would at least explain why he was living in seclusion in the mountains. The young girl was called Yixue. She was very beautiful. Even though she was still very young and didn't look like a grown woman, Lin Feng thought she was much more beautiful than Qi Jiao Jiao or Yang Ziyi. Besides, Yixue was a genius in that village. She was so young and had already broken through to the 7th Xianxia layer. She would soon break through to the Tianqi layer. The village placed high hopes on her. In the future, there would also be many men who would fall in love with her. "Brother Feng," said Yixue at that moment. Her voice was trembling. She looked very shy again. "What's wrong?" asked Lin Feng, smiling. Yixue took out a small blade and said, "Brother Lin Feng, can you shave your beard?" She blushed while talking. She was curious what he looked like. Lin Feng was surprised. He looked at her, smiled and said, "All right, I'll shave it." "Yes, I want to see Uncle Lin without his beard," said Xiao Chun. She was excited and giggling. "Give me the blade. I'll go to the waterfall to shave," said Lin Feng, smiling. Then he walked to a small waterfall at the foot of the mountain. He looked at his reflection in the water and laughed in a gentle way. Maybe even Meng Qing wouldn't recognize him like that. Half a year. I wonder how Meng Qing is doing and if everything is fine in Shuiyu. "What is the latest new in the Bahuang province?" whispered Lin Feng. Lin Feng had lived relaxed those past 6 months. He shaved his beard. He also cut some of his hair. A clean young man appeared in the water's reflection, and he was smiling in a resplendent way. Then, he used the fresh and clear water from the waterfall to clean his face. He stood up, put a new clean, white robe on and walked back. Yixue and Xiao Chun were looking at the master who was teaching the crowd. Xiao Chun turned around and saw Lin Feng. "Uncle Lin," said Xiao Chun. Yixue also turned around when she heard him and looked at Lin Feng. The sun was shining upon Lin Feng. He looked like a clean and handsome 20-year-old young man. Yixue's mouth was wide open. She put her small hand over her mouth. Was it still Lin Feng? "Yixue!" shouted the master at that moment. Then he saw Lin Feng and was surprised too. What a handsome young man. Time passed and 6 more months went by. People were still trying to know if it was true that Xiaoyu Xian had broken through to the Zunqi layer. People started thinking that Xiaoyu Xian probably had a special body. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to break through from the 7th Tianqi layer to the Zunqi layer in only half a year. Even the 10 strongest cultivators of the region were not capable of doing that. After that, more gossip spread in the region. Long Tongue from Tianlong Divine Castle in the western part of Bahuang had apparently also broken through to the Zunqi layer. Some people had also noticed that Tianlong Divine Castle paid a secret visit to the Chou clan. One word was on everyone's mind: wedding. Tianlong Divine Castle wanted Long Tongue to marry Xiaoyu Xian. They did that before knowing what Xiaoyu Xian's special body was to increase their chances. For the Chou clan, being able to get close to Tianlong Divine Castle was an honor, but because of Tiantai it was a bit complicated. After all, Xiaoyu Xian was one of Tiantai's disciples, and there were tensions between Tianlong Divine Castle and Tiantai. The Chou clan didn't want to miss that opportunity though. If things went well, they'd be part of an imperial group of influence. Besides, the diviner had told Long Tongue that he'd become an emperor someday. That would also be great for the Chou clan. At the same time, in the northern part of Bahuang, the news that Xian Yuan was getting ready to marry Yang Ziyi had traveled as well. Lin Feng didn't know those things, though. He was still in the small village enjoying life and nature. Going up and down the mountain was now everybody's daily exercise in that village. Their master asked them to do that after watching Lin Feng. Yishui was following them all, but she didn't look focused. Instead, he was looking at the waterfall. At the foot of the waterfall, there was a silhouette in white clothes, looking at the water. Yishui, you're secretly looking at Lin Feng again, said the master. He was smiling because he thought she always did this. She's always looking at him, said Xiao Chun in a cute way. Yishui blushed and lowered her head. Haha, Yishui, if I were a girl, I would also like Lin Feng. Besides, he probably hides his cultivation level. That would explain why he's so enigmatic and unfathomable, said the master. Master, you're making fun of me again, said Yishui. Then she added, besides, he's just an ordinary man. He is not a cultivator at all. Have you ever seen him practice cultivation? I'm going to play with Uncle Lin, said Xiao Chun, running towards Lin Feng. Even though he was a baby, he was already quite fast. Haha, Xiao Chun will be able to start practicing cultivation soon, said the master, laughing and looking at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun kept running towards the waterfall, and Yishui and the master led him. Xiao Chun was running and calling Lin Feng. However, he stopped. Lin Feng had cut the waterfall with a finger and it stopped flowing. Kacha! The child fell down on the ground, touched her head and continued walking towards Lin Feng. Then the waterfall was flowing again. She turned around and walked back towards the master and Yishui while shouting, Master Auntie, what's wrong, Xiao Chun? Asked the master when he saw the little girl come back. Uncle Lin put his finger in the waterfall, and it stopped flowing. She was breathing heavily in a very cute way. When the master heard that, he too stared at the waterfall. You understand nothing, don't talk such nonsense, said Yishui, caressing Xiao Chen's hair. Auntie, I'm telling the truth, said the child, showing the palm of her hands. All right, you're telling the truth, said Yishui, pinching her cheeks. Woo, woo, woo. In the distance, a sound echoed into the mountains, breaking the silence of the countryside. Everybody gazed into the distance to see what was happening. Let's go! Everybody started running in that direction. Lin Feng turned around and saw that everybody was leaving in the distance. He frowned. Why did they suddenly start running? I should go too, whispered Lin Feng. He had stayed in the village for a while now, but he loved it there. There was dust in the village, and the only road in the village was cracking as craters appeared. The villagers were terrified. When the master and the others arrived, they saw a group of dragon horses. Their riders looked domineering and majestic. Those people seemed to despise the villagers. Yishui, take Xiao Chun away, said the master to Yishui. He ran towards the riders and said to the leader, a young man, you just arrived in Longquan village, why cause trouble? We've heard you have a stone called the Dragon Source Stone, and we want it, said the young man aggressively. The crowd was furious when they heard him. The Dragon Source Stone was a precious treasure which belonged to their ancestors. They could practice cultivation so quickly thanks to that stone. How could they give it up? When the master heard the crowd burst into an uproar, he shook his hand and said, Your Excellency, the Dragon Source Stone is a gift from our ancestors. Don't insist, please. Shut the hell up, shouted the young man aggressively. I never repeat myself. Go and take the Dragon Source Stone out. Your Excellency, Tianlong Divine Castle is a powerful imperial group. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to act like this? Said the master in a cold way. He couldn't hand over their ancestors' gifts. What? The young man frowned and his facial expression was cold-looking. A cultivator from the village recognized people from Tianlong Divine Castle? Yishui, go and find Lin Feng. Hurry up, said the master to Yishui using telepathy. Hurry up. Yishui grinded her teeth and ran away. How beautiful, but can she run away? The young man smiled coldly and said, Since you know we're from Tianlong Divine Castle, will you still oppose us? We won't give away our ancestors' gifts, said the master in a cold way. Very good, said the young man looking furious. You just sent the girl to find other people, I guess. I've checked the village before coming, though. Apart from you who's broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, there's nobody else here who's at the top of the Tianqi layer. Who could she look for now? The master's face turned deathly pale. Those people were from Tianlong Divine Castle, and the weakest one had broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer. The leading young man had broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer. Could Lin Feng be of any help? Since you sent her to find someone, I'll wait. Then, I'll kill everyone at the same time in one shot. It'll be less troublesome that way, said the young man calmly and indifferently. Since the villages knew they were from Tianlong Divine Castle, they couldn't let any of them live. You? The master's face had turned deathly pale. How cruel. Cut his hands first, said the young man coldly. 2 cultivators laughed and jumped off their horses, walking towards the master. My fellow disciples, Long Tongue is going to ask for Chiu Yu Xian's hand. For that, he needs a gift, and the Dragon Source Stone will be perfect. The master of the village had only broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. He couldn't do much against them. 2 horrible shrieks spread in the distance. The crowd was furious. Everybody stop! Shouted the master furiously. Everybody looked terrified. They were all staring at their master, kneeling down on the ground. Someone grabbed his arm and snapped it off. Don't harm our master, said Xiao Chun, running towards them. He was furious when she saw that their master's arm was cut off. Go back, shouted the master. No, I won't let them hurt you. Auntie went to find Uncle Lin. He is very strong and he will save you, said Xiao Chun. He had said where Yi Shui had gone in front of those people. He was a child, so he didn't realize what he had done. How cute, said the young man on the horse. He jumped off the horse and said with an evil smile, Come and give me a hug. I beg you, don't harm her. She's just a child, said the master furiously. Come and give me a hug, said the young man in a cold way. Hee. The one who had cut the master's arm off laughed and stretched his hands out towards the child. However, at that moment, he put his hands on his face, which turned black. Then he slowly collapsed. Dead. Everybody was astonished. He was dead? He's dead. The atmosphere became extremely calm. He was going to grab Xiao Chun. But then he died suddenly. Go and get the child, shouted the leader. Someone else glanced at the crowd and slowly walked towards the child. Bzzz. He suddenly stretched his hands towards the child. However, at that moment, a terrifying chi penetrated his body. He started shaking, his face turned deathly pale, and he collapsed, dead as well. Boom! The strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle looked furious. In the crowd was someone who looked quite ordinary. You over there, you weren't here a moment ago, said the leader, pointing at a young man. At the same time, the young man slowly came out from the crowd. When the master saw how calm Lin Feng looked, he suddenly felt safer and smiled indifferently. At the same time, someone was running in their direction from the distance. It was Yi Shui. She had gone to look for Lin Feng, but fast enough to keep up with him. Master, said Yi Shui when she saw he was injured. I'm all right, said the master, smiling. He hoped Lin Feng could save them now. Lin Feng slowly came out from the crowd and grabbed the child. Uncle Lin, they're bad people, said the child. Uncle Lin knows that, said Lin Feng in a gentle way, hugging the child. Who are you? Asked the leader of the Tianlong Divine Castle group. Lin Feng glanced at him, crouched down and put the child back on the ground. Then, he took out a blue jar and said, Master, open your mouth. The master was skeptical but listened to Lin Feng. Lin Feng put blue drops of liquid in his mouth, and in a flash, he recovered his arm which had just been cut off. That liquid contained the energy of life. That was holy water. After a few minutes, the master shook his arm and clenched his fists, making crackling sounds. Master. The crowd was in awe. I just asked you something, said the young man from Tianlong. Who are they? Asked Lin Feng to the master, as if he hadn't heard them. Tianlong Divine Castle's people. They want to steal our ancestors' gift. Because I recognize them, they want to kill all of us, replied the master with an upset tone. Tianlong Divine Castle, whispered Lin Feng. He slowly walked towards them, neither slow nor fast. Kill him, said the young man coldly. Two cultivators suddenly threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked calm and continued slowly walking forwards. Then he raised his hand and two beams of light appeared. In a flash, the two attackers fell to the ground and remained motionless. I told you I didn't lie, he's extremely strong. He cut the waterfall with one finger, said the child looking at Yishui. Yishui was astonished. She couldn't believe her eyes. As the master had said, Lin Feng's cultivation was unfathomable. What a fast sword! The young man was astonished. He hadn't even seen Lin Feng's sword clearly. How had he killed those two people exactly? Your Excellency, we're from Tianlong Divine Castle. Let's say that what happened today was a misunderstanding. Okay? A misunderstanding? The crowd was looking at the young man in a cold way. Lin Feng was still calmly walking forwards. Your Excellency, we're from Tianlong Divine Castle, he said again when he saw that Lin Feng hadn't stopped. Tianlong Divine Castle, so what? Said Lin Feng. He raised his head and glanced at them coldly. The few strong cultivators left suddenly looked terrified when they saw how calm Lin Feng was. Let's join hands and kill him, said the young man. Then, they all released qi which surrounded Lin Feng. Everybody was attacking him at the same time and Lin Feng had the impression that dragons were attacking him. Wind and thunder attack. Lin Feng performed a knife hand strike in the air and a dazzling light appeared. An explosion sounded and those people's bodies exploded. It was as if they had been struck by thunder. Lin Feng had practiced cultivation intensely for 8 months. So now he could make abstruse energies fuse together. Usually, when using thunder and wind energies to attack, even at the same time, thunder energies constituted a thunder attack and wind energies constituted a wind attack. Lin Feng, however, made those two types of energies fuse together, as if he had recreated a new energy. It was much more powerful than using them separately or at the same time. It was too easy for him to kill people who didn't understand abstruse energies now. Of course, wind and thunder fusion was only one type of fusion Lin Feng used with his sword. Lin Feng wanted to walk on Emperor Wu Tianjian's path. His heart was like water. His sword was like his heart. He was thinking sword, using natural and abstruse energies to enhance his swordsmanship. Of course, what was easy for Lin Feng seemed incredible for the people in the village. They had previously thought that the young man wasn't a cultivator. How could he be so strong? He had easily killed all of Tianlong Divine Castle's strong cultivators. Lin Feng let the horses go. He turned around and asked the master, "Don't you want to move?" The attackers were from Tianlong Divine Castle, so they could destroy a small village easily if something made them angry. The master looked at the crowd, shook his head and said, "No need. Apparently, they came here secretly because they wanted to take our ancestors' gift as a present for someone. They didn't tell anyone about that, I think. We just need to clean the village properly and nobody will know we did it. And after all, we don't have anyone here who could have killed them. I'm worried about anything that could happen to you all," said Lin Feng. Those people were not strong. Even if Tianlong Divine Castle didn't come back, anything could happen to them. You're right. I'll have the majority leave and I'll send some people to scout the region. If anything happens, I'll make the ones who had stayed here leave. Lin Feng nodded. That was the best they could do. Please be careful, said Lin Feng to the crowd. We will. According to what that guy said, Long Tong will go and ask for Chiu Xian's hand because they want to get married, said the master. Lin Feng was surprised. Long Tong wants to marry to Chiu Xian? Indeed, Chiu Xian must be from the Chiu clan in the northern part of Bahuang, said the master. He knew some things about the outside world. The village was between the northern part of Bahuang and the western part of Bahuang, so he had heard about the Chiu clan. I should leave, thought Lin Feng. Then, he walked to Xiao Chun, smiled and said, Little boy, practice cultivation seriously, and someday you'll protect your village. All right, said Xiao Chun nodding. Lin Feng smiled in a gentle way, looked at Yishui and said, I'll give you some things just in case. He opened his third eye and transmitted some memories to Yishui. I'm off, said Lin Feng. Then, He rose up in the air and a terrifying sword appeared under his feet. Uncle Lin. The little boy ran. He wanted to follow Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was already far away. Tears appeared in his eyes. Yishui watched as Lin Feng disappeared. She felt sad. Everybody ran after Lin Feng in the village. Maybe they would never see him again. Uncle Lin, when I grow up, I'll find you, said the child watching as Lin Feng's silhouette disappear. Tiantai was particularly calm. The Tian-level cultivators of Tiantai practiced cultivation even harder after they had been humiliated by Shen Yuan. Mu Chun had come out once to tell them not to be worried and not to panic. Shen Yuan had the advantage over them those days, but if they practiced cultivation hard, they would be able to surpass him. They would get their revenge sooner or later. Even though Mu Chun had cheered them up a little, they still remembered Shen Yuan's words, how he had called Tiantai's cultivators were weak. At the top of the celestial flight of stairs, in front of a palace, there was a celestial-looking girl. She missed Lin Feng, but she didn't want to bother him, so she didn't take the initiative to contact him. The whole time, she had just stayed in the palace and practiced cultivation. From time to time, she had heard people outside talking about what was happening in Ba Huang. That girl who looked exactly the same as Xian Yi was Qiu Yu Xian. She hadn't broken through to the Zun Qi layer, but she was about to though. Long Tang wanted to marry her and Shen Yuan was going to marry Yang Ziyi as well. It was as if they wanted their weddings to take place at the same time. From the distance, a sword appeared and a young man was sitting cross-legged on it. Lin Feng's soul was filled with cultivation. He had copied things from the palace in Tiantai into his soul. In his thoughts, he was sitting cross-legged in the palace and in front of him, there were 81 patterns which were all more complicated than the previous one. Lin Feng had seen those in the mysterious world. Those were holy marks. The sword patterns looked even more distinct because they contained sword intent. Lin Feng studied them calmly. He didn't learn them though. He had said in the sword grave that from then on, he would create his own path. He could study other things and then integrate them to his own cultivation. The wind around him was violent, but didn't affect Lin Feng's cultivation. No matter where, Lin Feng could practice cultivation. Thousands of kilometers were nothing for his sword. In a short time, Lin Feng again appeared in the sky above Tiantai. Many people stopped cultivating and came out of their palaces to see Lin Feng had come back. Lin Feng was back. He had disappeared for more than 6 months and now he was back. Lin Feng landed and walked towards the flight of stairs. Everyone there were staring at him like they couldn't believe he was back. Why does he still only have the strength of the 7th Tianqi layer? The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng had disappeared for so long and he hadn't leveled up? Qiu Yu Xian was already trying to break through to the Zun Qi layer. Shen Yuan was also at the top of the 9th Tianqi layer. It would be strange if Lin Feng hadn't progressed at all. They didn't know what Lin Feng had done all this time, so they were surprised. Actually, Lin Feng had purposely tried not to practice cultivation. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the flight of stairs. Step by step, he had given his key to Meng Qing so he had to undergo the pressures again. But he was walking up the flight of stairs on foot like an ordinary person. It was as if he didn't have any qi. He walked up the stairs normally. The 6th group of steps, 7th, 8th. Lin Feng easily walked up the stairs and looked around. "You're back," said Meng Qing. Lin Feng had changed. Even his qi was different. "I am," nodded Lin Feng. He walked towards her and put his hands on her face. "You've lost weight." Meng Qing shook her head. "I was getting ready to go find you. I wanted to tell you, Long Tang will ask for Qiu Yu Xian's hand in a few days." Lin Feng remained silent, but Meng Qing shook her head, smiled and said, "Go. If you miss her, you need to go and see her. It's about time." Lin Feng looked at her and smiled wryly. He caressed her cheeks, smiled and said, "Why are you such a good wife? If I tell you, you'll have to remember it forever," said Meng Qing, staring back at Lin Feng and smiling. "All right, I will remember your words forever," said Lin Feng, nodding. "In my life, the only warmth I feel is when I see your smile. Therefore, I don't want you to go against your convictions," said Meng Qing in a gentle way. Lin Feng was touched by these words. "In my life, The only warmth I feel is when I see your smile. Silly girl. Lin Feng caressed Meng Qing's hair. Remember that, said Meng Qing smiling. Lin Feng, you're back, said Mu Chen. Go. Lin Feng dragged Meng Qing and their silhouettes flickered. They were moving towards the central part of Tiantai, where Mu Chen's voice had come from. Brother. Very quickly, they arrived in the central part of Tiantai. Apart from Mu Chen, there were two other people. The Zun-level disciple who had ranked first and the sadhu. They walked towards them. Mu Chen smiled and said, Not bad. You leveled up again. Eh? Many people were surprised. It seemed like Lin Feng still had the strength of the 7th Tianqi layer. Why did Mu Chen say that he had leveled up? Do you know what has happened in the northern part of Ba Huang? Asked Mu Chen. I just heard a little, replied Lin Feng. All right, in 3 days, Tianlong Divine Castle will go to the Chou clan to ask for Chou Yu Xian's hand. Besides, Shen Yuan will also go to the Yang clan to ask for Yang Ziye's hand. You've been away for a while, you should go and have a look around, said Mu Chen smiling in a profound way. I'll ask Brother Qi and Brother Ruya to go with you. If other people want to join, they can go and join the fun. Many people looked excited when they heard Mu Chen. With those two strong cultivators, they would be safe. Go! Mu Chen turned around and left. However, people could still hear his voice. Do whatever you want. If there are any problems, Tiantai will be there. Thank you, said Lin Feng, watching as Mu Chen disappeared. 3 days after that, the streets were lively in the northern part of Ba Huang. Since Chou Yu Xian had risen and Shen Yuan had attacked people in Tiantai, the northern part of Ba Huang had been particularly calm for quite a while now. Tianlong Divine Castle was coming to the northern part of Ba Huang, which meant things would be changing in the province. If Tianlong Divine Castle from the western part of Ba Huang came to the northern part of Ba Huang, that was an obvious provocation. Besides, they were coming to ask for Chou Yu Xian's hand. Tianlong Divine Castle was an imperial group of influence. If the Chou clan hadn't allowed them to visit, would they have come to the northern part of Ba Huang at all? If they had refused, wouldn't they have humiliated Tianlong? What was happening behind the scenes? Besides, the leader of the Yang clan who had been severely injured during the war against the Island of the Nine Dragons and the Shen Yuan clan, was also going to go to the Chou clan. Everybody was wondering why, if Shen Yuan was going to ask for Yang Ziye's hand, why didn't he go to the Yang clan directly? Didn't it prove that the Yang clan, the Chou clan and the Shen Yuan clan were getting too close to Tianlong Divine Castle? The sun was shining and it was a warm day. The Chou clan's territory looked even nicer with the sun shining like that. The Chou clan had made great efforts to decorate. There was one extremely long rug going from the gate all the way to the main palace. Many people were walking on the long rug, smiling and laughing. The crowd immediately understood what that meant. The wedding was definitely going to happen. The decorations proved that the Chou clan had already accepted Chou Yu Xian and Long Ting's union. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put forth so much effort. Time passed and even more people had arrived, keeping the Chou clan busy. Ha! Chou Hao, congratulations, said a middle-aged man. He was with a group of people and looked to be their leader. He looked majestic and strong. It was the leader of the Yang clan, Yang Lin. What an honor to see you here, said Chou Hao smiling proudly. But he didn't come to the gate to welcome them. This made Yang Lin a little upset. The Chou clan was going to become part of Tianlong Divine Castle, so they were changing their status as well. He also waved at Chou Hao's father, only waved. Of course, even though Yang Lin was unhappy, he didn't show it. Besides, he didn't know that Chou Hao was unhappy. Chou Yu Xian was achieving meteoric success as a cultivator. She had almost killed his children because of a stranger. How could he be happy? The two chatted and walked. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi were behind Yang Lin. Yang Ziyi was excited. The Shen Yuan clan was going to arrive soon. As expected, soon after that, the Shen Yuan clan arrived. The leader was wearing a golden robe and he looked like he was 30. His chi was majestic. That was Shen Yuan's uncle, Shen Yuan Wei. Brother Shen Yuan, said Chou Hao politely. The Shen Yuan clan had an emperor, so they had to be more respectful to them, compared to the Yang clan. Brother Chiu, you're so polite, said Xian Yuanwei smiling happily. He then looked at the Yang clan. Brother Yang, you're here too. Of course, said Yang Lin standing up. He looked at Xian Yuan and he seemed very satisfied. Your qi has become much stronger. You'll soon break through to the Zun qi layer, and then you'll try to become an emperor like Emperor Xian Yuan. Haha, maybe by that time, our families will be one, said Xian Yuanwei laughing loudly. He seemed very happy. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, in the distance, loud sounds were approaching. Many people gazed into the distance. Some even rose up in the air to see where those sounds were coming from. There were dragon horses which were wearing dragon armors and were pulling large carriages. They're here. Tianlong Divine Castle is coming. The crowd was astonished. Tianlong Divine Castle had arrived. They were really there. Bzzz. Many people rose up in the air. The leader was an old man who looked like he was at the end of his life, but his eyes still looked like those of a young man. He was the leader of the Chou clan, Chousong. He had to welcome people from Tianlong personally. No need to be so polite, said a loud voice in the distance. Someone came out of a carriage and rose up in the air. It was a strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. Long Tongue didn't come personally. Like Chou Xian, he was trying to break through to the Zun qi layer. Who would break through to the Zun qi layer before the other? I had to welcome you personally, said Chousong. Of course, the destiny of the Chou clan would change if they got close to Tianlong, so the old man attached a lot of importance to that. All right, let's go down to talk, said the leader of the group from Tianlong Divine Castle. They landed on the ground and the old man said to everybody, You're all guests here today. Help yourself and do whatever you want. The Chou clan's territory was gigantic, so there were people everywhere. You know why we came here. Long Tongue is our fellow disciple. He's one of the best of his generation, and he has a dragon body. Chou Xian is not only beautiful, she's also very talented and strong. Therefore, we hope that Long Tongue and Chou Xian can be married. They could become an outstanding couple. His voice was so loud that everybody could hear him inside the territory. You all came here, it means you think highly of the Chou clan and of me. Besides, Xian is now a grown-up. When she has her own personal place, the wedding. You cannot reply to that, shouted someone while Chousong was talking. The voice came from very away. Everyone saw a sword flying towards them, emitting whistling sounds and shaking the sky. Tiantai. People from Tiantai are here. The crowd was excited. Very quickly, the sword landed and the ground cracked as pieces of stones flew around. Lin Feng. Xian Yuan looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng. Yang Zilan and Yang Ziyi were astonished too. Are you the one who just shouted? Said Chou Hao pointed at Lin Feng. He then added, Do you understand politeness and respect? Who are you? Lin Feng calmly glanced at him indifferently. Chou Hao was furious. Lin Feng was pretending he didn't know him. Little boy, you came here as a guest, so we welcome you? But don't interrupt me while I'm talking, said Chousong. Of course, he didn't want the relations between Tiantai and the Chou clan to deteriorate too much. He also knew Xian liked Lin Feng. It wasn't that he looked bad, it was just that his cultivation level was too low. Long Tongue isn't a good match for Xian. He's too weak, said Lin Feng calmly. Many people looked excited to see what was going to happen next. Ridiculous, he has a dragon body. If he's not a good match, do you think you are? Said Yang Zilan in a ridiculous way. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Zilan calmly, making him feel strangely cold. Back when Lin Feng had only broken through to the 5th Tianqi layer, he couldn't defeat him. Come, said Lin Feng looking at Yang Zilan. Lin Feng looked calm and indifferent, however. It sounded like he was giving Yang Zilan an order. The crowd was getting even more excited. Everybody knew about Lin Feng and Chou Xian. They also knew that Lin Feng didn't like the Yang clan. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way and walked towards Yang Zilan. Yang Zilan had tried to kill him a few times, but now he could pay him back. Yang Zilan narrowed his eyes and glared at Lin Feng. However, he didn't want to fight Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. Even if it wasn't much for other people, Yang Zilan already realized he wasn't strong enough. The Yang clan's members are all cowards it seems, said Lin Feng calmly. All the members of the Yang clan were suddenly furious. Today is a big day for the Chou clan, so you little boy, keep your mouth shut, said Yang Lin coldly. A few days ago, Yang Zhan left Tiantai. Is it because he wants to betray Tiantai and join Tianlong Divine Castle? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Yang Lin pulled again, looked upset by this comment. Watch your words. Some people from Tianlong Divine Castle have been to the Shen Yuan clan and the Yang clan in secret, now they came here. It seems like they will soon try to take over the northern part of Ba Huang as well, said Lin Feng indifferently. He looked at Yang Zilan and said, You've tried to kill me so many times. Now we should settle accounts. If you're a man, come out and don't make me attack first. You... Yang Zilan was petrified. Lin Feng had become a lot more arrogant and aggressive than before. If we don't settle accounts today, I will go to the Yang clan another day, but I'll bring people and it won't be so easy to solve those issues, said Lin Feng calmly. Tiantai's strong cultivators from Tiantai won't get involved in young people's affairs, right? Said Yang Lin looking at the sadhu. Tiantai won't. However, have you seen or heard about what happened in Sword City? I just have to call Xianxia and they'll come. Xianxia can destroy the Yang clan easily. Do you believe me now? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Yang Lin looked at Lin Feng and frowned. He had heard what happened in Fortune City, for example that Lin Feng had become the young master of Xianxia. Are you threatening us? I don't know if we can call it that, however, all that I know is that I saved Yang Ziyi back then and that you've been trying to kill me ever since. Each time you gave lame excuses. I'm giving you 10 seconds. If he doesn't come out, I'll attack first and another day, I'll go to the Yang clan with my people, said Lin Feng calmly. Yang Lin's heart started pounding. He was trying to look calm and proud in front of the crowd though. Yang Lin looked at Shen Yuan seemingly begging for help. Shen Yuan glanced at Lin Feng, but Lin Feng talked first. You remain standing there. When I'm done with Yang Zilan, it'll be your turn. If you get involved now, I won't fight you and Yang Zilan alone. As expected, Lin Feng's words made Shen Yuan stop. If Lin Feng got help from Tiantai, they might overwhelm him. 7 seconds, said Lin Feng looking at Yang Zilan again. Yang Zilan's face turned deathly pale. He nervously grabbed the side of his clothes and clenched his fists. He was furious, but he didn't want to fight. 5 seconds, said Lin Feng. At that moment, the atmosphere became eerily calm. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. You will die today, 3 more seconds, said Lin Feng. His voice pierced through Yang Zilan's eardrums like blades. He hadn't thought Lin Feng would become so powerful, to the extent that he'd threaten his clan. 1 second. Arg. Yang Zilan couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately threw himself at Lin Feng, raising his fist. Boom boom. Yang Zilan's fist crashed onto Lin Feng's body. The crowd gasped in awe. Lin Feng didn't protect himself? Yang Zilan was surprised too. His fist was filled with destructive energies. However, his face suddenly turned deathly pale. It was as if he had hit a mountain of iron. Lin Feng hadn't been affected by his punch at all. He hadn't even moved an inch. You're so weak, said Lin Feng, lowering his head and calmly looking at Yang Zilan's fist. His voice was even gentle, as if he had been talking to a child. What a humiliation for Yang Zilan. Brother, shouted Yang Ziyi. The Yang clan's members all stood up. How was that possible? Even if Yang Zilan wasn't strong enough, how come Lin Feng hadn't even moved? How terrifying. That's Lin Feng, the first Tian-level disciple of Tiantai. I wonder how his fight against Shen Yuan will be. Thought the crowd shivering. Lin Feng looked indifferent, but his indifference gave people the impression they were looking at an incredible dragon. The first place I traveled to in Ba Huang was the Yang clan's territory. We could have been friends, said Lin Feng looking at Yang Ziyi. The Yang clan's members had mixed feelings, anger and remorse, especially Yang Ziyi and Yang Lin. Boom! A terrifying strength emerged from Lin Feng's body, and the crowd watched as Yang Zilan's body flew away like a paper bag. The most terrifying part was that Lin Feng hadn't even moved. When Yang Zilan finally crashed onto the ground, he seemed to be dead. He slowly turned around and looked at Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan's eyes were filled with sharp lights. He was releasing qi aggressively. He couldn't bear it anymore. "Half a year, finally, you came to fight me," said Xian Yuan. Even if Zhanga protected Lin Feng, Xian Yuan had to kill him. Very quickly, he'd be a member of Tianlong Divine Castle. All he was worried about was, would Lin Feng give him a chance to kill him? Lin Feng was so strong, so what? Xian Yuan had already broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer, and he understood abstruse energies. He couldn't let Lin Feng get any stronger, otherwise he would really surpass him. "You think that I've been hiding from you the whole time because I was scared to fight? I still believe so," said Xian Yuan, walking forwards and releasing more qi. The ground broke under his feet. "I'll kill you and everybody will understand that Tiantai is shit. If I kill you, the first disciple of Tiantai will have no reason to exist anymore." Xian Yuan continued walking towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the first disciple of Tiantai, so if he killed Lin Feng, Tiantai would lose face. That was why Tiantai hadn't let Lin Feng come out. Lin Feng himself didn't want to humiliate Tiantai. "I will first cut your right arm," said Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished. Why did Lin Feng's calm voice give them the impression that things looked bad for Xian Yuan? Ridiculous! Boom boom! Xian Yuan jumped forwards and the ground exploded underneath him. He released energies which made the whole crowd suffocate. Xian Yuan released 2 words, Xian Yuan, which turned into an incredibly terrifying battle axe. It streaked across the sky, cutting through the firmament. He understood aggressive abstruse energy, so his attack was even more explosive than they last had met. It probably would cut Lin Feng's body into 2. Lin Feng finally attacked. It was his first real attack that day. He performed a knife hand strike, but only with 1 finger though. It pierced through Xian Yuan's aggressive energies and landed on Xian Yuan's right arm. Desolate Xana, that was the name Lin Feng chose for that sword attack. Xana because of the empty space abstruse energies. Desolate because of the desolate abstruse energies. He also mixed some wind abstruse energies in that attack. As Xian Yuan landed, the crowd noticed his arm was not far in front of him. "I will first cut your right arm." That was what Lin Feng had said. He had warned him. Lin Feng was the first disciple of Tiantai, but Xian Yuan had broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer. One sword, Desolate Xana. In the northern part of Bahuang, everybody had heard that Tianlong Divine Castle was going to visit the Chou clan. They had all asked themselves how it would be if Tiantai's people came, and especially if Lin Feng came. He was in a relationship with Chou Xian, and he was the person Xian Yuan wanted to kill the most. Xian Yuan had an imperial background. His blood was strong and his qi was extraordinary. Xian Yuan could even kill weak Zun cultivators without any problem. However, Lin Feng, without even taking out a sword, had carried out a sword attack using his finger. With that alone, he had cut off Xian Yuan's arm. Now there was just a bleeding stump instead. He looked desperate. He had never thought he'd lose so quickly. Had Lin Feng been hiding from him? When he thought about how he had said that, he only now realized how ridiculous he was. 9th Tianqi layer, aggressive abstruse energies. He thought that apart from the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang, nobody could defeat him anymore. What a mistake that was. The Yang clan's members were standing next to Yang Zilan's body when they saw that Xian Yuan's arm had been cut off. What would have happened if they had let Lin Feng and Yang Ziyi be friends? Yang Ziyi was also wondering. There's no if anymore though. The Chou clan looked at Lin Feng and Xian Yuan. Chou Hao's heart was twitching. When had Lin Feng become so strong? The other members of the Chou clan also had mixed feelings. They had heard about Lin Feng and how Chou Xian liked him. "Xian Yuan!" shouted the members of the Xian Yuan clan running towards him. They looked desperate. Their incredible disciple had just lost an arm. They looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Only the members of Tianlong Divine Castle remained calm, but their hearts were racing. Lin Feng's way of fighting way incredible. and he had only broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer. "Move," said Lin Feng to those people from the Shen Yuan clan. "What do you want to do?" said Shen Yuan Wei, looking at Lin Feng furiously. "Are you blind? Don't you know that he's the one who wants to kill me?" said Lin Feng while frowning. "He already lost now, so let's stop here," said Shen Yuan Wei, whose mouth was twitching. How could he let him kill Shen Yuan? He hadn't thought the consequences would be so tragic. Shen Yuan humiliated Tiantai's Tian-level cultivators. The Zun cultivators from Tiantai didn't come out back then because they don't involve themselves in Tian-level cultivators' affairs. Now, he wanted to kill me, but he starts losing, so you come out to protect him? Are you trying to humiliate Tiantai and imply that Tiantai's cultivators are not as strong as the cultivators from the Shen Yuan clan? Lin Feng said all of this rather calmly. Lin Feng's explanation was logical and simple. If the Zun cultivators of Tiantai hadn't come out when Shen Yuan was attacking Tiantai's Tian-level cultivators, it wasn't because they couldn't be bothered. It was because they wanted to avoid raising the stakes. Now, Lin Feng was fighting against Shen Yuan, and the strong cultivators of the Shen Yuan clan came out. What did that mean? Did they think that there were no strong cultivators in Tiantai? At that moment, Wuxia, the first Zun-level disciple of Tiantai, came out. He looked expressionless and emotionless as he said indifferently, "Piss off, otherwise we'll kill all the members of the Shen Yuan clan today." The crowd was astonished. Finally, the strong cultivators from Tiantai were coming out, and they were powerful, aggressive. They would even destroy the Shen Yuan clan if necessary. Tiantai had been enduring long enough. Wasn't Shen Yuan both proud and arrogant? Didn't he want to kill Lin Feng? The members of the Shen Yuan clan looked at each other helplessly. Shen Yuan had offended Tiantai. They knew that, but they also didn't prevent him from doing so. That was almost a prerequisite to joining Tianlong Divine Castle. But now, Tiantai was also expressing themselves. If they didn't move, they'd all die. "You have 3 seconds, said Wuxia. He was doing the same as Lin Feng had done to the Yang clan. Lin Feng had given them 10 seconds. Wuxia had only given the Shen Yuan clan 3 seconds. "Arg!" Shen Yuan shouted furiously. "You all move away!" Shen Yuan Wei and the others looked concerned. "Come back!" Shen Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that if his uncle and the others didn't move, they'd all die. Tiantai wouldn't refrain themselves after that. "Everybody!" shouted Shen Yuan Wei, looking at the members from Tianlong Divine Castle. He could only beg them now. "That battle is between Shen Yuan and my fellow disciple. If anyone gets involved, we'll attack," said Wuxia, releasing terrifying decaying energies, causing people's souls to shiver. They were in the northern part of Ba Huang, not in the western part of Ba Huang. If Tiantai wanted to kill people, they couldn't escape that easily. Shen Yuan's face was deathly pale. He ran slowly while condensing energies. Behind him appeared that axe which contained a terrifyingly aggressive qi. That was his spirit, an aggressive axe. He was able to understand aggressive, abstruse energies thanks to his spirit. If he had known that Lin Feng was so strong, he would have released his spirit earlier. Shen Yuan slowly rose up in the air with his aggressive axe. The crowd sighed. He was arrogant, but it was understandable. Unfortunately, he still couldn't compete with Lin Feng. Lin Feng calmly looked at Shen Yuan. In the past, Shen Yuan had oppressed him, so he didn't need his spirit. When they had fought at the same level, Shen Yuan had tried using his spirit, but Lin Feng had prevented him from using it. Shen Yuan had imperial blood and a powerful physical body. This was probably his last battle, so he wanted to deploy his full strength. Shen Yuan condensed energies again, which turned into an axe, and his spirit turned into a beam of light. Then, his spirit and his qi axe fused and turned into a celestial axe. Lin Feng was still standing there. He just raised his head and looked at the sky. "Die, die, die!" shouted Shen Yuan furiously. He fused together with his celestial axe, and a trail energy followed behind him. Lin Feng used his desolate Xana attack again, this time using both hands. 2 hands as sharp as swords streaked across the sky and destroyed the celestial axe. No matter how majestic an attack could be, when facing someone that much stronger, it was useless. Lin Feng's desolate Xana attack contained 3 types of abstruse energies, so it shouldn't have been much of a surprise. Blood splashed everywhere. Then, the crowd watched as Lin Feng appeared above Shen Yuan and carried him down to the ground. Roar, roar. Roaring sounds appeared as Lin Feng released his 9-headed dragon spirit which could swallow other people's spirit. The dragon heads moved hungrily towards Shen Yuan's spirit, the aggressive battle axe. After the dust rose and the crowd could see the 2 cultivators again, Shen Yuan didn't look very human-like anymore. He had wounds everywhere and looked like mush, and one of the dragon heads had turned into an aggressive battle axe. He can absorb spirits and use them for himself. The crowd was astonished. The members of the Shen Yuan clan were crushed. Wuxia was calmly standing there so nobody could attack. "I'm sure you'll enjoy being killed by your own spirit," said Lin Feng indifferently. The dragon head which had turned into a battle axe streaked across the sky. "No!" shouted the members of the Shen Yuan clan. Shen Yuan looked desperate and hopeless now. How sad. How tragic. How come Lin Feng had become so strong? Suddenly, he remembered the scene when he had seen the diviner talking to Lin Feng from outside. Everybody had looked surprised. What had the diviner really told Lin Feng? Nobody could imagine. Surprisingly, Shen Yuan's last thought before dying was, what did the diviner tell Lin Feng? Unfortunately, nobody knew, only the geniuses who had seen the diviner knew what he had told them. As Shen Yuan died, people felt compassion for him. Nobody thought that such an outstanding young man would die in that way. The young man in front of them was the young man Shen Yuan had always said he would definitely kill. Shen Yuan fought against Lin Feng and died. If Tiantai comes to know that some elders from the Shen Yuan clan have attacked Lin Feng, Tiantai will dispatch an army to destroy the Shen Yuan clan, said Wuxia indifferently, while the energies of Lin Feng and Shen Yuan's battle were still dispersing. Wuxia was threatening the Shen Yuan clan. If they sent strong cultivators to kill Lin Feng, Tiantai would destroy them. It also meant that the Shen Yuan clan couldn't get their revenge. He was expressing Tiantai's views. Shen Yuan had come to Tiantai and now he was dead. The eyes of the Shen Yuan clan's members were bloodshot. Their hearts were pounding. They really wanted to attack, but they couldn't. Otherwise, they would all be killed. The Shen Yuan clan had had an emperor in their history, and now Tiantai was threatening to wipe them off the map. All of this had happened because he had underestimated Lin Feng. Lin Feng! People looked at Lin Feng coldly, but Lin Feng didn't pay attention to them. He calmly walked to Shen Yuan and took his ring. Then, he walked towards the members of the Chou clan. "Is Yu Xian here?" asked Lin Feng to Chou Song. "Yu Xian is practicing cultivation. She's about to break through to the Zun Qi layer," replied Chou Song. He didn't dare underestimate Lin Feng anymore. Soon, Lin Feng would amaze the entire province. Chou Song had heard that Lin Feng had seen the diviner. But what had the diviner told him? "I'm sure Yu Xian doesn't want to marry Long Tang," said Lin Feng. Chou Song laughed. He perfectly understood and replied indifferently, "These are the Chou clan's personal affairs. I'm the leader of the Chou clan and so I will manage it the way I want. Indeed, these are your affairs. But I promised Yu Xian I'd come to the Chou clan and ask for her hand. I always keep my promises," said Lin Feng indifferently. He looked extremely calm, but actually he was very happy. The sadhu was standing behind Lin Feng and smiling. Lin Feng had disappeared for half a year and he had changed a lot. His personality had changed. His cultivation had changed. Lin Feng hadn't wasted any time. "So what?" asked Chou Song. "I promised Yu Xian I'd ask for her hand. Therefore, it's an internal Chou clan affair, but it also involves me. If Yu Xian agrees to marry Long Tang, I'll accept, but if she doesn't and is being forced, I won't be happy," said Lin Feng in a gentle voice. "Continue," said Chou Song smiling. "You think I could let anyone threaten a woman I love, or force her to marry someone else? I don't think you would. But have you ever thought that Tianlong Divine Castle's people aren't weak? What you say implies 2 things. The first one is that it is better to be friends with Tianlong Divine Castle than with me, and the second is that offending me would be less important than offending Tianlong Divine Castle," said Lin Feng smiling. Cho Song didn't reply, his heart was racing. Lin Feng was right. I'll answer myself, and I'll answer the second question first. Tianlong Divine Castle is from the western part of Ba Huang, while Tiantai is from the northern part of Ba Huang. The Cho clan is from the northern part of Ba Huang as well. In the northern part of Ba Huang, I just have to call Jiang's strong cultivators and they'll be here almost instantly. However, what can Tianlong do? The emperor doesn't care about worldly affairs, said Lin Feng. With his reasoning, offending him was even more dangerous than offending Tianlong Divine Castle. Concerning my first question, it is very simple. Xian is from Tiantai and she has a bright future there. However, if you make her betray Tiantai and marry Long Tang, first she'll become Tiantai's enemy and second, she'll quickly be a widow because Long Tang is going to die soon, said Lin Feng indifferently. The crowd understood that Xian would become Tiantai's enemy if she betrayed them. However, they didn't understand the second part. Long Tang was going to die. The genius from Tianlong Divine Castle who had a celestial dragon body? He was a lot stronger than Shen Yuan. He was soon going to break through to the Zunqi layer soon, but he was going to die. The members of Tianlong Divine Castle looked at Lin Feng in a cold way. Why? Asked Cho Song. Because I'm going to kill him. Boom! Terrifying energies invaded the area. Tianlong Divine Castle's members were releasing them, of course. One of them smiled coldly and said, "Ridiculous! You're not a bad cultivator, but you have only broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer while my fellow disciple is going to break through to the Zunqi layer. With his celestial dragon body and his special powers, do you think you can compete with him?" Some people in the crowd were wondering, could Lin Feng defeat Long Tang? Today, we came to ask if you accepted Xian and Long Tang's union. So give us an answer. Asked a member of Tianlong Divine Castle. They had lost their patience a while before already. Cho Song smiled wryly. He didn't know what to say. Lin Feng looked at them and slowly rose up in the air. He pointed at a cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle, a cultivator of the first Zunqi layer. "You, come out." That person looked at Lin Feng in a cold way and said, "Put your finger away. I'm challenging you to a battle," said Lin Feng calmly. That person looked at him and said, "All right, very good. You want to die." Boom! That cultivator jumped and released a fierce dragon chi. What a guy! Thought the crowd looking at Lin Feng. How arrogant. Challenging a Zun cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. Catching! Dragon scales appeared up that cultivator's arm. It also seemed like a dragon-like armor was appearing on his body. Dragon horns had appeared on his head. Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle could turn into dragons faster than Tian-level cultivators. His dragon chi was also more terrifying. It seems like the Zun cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle is afraid of Lin Feng's sword technique, thought the crowd shivering. Even though the strong cultivator was extremely aggressive, he had immediately put up defensive armors. For many people, it was the first time they saw a cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer challenge a cultivator of the Zunqi layer. There was a huge difference in level. However, Lin Feng had fearlessly challenged him. Lin Ruotian and the others who had come with Lin Feng were astonished. They were all clenching their fists. Could he win against a Zun cultivator? Boom boom! The strong cultivator jumped. Many Tian-level cultivators suffocated when they felt his energies. "What an arrogant little boy, you'll see you can't defeat a Zun cultivator," said that cultivator. Lin Feng remained calmly standing there as he released his own chi. Peerless, incredible, indomitable. His sword could destroy heaven, the Buddha, and demons. What a terrifying sword energy! Though the crowd, their souls were shaking. Lin Feng condensed a sword in his hand which seemed like it could destroy the world. "Die!" shouted the strong cultivator when he sensed Lin Feng's energies. His shout made many people's souls shake. It was as if a terrifying dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws while throwing itself at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked tiny next to that chi. Even if his chi was powerful, the bestial dragon Qi had completely surrounded him. Lin Feng was still calmly standing in the sky, seemingly unaffected by all those overbearing energies. Desolate Qi was destructive, thunder energies were explosive, empty space energies could lacerate the sky. Those three kinds of abstruse energies together, Lin Feng called that sword technique, Nirvana Sunya destruction. Boom boom. Thunders emitted blasting sounds. The dragon disappeared and the crowd realized that there was a hole in that cultivator's chest. Lin Feng's three types of abstruse energies were too much. Are all Zun cultivators this strong? Mocked Lin Feng. His heart was like calm water. Emperor Wu Tianjian was a sword cultivator. So all he thought about was his sword. When his sword wasn't there, his heart was as calm and as still water. Lin Feng knew that he wasn't able to carry out attacks as powerful as Emperor Wu Tianjian, so he didn't try to learn his spells. He tried to find his own path and create his own style. He was at peace with himself and his heart was as calm as still water. His wind-thunder laceration, his desolate Xana or his Nirvana Sunya destruction were all destructive and explosive attacks which he had created himself. Besides, Lin Feng was even more talented than Emperor Wu Tianjian, because Emperor Wu Tianjian had to use his sword soul to release abstruse energies. Lin Feng, apart from his sword's abstruse energies, also understood how to use abstruse energies. A cultivator of the 7th Tianqi layer had stabbed a Zun cultivator. On top of that, they were from Tianlong Divine Castle, so he wasn't an ordinary Zun cultivator. A new beast has appeared in the northern part of Ba Huang, thought the crowd sighing. Amongst the 10 strongest cultivators of Ba Huang province, there was nobody from the northern part of Ba Huang. In the future, there would soon be an open spot, it seemed. Many people had thought Long Tang had the potential, but it seemed like Lin Feng was much stronger. Qiu Song looked at Lin Feng. His heart was beating even faster. What a beast! He would become terrifying in the future. People from Tianlong Divine Castle were going insane. Their qi was rolling in waves towards Lin Feng. However, the Sadhu and Wuxia stepped next to Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's potential, if they dared attack him, Tiantai would destroy them completely. Lin Feng had challenged the Zun cultivator and he had accepted that was a fair fight. The Zun cultivator had died, proving he wasn't that strong. Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle aren't that strong, it seems. He couldn't even stand a single sword attack, said Lin Feng calmly. He was now humiliating people from Tianlong Divine Castle. Lin Feng didn't mind provoking them for they were already his enemies. Lin Feng landed on the ground and went to Qiu Song saying, I didn't care about him. So I killed him to show you that I can kill Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle as well. So even if Long Tongue breaks through to the Zun Qi layer, I'll be able to kill him. Qiu Song's facial expression was becoming warmer and gentler. He sighed. He knew that what Lin Feng was doing wasn't easy. He wanted to try and convince him against it, but he didn't want to be enemies with the rest of the Qiu clan. He had shown how strong he was. He had killed Yang Zilan, Shen Yuan, he had threatened the Shen Yuan clan, and finally he had killed a Zun cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. He had more than proven that everything Long Tang had to offer, he could offer it too, and even more. You will never be able to kill Long Tongue. When he breaks through to the Zun Qi layer, he'll kill you himself, said a strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. Even though he had seen how strong Lin Feng was, he still didn't believe Lin Feng could compete with Long Tang and his special celestial dragon body. After breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, Long Tang's special body would also become even stronger. Is that so? Said Lin Feng, turning around and looking at the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. When Long Tang is done practicing, I challenge him to a battle to the death. Will you dare accept on his behalf? The strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle were surprised. Lin Feng looked calm and confident, just like a moment before. It was as if his sword could pierce through the heavens. Tianlong Divine Castle accepts the challenge in the name of Long Tang, said one of them after remaining silent for a short while. If he didn't accept, Tianlong Divine Castle would lose face and everybody would think they were weaker than Tiantai. Where? You choose, said Lin Feng. When he comes out, I'll send a message to Tiantai and I'll largely diffuse the news so that everybody can come and watch Long Tang kill you, said that cultivator. They had to kill Lin Feng. He posed a huge threat to Tianlong Divine Castle. Now that Lin Feng had challenged Long Tang, that was a great opportunity. All right, said Lin Feng nodding. I'll kill him after he breaks through to the Zun Qi layer. Long Tang had wanted to kill Lin Feng for a long time. Can you leave now? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Then, the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle looked at Qiu Song. Qiu Song smiled wryly again. Lin Feng wanted to fight against Long Tang and the loser would lose a lot. Who would win though? Lin Feng had only broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer, but with his current strength, who could still win against him? Even if he won against Long Tang, not many people would be surprised anymore. Can I have more time to think? Asked Qiu Song. Everybody understood. He wanted to wait for Lin Feng and Long Tang's battle. But if Lin Feng won it would be better because even if Long Tang won, Tianlong Divine Castle would possibly be unwilling to let him marry Qiu Xian since he had just offended them by asking them for more time. After all, who didn't know that there was maybe a secret agreement between the Qiu clan and Tianlong Divine Castle? A secret agreement that the Qiu clan had just violated. Very good, said the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. They immediately rose up in the air and left. They didn't look as happy as when they had arrived though. On that day, because of a young man, Tianlong Divine Castle had lost face and a Zun cultivator had died by a young man of the 7th Tianqi layer. Now, they couldn't do anything but wait for Long Tang to come out. The crowd watched as Tianlong Divine Castle's people left. Then they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. He felt relieved. He was very happy with how that went. If Qiu Song had finished his sentence at the beginning and accepted, it would have been much more complicated for Lin Feng. Master Qiu, can I see you Xian? Asked Lin Feng. She's still practicing and it's a crucial moment for her now. Next time, all right? Said Qiu Song smiling. Lin Feng understood that it wouldn't be easy to see you Xian before his fight against Long Tang. All right, thank you. I'm off, said Lin Feng calmly. His sword appeared. He jumped on it and streaked across the sky, followed by his friends from Tiantai. Xianxia, young master. The crowd looked at Lin Feng's sword and remembered that he was now the young master of Xianxia, as well as the first Tian-level disciple of Tiantai. He had very powerful groups backing him up. The only mystery was how had Lin Feng become Xianxia's young master. Lin Feng, did the diviner really tell you you'd become a great emperor? Asked Lin Ruotian. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. Maybe, said Lin Feng smiling. It wasn't important. The most important thing now was to remain determined and become stronger. The news spread that Lin Feng had challenged Long Tang to a battle to the death. Long Tang, after breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, would fight against Lin Feng. The loser would be a mere stepping stone for the winner. In the Bahuang province, the northern part of Bahuang was considered the weakest region. None of the 10 strongest cultivators from the region came from there. Xian Yuan used to be considered a strong cultivator, but now Lin Feng had killed him. So, Lin Feng and Qiu Xian could now be considered as the strongest Tian-level cultivators in the region. In the western part of Bahuang, apart from Bai Qiu Luo from the Sunset Pavilion, who was one of the 10 strongest cultivators, nobody could defeat Long Tang. Therefore, when the news that Lin Feng had challenged Long Tang spread in the northern part of Bahuang and the western part of Bahuang, it attracted people from everywhere. In the brutal part of Bahuang, in the mountains of flowers and fruit, Yuan Fei gazed into the distance with his wooden stick in hand and said, "Brother Lin Feng, I can't wait to see you at the top of the Bahuang province. This time, you'll definitely crush Long Tang." The Thunderbird was also gazing into the distance as he said, looking in the direction of the northern part of Bahuang, "Lin Feng, if Long Tang doesn't kill you, I'll kill you." In the celestial part of Bahuang, a devastatingly beautiful girl gazed into the distance, smiled and said, "The diviner thinks highly of you. Are you going to rise in just these past few months?" In Qifeng Mountain, the home of the celestial land of alchemists, 2 beautiful women also gazed into the distance in the direction of the northern part of Bahuang. Half a year had passed since the end of the events in Fortune City. People gradually stopped practicing cultivation after hearing the news. Many people couldn't wait to see what would happen in the future, especially those who had seen the diviner. If it didn't have anything to do with Lin Feng, if it had only been about Long Tang without involving Lin Feng, people wouldn't have cared so much. But, because it was Lin Feng and Long Tang's battle, many people were interested, especially those who had been to Fortune City and had heard what the diviner said about Lin Feng. Everybody wanted to see how strong the cultivator whom the diviner wanted as a disciple had become. Would he really rise in Ba Huang? People from Sword City were also surprised. Could the young master really defeat Long Tang with his celestial dragon body? Would Lin Feng really make Xianxia appear glorious again like when Emperor Wu Tianjian was still there? Lin Feng didn't mind those things. He just wanted to kill Long Tang because of Yuxian and because he had some personal bouts with Long Tang already. Lin Feng went back to Tiantai to practice cultivation. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were outside a palace, looking up at the sky. Clouds were rolling. It seemed like something was happening, but Lin Feng knew that that place was probably hiding something else. The 10th floor. I want to go and see, said Lin Feng while smiling at Meng Qing. Go, said Meng Qing nodding. Lin Feng rose up in the air and pierced through the clouds. Bzzz. Lin Feng rose up as fast as a sword. Boom boom. When Lin Feng pierced through the other side of the clouds, it looked like heaven. However, the energies were terrifyingly oppressive. Slash! Lin Feng pushed aside the energies with just his hands. Kacha! At that moment, everybody in Tiantai sensed an incredible energy. Many people ran out of their palaces and looked at the sky to see a vortex. Lin Feng was in that vortex and looked very tiny. It was as if he could be crushed at any time. However, nothing could stop him now. Slash! Slash! The crowd saw dazzling sword lights as the clouds separated. Lin Feng is cutting the sky. The crowd was astonished. The one who had impressed everyone by climbing the 9 groups of steps had reappeared. The vortex was becoming even more powerful, but Lin Feng still broke through it. Finally, some light shined upon Lin Feng. Everybody understood what that meant. Lin Feng had succeeded. Remember, those who managed to break through the sky would become the Emperor's direct disciple. Finally, Lin Feng's body disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Everybody was wondering where he was. They wanted to see. What was there? Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's living quarters? The living quarters of the Emperor's direct disciples? A holy cultivation place? Everybody tried to guess. But someday, like Lin Feng, they would know. They'd break the sky and become one of the Emperor's direct disciples. Lin Feng rose up and arrived in a different kind of place. He looked calm even though he was amazed. There were no gigantic palaces, no celestial qi, no roaring clouds of qi. There was just emptiness. The sky was blue, the atmosphere was calm. In the distance, there was a gigantic village and the people inside were talking and laughing. It seemed like a wonderful place. There was no battle, no terrifying energy, just positivity and happiness. There were small children whose cultivation levels were low. The strongest one had broken through to the Xianxia layer. What a strange place. Was the vortex a teleportation tunnel? Lin Feng looked behind him. There was a 1,000-year-old tree which looked to be deep-rooted. Lin Feng touched its trunk and smiled. In the distance, inside the village, there was a middle-aged man who looked happy. He was sitting in the sun, sunbathing. He looked calm and happy. His qi was mild. He didn't look that strong. People sometimes passed next to him and they would just smile at him, then he would smile back. Lin Feng slowly walked towards the village. When he arrived next to the middle-aged man, Lin Feng sat down next to him. "Are you disappointed?" asked the middle-aged man calmly, looking up at the sky. "I'm just surprised," said Lin Feng, laughing. "Mister, where are we?" "I think you should modify your wording," said the middle-aged man calmly. Lin Feng stood up and bowed. Teacher, surprisingly you didn't want to call me master," said the middle-aged man, laughing. That middle-aged man was one of the 2 emperors, Emperor Yu. Of course, it's just a name, so it doesn't really matter. Everyone has many teachers in their life. Many people won't ever leave their teacher because they respect them too much. Actually, it doesn't have to be that way. If you think of all your teachers as your masters deep in your heart, let it be that way. Doing things with your heart, that's what's most important, said Emperor Yu. Lin Feng didn't reply, he just sat and listened. But you can also refute everything that I'm telling you. Everybody has different opinions. Everything I say might be wrong for other people, said Emperor Yu as if he were whispering. He didn't talk with insistence. Instead, he turned his head and smiled at Lin Feng. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not very clear sometimes. He didn't look like what Lin Feng would have expected. I understand a little bit, said Lin Feng, smiling wryly. I think you don't understand everything I'm telling you. For example, I'm your teacher. I will guide you on the path of cultivation. I will correct things I think you don't do properly, but everything I tell you might not be precise. Maybe the things I say will be right for me and my own body, but maybe that for you they will be entirely wrong. Therefore, no matter what I tell you, you should always engage in critical thinking. It's like most people think the sky above the sky is a celestial place. In fact, it's just what you have in front of your eyes. You probably want to ask me questions, said Emperor Yu, smiling. Then, he lied down on his stone long chair and looked at the sky. Teacher, last time I saw you, you looked very old. Now you look like a middle-aged man. You clearly changed your appearance. It's caused by cultivation. Maybe the next time you meet me, I'll look like a young man, just like you. Caused by cultivation, whispered Lin Feng. Then he said, What brought me to you? Lin Feng had wanted to ask that for a long time, and now he was finally meeting the Emperor in person. Show me your sword, said Emperor Yu. Even though Lin Feng didn't understand what his intention were, he had his Tianji sword appear. It was then floating in front of him. Not bad. It became so strong. Emperor Yu caressed the sword and gave it back to Lin Feng. He smiled and said, How's Tianji, that old dude? Is he all right? Tianji. Lin Feng frowned and stared at Emperor Yu. After a while, he relaxed and smiled wryly. Seems like things are chaotic. Nothing is chaotic. It's just that everyone makes different choices, said Emperor Yu, shaking his head. Everybody makes their own choices. Back then, Emperor Shi and I left Tianqi and decided to walk our own path. If a disciple leaves Tianqi and comes to Bahuang, I'll help them, but they'll still have to make their own decisions and walk on their own path. Just like your 9 fellow disciples and you. Last time we sent Qinglin to Ganyu because we could never really forget about Tianqi. We organized a recruitment process for the first time, so we wanted to see if someone from Tianqi would come or not. Would there be disciples who are similar to us? If you hadn't come, no problem, but since you're here, of course we feel closer. Of course, if you hadn't taken such great efforts, I wouldn't have insisted either. Becoming an emperor was difficult. It was a complex path with many obstacles. Those walking on the path to become an emperor had to have many enemies and had to kill many people. Even with some help, people still had to make their own decisions. For example, emperors couldn't directly teach every single disciple. They couldn't care about every single thing happening in Tiantai. They couldn't get angry because someone had been killed outside. Those things were not problems for them. Could they manage and handle dozens of thousands of disciples directly and take care of all their problems? That was impossible. He would have to isolate himself from the world. Did you understand what I just told you? Asked Emperor Yu, smiling at Lin Feng. I understand, said Lin Feng, nodding. You don't, said Emperor Yu, shaking his head and smiling. Lin Feng looked confused again. I told you, everything that I say is not necessarily true for you. For example, when I became an emperor, all my family members were already dead, so I wasn't attached to anyone emotionally. That's why I could isolate myself from the world. But what about you? You're young. If someday you become an emperor, will you not be worried about your family anymore? Lin Feng smiled wryly. Emperor Yu was challenging him. Do you understand now? Asked Emperor Yu again. I understood, said Lin Feng, smiling. What did you understand? Lin Feng looked at the emperor calmly and said, Everybody has their own destiny, their own path. Your path is not my path. I must listen to my heart to find my own path. All right, you already understand what life will be like after becoming a Zun cultivator, said Emperor Yu. Life after becoming a Zun cultivator? Whispered Lin Feng. Indeed, after becoming a Zun cultivator, you'll walk on your own path and nobody will be able to help you anymore. You will have to teach yourself and see what's the best for you, said Emperor Yu calmly. Lin Feng suddenly understood everything Emperor Yu had told him and why he was telling him those things. Is Emperor Shi here? Asked Lin Feng. He's also walking his own path. I heard that Emperor Shi's precious stone is with you now. Now you possess the two treasures which belong to me and Emperor Shi, said Emperor Yu smiling. He was lying on the stone chair, looking at the sky and chatting. In the past, he used to be Tianji Peak's leader and Emperor Shi used to be Tianxian Peak's leader. The Tianji sword and the Tianxian stone used to belong to them. Let's go see your fellow disciples, said Emperor Yu to Lin Feng. Then, he stood up, put his hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and shook it. The space around them was suddenly distorted and they disappeared. After Emperor Yu and Lin Feng left, there was a footprint where they just were. It looked strange, as if it were changing every second. Emperor Yu and Lin Feng arrived in a city. It looked like a normal city where cultivators weren't so strong, where cultivators were only ordinary. In Lin Feng's field of vision, there was a monk begging alms, patiently knocking at each door. Even when people kicked him out, he continued smiling. It was difficult to imagine that the beggar was an incredible cultivator who could destroy that place. Qi Air is practicing Buddhist cultivation and the Buddha golden body transformation. He has to be extremely determined while pursuing that path, said Emperor Yu indifferently. Then they disappeared again. Lin Feng sensed a different qi. It was a terrifying qi. Now they were on a battlefield. There were many Zun cultivators fighting and it was terrifying. All of them seemed like they could destroy the world. There was someone there, a cultivator in black clothes soaked with blood and holding a sword. It was the first Zun cultivator of Tiantai, Wuxia. Wuxia is a killer, so killing is his path, said Emperor Yu. Then they disappeared again and appeared in the sky place again. The atmosphere was calm. It was as if they had never left. Emperor Yu went back onto his long stone chair and lied down again. He smiled and said, "Everybody is different. Muchen follows his heart's desires. He doesn't constantly look for opportunities. He is able to adapt himself to different circumstances and he feels at home wherever he is. The cultivation world is even more complex than I thought," whispered Lin Feng. The emperor had just taken him to a battlefield where there were so many Zun cultivators. What was that place? "Teacher, what if my fellow disciple died on the battlefield?" asked Lin Feng. "He makes his own choices," said Emperor Yu calmly. "In the Ba Huang province, influential people come out all the time to fight, but emperors don't mind. It's normal. Unless another emperor comes out, emperors tend to keep to themselves. Otherwise, how else would emperors allow their disciples to grow up? This world is a bit chaotic." Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds and nodded in a profound way. There were rules. If emperors came out to solve everybody's problems, disciples wouldn't learn for themselves. Emperors would end up destroying everything and then each other. That would be the end of the world. "Lin Feng, now you have already broken through to the 7th Tian Qi layer, and you will soon break through to the Zun Qi layer. You have to think carefully. What do you want to become in the future?" Emperor Yu said in a deep and profound way. "Some grand talents mature slowly. It doesn't mean they're suddenly enlightened and understand everything about cultivation. It means that they've found what was best for them. Some not-so-talented people progress extremely quickly, and some very talented people, after breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, progress very slowly because they walk on the wrong path. In such cases, they have to walk back and start from scratch again. What you do as a Zun cultivator determines your future, so it's extremely important." Lin Feng remained silent for a few seconds. Then he looked at Emperor Yu and said, "Teacher, what do you think is good for me?" "I don't know. You have to find it yourself," said Emperor Yu, shaking his head. "In Fortune City, you met some people, for example Yiren Lei from the Heavens of Desire's palace. Her cultivation will always be about the 6 sexual desires, so she's stuck in samsara. Her path is the wrong one and she'll probably never be able to change it. Same applies to Zhong Renyu from the Church of Desire who has chosen to be evil. He'll always be evil even though it's not his path. Some people walk on the path of desires, others on the path of mercilessness, some in the human world, and some others on the path of violence. Everyone has their own way to become an emperor and reach the clouds. Lin Feng listened calmly. Lin Feng realized that breaking through to the Zun Qi layer would determine the rest of his life. I heard you challenged Long Tang from Tianlong Divine Castle, said Emperor Yu smiling in a resplendent way. Even though he was in the sky above the sky, he seemed to know a lot about what was going on outside. Indeed, a battle to death, said Lin Feng nodding. I'll show you Long Tang, said Emperor Yu smiling. Suddenly, they were both in a small world. Emperor Yu had created it as to not to disturb the people who were living there peacefully. Emperor Yu performed a knife hand strike with his hand, and it seemed like a road appeared in front of him. There were stars all around, and it was beautiful. A mirror appeared, and there was a terrifying and aggressive person in that mirror. He was sitting cross-legged and had dragon scales all over his body. Long Tang. Lin Feng was astonished. The emperor had a technique which enabled him to see what other people were doing. At that moment, Long Tang's dragon blood was flowing throughout his entire body and modifying his flesh and muscles. Even though he was motionless, he looked ferocious. Lin Feng suddenly sensed a terrifying energy move towards him. He felt like he was suffocating. Kacha! A sound spread in the air. The stars broke. The silhouette disappeared and Lin Feng sensed that the oppressive energies had disappeared. Was that an emperor? Asked Lin Feng petrified. It was Emperor Tianlong. I used the star mirror to show you Long Tang and Emperor Tianlong sensed it, so he broke my technique, said Emperor Yu calmly as if he had been talking about something normal. But actually, for Emperor Tianlong it was really something small this time. He knew that the two emperors and Emperor Tianlong were not good friends. Maybe things like that happened all the time between them, but most people didn't know about it. Ordinary people couldn't imagine what the world of emperors was like. Most people in Tiantai thought that their powerful Zun-level disciples practiced cultivation in the sky above the sky, but in fact they all did different things and in different locations. They were all walking their own path. Long Tang is in the mysterious dragon world of Tianlong Divine Castle, and Emperor Tianlong thinks highly of him. Emperor Tianlong wants Long Tang to become a real dragon while keeping his human body. However, when Long Tang comes out, he'll be monstrously strong. If he manages to reach you with just one of his attacks, he'll easily destroy you. It seems like Tianlong Divine Castle wants to use my life to show how strong they are. Lin Feng smiled wryly. His way of seeing things were a bit too simple. Long Tang had a celestial dragon body, and that battle would attract people from everywhere in Bahuang. That battle wasn't only about Lin Feng and Long Tang, it was about Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle. Tianlong Divine Castle wouldn't allow Long Tang to lose. Tianlong Divine Castle hasn't had many geniuses recently, and now that Long Tang has appeared, they think have attached a lot of importance to him. All the other groups of influence are like that, but many others have more geniuses than just one. But Tianlong Divine Castle just has Long Tang at the moment, said Emperor Yu. He apparently didn't think highly of Tianlong Divine Castle. Teacher, what about Tiantai? Asked Lin Feng smiling. Within 50 years, Tiantai will amaze the entire province of Bahuang. Maybe even more, said Emperor Yu smiling. He was confident because he had faith in Tiantai. There weren't many disciples in Tiantai, but the direct disciples, including Lin Feng and Wuxia, were terrifyingly strong. Are you confident you can win against Long Tang? Asked Emperor Yu. Lin Feng looked at him, smiled and nodded. He had to destroy Long Tang. All right, when you are about to break through to the Zun Qi layer, I will help you modify your body too. I can't wait, said Emperor Yu smiling. Lin Feng had faith in his own abilities, so the Emperor did too. Even if Long Tang had a celestial dragon body, so what? Go back to your palace and practice cultivation hard, said the Emperor to Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned around and put his hand on the ancient tree again. He felt the pure qi flowing in its trunk. Lin Feng was then absorbed by the tree and appeared in the sky above Tiantai. Lin Feng immediately went to his palace and started practicing cultivation. A while after, the news spread that Xianxia had finished practicing cultivation this time. She had managed to break through to the Zun Qi layer. In less than a year, she had gone from the 7th Tian Qi layer to the Zun Qi layer. That was a meteoric progress. Everybody knew about her in the Bahuang province now. Even more people were wondering if Xianxia had a special body or something particular to help her practice cultivation. What had happened to her? Had she discovered that she had a special body? At the same time, the news spread that Longtang was about to break through to the Zun Qi layer. It was the last step before he'd have a real dragon body. Some people said that Tianlong Divine Castle was just showing off. Some others really believed that Longtang had changed. Otherwise, why would they have been so confident? At the same time, the news spread that Lei, one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, had practiced her Kamadhatu, the 6 heavens of desire and passion skill, to a crucial point. Lei might stop studying the 6 sexual desires. This news annoyed a lot of suitors. Who had told her to do that? She was one of the 4 most beautiful women in the province. In the southern part of Bahuang, Fu He had left his mountain and was running towards the northern part of Bahuang as if he had been chased by someone. Not far from Fu He, there was a Taoist monk who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He shouted, "You're not bad. I just want to have you as my 381st disciple. That's all. It'd be a great honor for you." Fu He stumbled when he heard that and fell down from the sky. Countless strong cultivators from Bahuang were going to the border between the western part of Bahuang and the northern part of Bahuang. The battle between the 2 young men from Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle would be a rising point for one of them. Although slow, the news spread that Lin Feng had also seen the diviner in Fortune City. The crowd guessed that maybe the diviner had told Lin Feng he'd become an emperor too. But they were just guessing. Only Lin Feng and those who were there knew what the diviner had told him. Lin Feng and Xianxia had already become the most dazzling cultivators in the northern part of Bahuang. Soon after, in the western part of Bahuang, news spread that Longtang had broken through to the Zun Qi layer and that 10 days later, he would meet Lin Feng on Qi Tianshan Mountain to fight. Tiantai was particularly and strangely calm. Did Tiantai have no confidence? Did they think they were going to lose that battle? Lin Feng from Tiantai, with the strength of the 7th Tian Qi layer, had defeated a Zun cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle and astonished everyone in the northern part of Bahuang. 3 days after, many people had already arrived in Qi Tianshan. Some of those people were riding dragon-driven carriages, and they looked both majestic and domineering. Boom, boom, boom. The carriages arrived at the top of Qi Tianshan's mountain. Dust flew around and rumbling sounds trembled in the ground. They looked like incredible warriors. Then, a carriage exploded and Longtang appeared. Longtang was wearing a red dragon robe and he looked particularly majestic and domineering. He was 7 days early, so he looked in Tiantai's direction. "In 7 days, I'll cut your head and stick it at the top of Qi Tianshan's mountain," said Longtang, whose voice spread all around in the region. He wanted to humiliate Tiantai with that sentence. Lin Feng wouldn't have the opportunity to become stronger. He was going to die. During those 7 days, a myriad of people arrived. Longtang was sitting cross-legged. His qi kept changing. Now he had the qi of a dragon. In the past, he used his physical strength to modify his body, but now he was much stronger and actually knew how to transform. He just had to roar once and he could make the ground shake violently. At that moment, Longtang was at the top of the main mountain range in Qi Tianshan. There were seats and one young man who looked particularly extraordinary appeared. Even though he looked extraordinary, his seat wasn't at the front or anything, he just stood there, looking ordinary. It was the most outstanding young man from the Sunset Pavilion, Bai Qiu Luo. Bai Qiu Luo has also broken through to the Zun Qi layer, thought many people amazed. After Fortune City, those who had seen the diviner were all becoming strong. In less than a year, many of the 10 strongest cultivators were already breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, which proved they weren't any weaker than Longtang. Bai Qiu Luo practices 10,000 transformation abstruse energies. I wonder who's stronger between him and Longtang, thought many people. Long Tongue was rising. Maybe he wasn't an exception with his personality and aggressiveness. He was standing at the front. Tut, what about the girl with the celestial body and the one with the phoenix body? What about Jun Emoshi who had the imperial immortal body? Hadn't the list of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province changed? Xiu Xian is here too. She's so beautiful. The crowd saw a girl who was standing there looking indifferent, but very beautiful. Xiu Xian was even more beautiful now than in the past. As the rumors said, she had also broken through to the Zunqi layer. Fu Hei is here too, one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province. But Fu Hei didn't look happy. His face was extremely dark. A short time after Fu Hei arrived, a Taoist monk had bullied him, but then he stopped paying attention to Fu Hei and started paying attention to Long Tang instead. Little bastard, that guy has become strong. I wonder how strong you've become, thought the Taoist monk. Lin Feng couldn't be much weaker than Long Ting now, right? What a beautiful woman. I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life, said someone gazing into the distance. There was a woman smiling in a resplendent way, making it difficult to look elsewhere. Ren Lei, her Kamadhatu, the 6 heavens of desire and passion skill has become even stronger. We can't even look at her, otherwise we'll go insane, thought some weaker cultivators. They couldn't stop looking at her though, one of the 4 most beautiful women of the province. So many strong cultivators came, even some of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, thought the crowd amazed. So many people were interested in Long Tongue? They didn't know that most of them hadn't come for Long Tongue, but for Lin Feng because the diviner had predicted the best future for Lin Feng. How strong was he going to be? Such a great battle could also influence any of them. In a small village not far from Qi Tianshan, people had their heads raised and were looking at the top of Qi Tianshan's highest peak. There they could see the best young disciple of Tianlong Divine Castle. Alone, he could easily destroy their village. Master, that's the strongest young man of Tianlong Divine Castle, right? Asked Yishui when she saw that aggressive-looking man in the horizon. They had been afraid that someone would come again, so they had been hiding the whole time. Thus, they hadn't heard much about the outside world. Recently, many strong cultivators had appeared not far from their village, and they were terrified. Later, they had learnt that there would be a battle between the 2 most outstanding young men of Tianlong Divine Castle and Tiantai. Very strong, he could easily destroy our village. It's a Zun cultivator and a very strong one at that, said the master nodding. His opponent must be extremely strong too. It will be a genius from Tiantai. I wonder if he looks as aggressive, said Yishui. Maybe he's a delicate young man instead, whispered the master. He had heard that Long Tang's opponent was called Lin Feng. Of course, he couldn't be sure that it was the Lin Feng they knew. A delicate young man. Yishui laughed and said, how's that possible? Such strong young men can't be delicate. They must be extremely aggressive, brutal and violent like those people last time. Sigh. The master sighed, smiled and said, you forgot that the one who killed them was a delicate young man. Everybody couldn't wait to see the young man from Tiantai arrive. The winner of that battle would amaze the whole province. In the distance, a sword soon arrived and it was moving towards Qi Tianshan while emitting actual whistling sounds. At the top of Qi Tianshan, Long Tongue suddenly opened his eyes. In the distance, thunders were emitting blasting sounds and a sword was whistling sharply. He's almost here. The crowd gazed into the distance. Lin Feng hadn't arrived, but they could already see sword energies dashing to the skies. Lin Feng was wearing a fur robe and he had an ancient sword on his back. He also looked calm. Behind him were his friends from Tiantai. That battle wasn't only between Lin Feng and Long Tang, it was between Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle. So obviously Tiantai's people came too. Long Tang's silhouette flickered and dodged the sharp sword energies. The crowd saw the gigantic sword stabbing the ground in the mountain, creating a large canyon. How terrifying, thought the crowd. 8th Tianqi layer, he finally leveled up. Since Fortune City, Lin Feng had only leveled up once. Xiu Xian looked at him. She shivered, but quickly calmed down again as if all this had nothing to do with her. Lei smiled in a resplendent way when she saw Lin Feng. She had heard that Lin Feng only had the strength of the 7th Tian Qi layer when he had challenged Long Tongue. Now that he had broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer, would he be able to defeat him? In the small village, many people raised their heads and saw Lin Feng. The opponent of the strongest young man from Tianlong Divine Castle was Lin Feng. That was Lin Feng who had spent entire days with them. The calm and serene young man. "Uncle Lin," said Xiao Chun when he saw Lin Feng. He started running, but the master grabbed him and said, "Little friend, it will be a great and terrifying battle, so you can't get near. Besides, it is extremely far away, you wouldn't be able to make it there." "Master, can Uncle Lin defeat that bad guy?" asked Xiao Qin. "He can. Lin Feng is very strong," said Yi Shui before the master had time to reply. She was nervous. That young and delicate young man was the best young disciple of Tian Tai. "8th Tian Qi layer, finally you came to die," said Long Teng. "Humph." Lin Feng remained silent. "Today I will kill you, and on another day, I'll kill all the disciples from Tian Tai," said Long Tongue. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a greedy dragon who wanted to eat Lin Feng alive. Long Tongue descended from the sky and landed inside the canyon that Lin Feng's sword had dug. He roared fiercely like a dragon. Then he raised his hand and picked up a gigantic piece of the mountain. Long Tongue's physical body is now terrifying, thought the crowd. Their hearts were racing and they were nervous. Long Tongue then threw that piece of mountain at Lin Feng. Humph! Lin Feng moved forwards. He didn't try to avoid that piece of mountain. Lin Feng's heart was as calm as water. He was in symbiosis with the earth. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and around Lin Feng. An infinite amount of sword energies appeared. Dazzling swords appeared which fusing together with pure sunfire. Humph! Lin Feng took another step and the infinite number of sword energies followed him. He then ran towards Long Tongue. "Die!" shouted Long Tongue furiously. His bestial chi dashed to the skies. The piece of mountain moved towards Lin Feng's sword energies, and the sword energies quickly reduced the piece of mountain into pieces, but some pieces were still quite large and were still moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped again. The ground shook and thunders emitted blasting sounds. He raised his fist and punched the pieces of mountain moving towards him. Those mountain pieces exploded with each punch. At the same time, Long Tongue raised his fist and jumped towards Lin Feng. Roar! It was as if an ancient dragon had thrown itself at Lin Feng. Long Tongue appeared in front of Lin Feng and stretched his dragon-scaled hand out towards him. Lin Feng had the impression that 1,000,000 tons of energy were crashing on him. It was as if Long Tongue wanted to crush Lin Feng, relying solely on his physical strength. Lin Feng was fearless as purple thunders invaded the sky. Then he too punched the air in Long Tang's direction. Lin Feng moved like the wind. He looked calm to everyone else, but he was thinking that Long Tang's physical strength had become incredible. Even though he used thunderous energies to increase his physical strength, he still had a ways to go before being as strong as Long Tang in terms of physical strength. But Long Tang's arm shook when he collided against Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng wasn't as strong as him in terms of physical strength, he was also had abstruse energies which he had condensed in his fists. Even though he had only broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer, he was terrifying as well. If he didn't kill Lin Feng now, Lin Feng would become too strong for him to deal with in the future. "I'm now a Zun cultivator. I condensed my blood and can now transform it into its own abstruse energies. It can take a myriad of forms, so how do you intend to fight me?" said Long Tongue aggressively. He was wearing his dragon armor, coupled with his powerful physical body. His dragon armor was even better than a low-level holy amour. Lin Feng shook his hand and condensed a sword. Then sword energies whistled and dashed to the skies. His sword in his hand seemed like it could destroy the heavens. Long Tongue punched the air in front of him again. Wind and thunder attack. A sword appeared in Lin Feng's hand. The sounds it emitted were the same sounds that wind and thunder emitted. It collided with Long Teng's hand and a terrifying explosion sounded. Long Teng's arm didn't feel like a human hand anymore. It was solid like stone, or something more dense than stone even. "Destroy!" shouted Long Tongue furiously. His dragon claws moved forwards this time. Lin Feng's sword streaked across the sky with an incredible speed. Blasting sounds resonated and all the dragon claws broke. Boom, boom, boom! The dragon arm continued falling from the sky and Lin Feng could sense the oppressive energies. Desolate Xana, said Lin Feng. He started releasing dazzling and deadly sword energies. Slash! Slash! Sharp sounds appeared, along with a wound in the dragon arm. Long Tongue's blood was boiling. Long Tongue's face turned deathly pale, but he continued releasing fierce and dense energies. He shook his arm and a powerful blood strength started circulating. In a flash, his wound had healed. Bestial blood ebullition. His blood started boiling and rising. Long Tongue looked even more like an animal. Dragon scales gradually appeared everywhere on his body. Roar! He opened his mouth, raised his head and roared loudly. His head looked like the head of a dragon now. The earth was shaking, craters were appearing in the ground, and a terrifying strength had surrounded Lin Feng's body. But Lin Feng destroyed those pieces of rock with his sword. A red strength emerged and turned into a cage, which moved towards Lin Feng. Nirvana Suinya Destruction. Lin Feng cut through the cage instantly. Couldn't imprison Lin Feng. Long Tongue landed again and punched the air in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng shouted furiously and lacerated the air in Long Tongue's direction with his sword. Long Tongue blocked the sword with his arms, but wounds appeared. Roar! Long Tongue shouted furiously, making Lin Feng tremble. A terrifying red strength moved again towards Lin Feng. This time it was as if a gigantic dragon who wanted to eat Lin Feng. Long Tongue's spirit had now fused together with his blood strength. It wasn't a spirit which emerged from his back like before. Die! Shouted Lin Feng. He unsheathed his dazzling Tianji sword, which then streaked across the sky and moved towards the dragon's mouth. Slash! Slash! Destructive purple thunders engulfed the sky and then powerful lightning struck the dragon's mouth. The dragon's mouth exploded and turned to void. Lin Feng's Tianji sword seemed like it could cut through anything like it was cutting through butter. It continued moving towards Long Tongue while releasing purple lighting at him. Long Tongue's face became rigid. How come that sword was so powerful? Round dragon shield! Shouted Long Tongue furiously. An ancient shield appeared in front of him, and there was an ancient dragon drawn on it. Crackling and explosions sounded in the air. The Tianji sword crashed onto the shield and stopped. However, it continued releasing energies which pushed the shield back. Long Tongue firmly held his shield, but he looked exhausted. His face was turning deathly pale. You have such a strong physical body. Surprisingly, Tianlong Divine Castle also gave you a high-level holy weapon. Were they that scared that I could hurt you? Lin Feng's Tianji sword was floating above him. With the round dragon shield, Tianlong Divine Castle proved that they were not that confident that Long Tongue could easily defeat Lin Feng. Long Tongue's physical strength was already astonishing, and with that shield, they were almost certain that Long Tongue wouldn't die. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed his Tianji sword. Sword chi condensed and then dashed to the skies. Lin Feng continued moving forwards. The ground was shaking with each step he took. No matter what holy weapon you possess, I will kill you today, said Lin Feng coldly. His sword seemed like it was dancing in the sky. Thunderous energies were rolling in waves. It seemed like those sword lights could destroy mountains and even oceans. It descended from the sky towards Long Tongue's shield. Suddenly, it was as if the round dragon shield had come to life. It rose up towards the sword lights to block them. Rumbling sounds spread in the air and the crowd heard a dragon chant. Long Tongue's arm felt numb. However, at that moment, an incredibly sharp chi surrounded Long Tongue. Lin Feng was moving like the wind as he released more sword chi and used his desolate Xana skill to annihilate everything in his path. The Tianji sword was alive and possessed multiple souls. His desolate Xana skill was much more powerful with his Tianji sword in hand than when he did it without. Arg! Lin Feng's sword descended from the sky. Dragon illusions moved to block it, but the sword destroyed everything in its path. Long Tongue's arm grew larger as he moved his fist towards the sword lights to block it, but blood splashed. Long Tongue's entire body crackled and his real arm appeared. He was seriously wounded. Long Tongue immediately used his blood strength to heal. Lin Feng didn't give him much time to recover though. He used his Desolate Xana skill again. Long Tongue's round dragon shield was extremely solid. It was as if a real dragon was imbued inside it. However, Lin Feng's Desolate Xana skill also seemed indestructible, for it had the same power as a high-level holy weapon. Long Tongue coughed. Lin Feng's Tianji sword had wounded his spirit, which was now a part of his blood strength. His soul had been injured too. He couldn't completely heal and fight at the same time. Kacha! Terrifying thunders blasted. Long Tongue sensed thunderous energies piercing through his round dragon shield and moving towards him. Then the lightning struck him and he felt paralyzed. Blood transformation, bestial metamorphosis, shouted Long Tongue, whose eyes were almost completely red now. He released blood chi which dashed to the skies. Long Tongue was turning into a red dragon, and now 2 dragons were staring down at Lin Feng. The round dragon shield and Long Tongue. If the list of the 10 strongest cultivators doesn't change, Long Tongue will surely become one of them, thought the crowd. Long Tongue had already changed a lot. In fact, he was completely different than before. If Long Tongue hadn't changed, then Lin Feng would have killed him in one sword strike. Nothing will happen to Uncle Lin Feng, said Xiao Chun in the small village. He looked nervous. Uncle Lin Feng was fighting against a dragon. He will be fine. That's not a real dragon. That's just a transformation, said Yishui, who understood a little about cultivation. Long Tongue had successfully transformed into a dragon, and he was holding his round dragon shield in front of him. He looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way and said, "I will crush you to mush and eat you." Lin Feng's Tianji sword stabbed the ground. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the dragon. After composing himself, he took out his sword from the ground and slowly walked forwards. The dragon was looking at Lin Feng in a despising way, but Lin Feng looked calm. Long Tongue suddenly felt cold. "I have a dragon body, my blood abstruse energies and my absorbing abstruse energies fused together with it. Even if you're strong, you don't stand a chance. I'll eat you alive when I'm done with you," said Long Tongue. Then he roared and threw himself at Lin Feng again. Blood-red lights illuminated the area, and Lin Feng could feel just how incredibly oppressive they were. "He's going to eat Lin Feng alive. I can sense the energies," thought the crowd, shivering. Long Tongue had turned into a dragon and wanted to eat Lin Feng alive like an animal. At that moment, the crowd couldn't see Lin Feng anymore, for he was enveloped in those red lights. Lin Feng stopped and raised his head. Sword lights emerged from his eyes, which seemed like they could pierce through anything. The dragon's eyes suddenly felt sore. "I will cut your head and spit it out," said Long Tongue ferociously. Lin Feng was wrapped up in his blood energies now. "Is that so?" whispered Lin Feng. He put his sword in the ground again and said coldly, "Desolate explosion! Slash, slash." In a flash, the ground started crackling. Thunderous energies invaded the skies. Fire and destructive desolate energies came from below. They fused together in Lin Feng's sword and moved in all directions. Slash! Those bloodlights slowly cracked. If anyone could see the dragon's eyes right then, they would know that he was in pain. "Die!" shouted Long Tongue furiously. Blood energies moved ahead, but Lin Feng still looked calm and serene. Long Tongue didn't feel safe when Lin Feng looked that way. "Empty space bestial illusion technique," said Lin Feng. Empty space energy surrounded them, sealing both of them inside. Long Tongue was surprised. Lin Feng had confined both of them inside an empty space. Was he that confident that he could kill him? "Frenzy!" shouted Long Tongue. At the same time, Lin Feng said, "Blood curse!" At that moment, Long Tongue was petrified. His dragon blood became cursed as it gradually dried up and corroded. Lin Feng wasn't controlling his Tianji sword anymore. It was releasing its desolate energies on its own, unceasingly. Coupled with the cursing energies, the dragon body was starting to crack under the pressure. "No! Arg!" Long Tongue started shaking violently. How come? How could Lin Feng curse his blood so effectively? Lin Feng raised his head, he looked calm and serene. Long Tongue's facial muscles twitched as if he understood what Lin Feng wanted to do. Lin Feng said coldly, "Even though my sword attacks are extremely powerful, I am not just an expert at using swords. I told you that today, even though you've broken through to the Zun Qi layer, I will kill you." Lin Feng grabbed his Tianji sword again and jumped towards the dragon's head. "No!" shouted Long Tongue hoarsely. A wound appeared on Long Tongue's throat and blood spilled out. Lin Feng rose up in the air. This time he wanted to destroy Long Tongue. Slash. However, at that moment, form in the dragon's third eye, a dazzling light appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng ran back as fast as he could. Godly Awareness Palace. Lights emerged from Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying strength crash onto his Godly Awareness Palace, making seem like it was going to break. Boom! Rumbling sounds spread in the air again. Lin Feng sensed someone else's Godly Awareness along with Long Tongue's. Someone had attacked at the most crucial moment. Bastard! Lin Feng sensed his soul shake violently. Tianlong Divine Castle was so shameless. They interfered to help Long Tongue. They wouldn't let Long Tongue die. Lin Feng's Godly Awareness was extremely powerful, and he had learnt how to use the Godly Awareness Palace. That kind of strength was enigmatic. If his Godly Awareness hadn't been so strong, he would have died instantly. Bzzz. Lin Feng moved back in his empty space bestial illusion technique, and he recalled his Godly Awareness Palace to protect his third eye. If his Godly Awareness broke, he would die. Long Tongue was lying on the ground. Lin Feng's attack had still hit his body somewhat. He was soaked with blood and his body was riddled with gaping wounds. He had almost died. Long Tongue lost. The crowd was astonished. They looked at Lin Feng, the winner. He had killed Shen Yuan. He had killed a Zun cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle, and now he had defeated Long Tongue. Nobody could prevent him from rising, including Long Tongue. What a beast, thought the crowd. If one of the strongest cultivators of the province had killed Long Tongue, they wouldn't have been that surprised. But because it was Lin Feng, they were besides themselves in amazement. Long Tongue had a dragon body and had just broken through to the Zun Qi layer. What about Lin Feng? He had just broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer. What if they had been of the same level? What if Lin Feng had been a Zun cultivator as well? What it meant was there was a huge difference between Lin Feng and Long Tongue. Lin Feng would probably astonish the entire province a few years later. What about the great Oriental Greenfinch Rock? What about Kong Ming the Buddhist monk? What about Yiren Lei from the Heavens of Desire's palace? Even though Long Tongue had lost, Lin Feng hadn't managed to kill him. It was as if he had been pushed away. Golden dragon claws appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. They were dazzling. Lin Feng raised his sword, but the dragon claws seemed alive. It passed next to Lin Feng and quickly circled around towards his third eye. The dragon claws were so fast that the crowd couldn't even see them clearly. That's... The crowd was surprised. That wasn't energy. If it had been energy, Lin Feng would have died already. That was Godly Awareness. Tianlong Divine Castle. Those bastards, thought the crowd. They understood what was happening. That couldn't be Long Tongue's Godly Awareness. Long Tongue's cultivation level was slightly higher than Lin Feng's, but he couldn't compete in terms of Godly Awareness. That was thus the Godly Awareness of a strong cultivator from Tianlong Divine Castle. He was using his Godly Awareness to protect Long Tongue, and on top of that he was trying to kill Lin Feng. His Godly Awareness was as fast as lightning. Lin Feng condensed sword energies in his hand and performed a hand knife strike to block it, but it didn't work. The Godly Awareness pierced through and moved towards his third eye. Lin Feng released his Godly Awareness Palace again. He was petrified of the results. Explosions sounded. The crowd was astonished. Not only did Tianlong Divine Castle want to protect Tianlong, but they also wanted to kill him. Bzzz. Bzzz. Silhouettes flickered. When Tiantai's people saw what was going on, they came out and rose up in the air towards the summit of Qi Tianshan Mountain. The leader of the group was Wuxia, and he was releasing terrifying desolate energies. However, at the same time, the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle also moved and rose up in the air. Wuxia took out a talisman and he wanted to break it. He knew it was getting dangerous, but the problem was that the people he wanted to call were too far away. They'd have to hold out for them to arrive. I can't stand seeing this anymore. A Taoist monk moved towards Lin Feng. People were fighting on his sides and the mountain was crumbling apart. The Taoist monk didn't stop the battle. However, he suddenly turned around and released fire energies to attack someone by surprise. That person's body was hit by the fire and his organs exploded. He had tried to block the attack, but someone from Tiantai punched his head and it exploded too. Good heavens! The Tiantai monk had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if nothing had happened. Tiantai's Zun cultivators looked surprised. Fu Hei's mouth twitched. He was evil himself, but that Taoist monk seemed even sleer than him sometimes. Xianxia considered himself a great emperor, so those people were nothing for Hai. With that mindset, he didn't mind being cruel. Lei smiled in a resplendent way. She was always smiling. Tianlong Divine Castle is doomed and Tiantai will rise. A terrifying group of influence is going to disappear, whispered Lei. That battle had attracted people from everywhere. The fact that strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle had not only tried to help Long Tong, but had also tried to kill Lin Feng proved that they didn't have many other geniuses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have resorted to such despicable means. Xian was on another peak watching, but as soon as she saw trouble, she threw herself towards Lin Feng. Many people were moving towards him, both wanting to kill and help him. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged, condensing his godly awareness in his consciousness. His godly awareness palace was protecting him from the dragon claw's godly awareness which kept attacking him. His godly awareness palace seemed like it was going to break, however, Lin Feng managed to heal it back again and again. The Sky Palace? What's the date tonight? Lin Feng used his soul strength and his surplus souls technique to fix his godly awareness palace. He couldn't die now. Lin Feng secretly thanked Xianxia in his head. He had taught him the godly awareness palace, so he had indirectly saved his life. The one who was attacking Lin Feng with his godly awareness was probably a medium or high-level Zun cultivator. Lin Feng's head kept shaking violently. He had the feeling he wouldn't be able to hold much longer. A terrifying strength emerged and moved towards Lin Feng. However, at that same moment, Xianxia arrived and blocked the attack. Die! Shouted that strong cultivator, throwing himself at Xianxia. That girl had just broken through to the Zun Qi layer and thought she could compete with him. She was insane. Xianxia punched the air in his direction and pale lights appeared, shining down on the Zun cultivator's body. He felt petrified, as if he was going to freeze. Xianxia's energies were piercingly cold. Ice-cold, merciless energies. The Zun cultivator was surprised. He had broken through to the Zun Qi layer for 7-8 years already, and those energies were still quite powerful, enough so that he could barely move. His blood slowly stopped flowing. Then he saw a moon. That cold crescent moon descended from the sky and moved towards him. He dodged, but suddenly he was petrified. Blood slowly started trickling out of his third eye. One strike and he was dead. It seems like it was true. Xianxia must have a special body which was awakened when she was in Fortune City, thought the crowd. Two geniuses had appeared in the northern part of Bahuang. Well, at least if Lin Feng didn't die, that is. At the top of the mountain, even more strong cultivators were appearing. The crowd in the surroundings were amazed by all those strong cultivators. Xianxia landed in front of Lin Feng and fought off a few Zun cultivators. At the same time, Xianxia also arrived and whispered, "Little girl, I'm going to attack the godly awareness that's killing Lin Feng. Help me by watching my back." Xianxia then moved in front of Lin Feng and opened his third eye. A golden light moved into Lin Feng's godly awareness. The dragon godly awareness was bombarded Lin Feng's godly awareness palace even faster. But Lin Feng's godly awareness palace was still holding up. Along with the golden, fire godly awareness, a voice rang in Lin Feng's head. "Little bastard, be thankful." If I hadn't taught you how to use the Godly Awareness Palace, you'd be dead already. But those bastards from Tianlong Divine Castle also attacked you. How cruel, said Xianxia as if he was in the mood to chat. The Golden Fire Godly Awareness then protected Lin Feng's Godly Awareness. It flew throughout Lin Feng's consciousness to protect every side of his Godly Awareness. Who are you? Said a voice furiously. I'm the Flame Emperor Yen Di, said Xianxia. Boom boom! The dragon claws grabbed the Golden Fire Godly Awareness head-on. But Xianxia's Godly Awareness was very resilient. Now that you know my secret, do you think I will let you off? You're too optimistic, said Xianxia arrogantly. A thread of Godly Awareness emerged. Xianxia had to destroy the enemy's Godly Awareness, and then he would never know what had happened. You're not from Tiantai, why attack? You'll die, said the owner of the Godly Awareness in a cold way. Xianxia laughed coldly and said, You're ridiculous. Just die. Boom! Terrifying flames burnt and a horrible shriek spread in their consciousness. Then Xianxia said, You dared confront me. You will die tragically for your sins. Bzzz. The Golden Claw's Godly Awareness fell apart and turned to ashes. Xianxia thought it was cruel that a Zun cultivator had helped Long Tang and attacked Lin Feng. But lucky for you, I appeared. I'm such a peerless cultivator. I'm a hero, said Xianxia satisfied. He didn't know that Xian was blocking 3 Zun cultivators at that moment. While Xianxia was still fighting against that Godly Awareness, a silhouette landed at the top of the mountain. Many people noticed him because that person was extremely famous. He was even more famous than Lin Feng or Long Tung. He was one of the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang province, by Qiu Luo. However, that person was neither from Tiantai nor from Tianlong Divine Castle, so what was he doing there? Was he going to take advantage of the situation? Fu He and Yiren Lei also looked at by Qiu Luo. They were also amongst the 10 strongest cultivators of Bahuang, so they were surprised to see him there. Bai Qiu Luo walked towards Long Tung, slowly. Nobody prevented him from doing so either. Everybody was fighting and Long Tung was healing. Lin Feng had injured him and cursed him, so he was half dead already. A sword appeared in Bai Qiu Luo's hand. It was both sharp and dazzling. What is he doing? As if Long Tung had sensed something, he opened his eyes and saw that ice-cold-looking sword. Bai Qiu Luo, said Long Tung smiling in a resplendent way. That smile was filled with murder. It looked hideous and evil. There are no tensions between the Sunset Pavilion and Tianlong Divine Castle. Do you want to cause tensions between our 2 groups? Shouted Long Tung furiously. Bai Qiu Luo raised his sword and pressed it against Long Tung's throat. Slash! Blood splashed. Bai Qiu Luo smiled with a resplendent, yet strangely evil smile. Long Tung's head flew away and rolled on the ground. Bai Qiu Luo had beheaded him. Phew! The crowd was astonished. Long Tung from Tianlong Divine Castle, who had a celestial dragon body, had died in such a tragic way? Tianlong Divine Castle's people were just as surprised. They had protected Long Tung. They had even prevented Lin Feng from killing him, and now he was dead. Bai Qiu Luo took Long Tung's items, his round dragon shield and his ring. Then he looked at Lin Feng and Xianxia. Is Bai Qiu Luo going to kill Lin Feng as well? Thought the crowd. What was the Sunset Pavilion doing? Slash! Bai Qiu Luo took out his sword again. It streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng. As the crowd had expected, after killing Long Tung, Bai Qiu Luo wanted to kill Lin Feng. Was he insane? Was the Sunset Pavilion going insane? Empty space bestial illusion technique, Lin Feng uttered in a weakened voice. Suddenly, Xianxia and Lin Feng were hidden away in the empty space illusion. Open space, said Bai Qiu Luo raising his sword. The lights it diffused looked like the Milky Way, like a waterfall of stars. Strength condensed and cracks appeared in the empty space. The empty space soon disappeared and Bai Qiu Luo continued moving towards Lin Feng, smiling in a resplendent way. Lin Feng suddenly remembered what the diviner had told Bai Qiu Luo. What he had meant by change for Bai Qiu Luo was to kill people to have the advantage. After breaking the empty space, Bai Qiu Luo smiled and slowly walked towards Lin Feng. He then said in a cold manner, "Illusion." Then, Lin Feng realized that he had appeared in the same empty space as Bai Qiu Luo. The others had disappeared. Not even Xianxia was there with them. Bai Qiu Luo wanted to kill anyone who could stand in his way in the future. Lin Feng was seated as before. Even though he hadn't died from the Zun cultivator's godly awareness, his godly awareness had been injured. He still felt dizzy and his head felt heavy. His soul was even shaking. "Die," said Bai Qiu Luo, raising his sword. Slash! Sword energies appeared, and at the same time, Bai Qiu Luo opened his third eye, releasing a small dazzling sword. He knew that Lin Feng's godly awareness was injured, so he wanted to weaken Lin Feng even more or maybe kill him by finishing off his godly awareness. Lin Feng released his godly awareness palace again. Bai Qiu Luo condensed his godly awareness and his qi, causing Lin Feng's godly awareness palace to shake violently. At the same time, Bai Qiu Luo raised his hand and his sharp sword turned golden. Bai Qiu Luo's sword was fast, and besides, Lin Feng was hallucinating. He had the feeling he was going to die if he stopped concentrating for even a second. It was enough to make him feel like giving up. "Die!" Lin Feng grinded his teeth and moved back. He took out his Tianji sword and dazzling thunders appeared, surrounding Bai Qiu Luo. He also released some desolate abstruse energies. Bzzz. Bai Qiu Luo moved like the wind and gracefully. He dodged the Tianji sword and continued moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng noticed that the sword was less threatening when Bai Qiu Luo began running so fast. It collided against the Tianji sword and Bai Qiu Luo had a cold, yet strange smile. He shook his hand and his sword moved again. This time it looked like a star. Lin Feng's soul shook. Bai Qiu Luo was getting even closer to him now. Assassin! Lin Feng felt like he was facing an assassin. Was Bai Qiu Luo from the Imperial Assassin Union? What was the Sunset Pavilion then? Was it the main branch of the Imperial Assassin Union? If that was the case, that was terrifying. If Bai Qiu Luo was working for the Imperial Assassin Union and he continues to excel, will he become the future leader of the Sunset Pavilion? How would he lead them in the future then? Besides, if Bai Qiu Luo was an assassin working for the Imperial Assassin Union, were there other outstanding young people working for them? Or some strong Zun cultivators? The 7 assassins, remembered Lin Feng suddenly. In Fortune City, he had met the 7th assassin. That person was very strong. If Lin Feng was right, maybe then Bai Qiu Luo was one of the 7 assassins. Lin Feng was thinking about those things, but not too much, for he was still under attack. Everlasting Xana. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared and entered another empty space. Bai Qiu Luo's sword swung and hit nothing because Lin Feng disappeared at the last moment. Back in Fortune City, Lin Feng had managed to take the robe in the empty space area, and it was called the Xana Empty Space Robe. However, even with the help of that robe, Lin Feng could only enter another space for a few seconds. It was efficient enough to desperately dodge attacks, but he would reappear quickly. However, when he reappeared, he immediately released desolate qi and Bai Qiu Luo couldn't dodge. "Die!" Lin Feng uttered as loud as he could. He released empty space and desolate abstruse energies. However, Bai Qiu Luo's body became dazzling and golden. It looked like a dazzling golden armor had appeared with abstruse energies which kept changing. Slash! The golden armor crackled and Bai Qiu Luo was propelled backwards. His body had even started decaying. Freeze! Bai Qiu Luo put his hand on his wound and sealed it. He glanced at Lin Feng in a cold way. He still hadn't managed to kill Lin Feng. Boom boom! Finally, the illusion broke. Bai Qiu Luo was again upset. It hadn't lasted long. He recalled his godly awareness and turned into an illusion. Then, Lin Feng saw many silhouettes appear, including Xianxia. "Be careful!" shouted Lin Feng. Xianxia was fighting against a Zun cultivator and Bai Qiu Luo had thrown himself at her. "Die!" The Zun cultivator wanted to join hands with Bai Qiu Luo and attack Xianxia together. However, Xianxia didn't try to dodge. She jumped into their energies. Slash! Sword energies pierced through Qiu Yu Xian's body as well as the strong cultivator in front of her. Bai Qiu Luo was surprised too. What was Qiu Yu Xian doing? Even Bai Qiu Luo had sensed how terrifying those sword energies were. Qiu Yu Xian turned around and took out the sword which had stabbed her. Throwing it away, a moon appeared in the sky and shined upon her body. The path of mercilessness. Bai Qiu Luo moved back as fast as she could. The sword again moved towards Bai Qiu Luo. His body turned golden, but blood had appeared. At the same time, he sensed energies coming from behind him. Bzzz. Bai Qiu Luo rose up in the air as quickly as possible. However, the Tianji sword emitted whistling sounds and pierced through him. Thick earth shield. A shield appeared in front of Bai Qiu Luo and 8 patterns appeared on it. It was a powerful defensive technique, making that shield look indestructible. The Tianji sword crashed into it and the shield broke. Bai Qiu Luo was propelled backwards as he then shouted, "Go!" Many people rose up in the air and protected Bai Qiu Luo. Then, their silhouettes flickered and they started leaving. Those people had attacked the people from Tiantai who came to protect Linfeng. Many people thought that those people were from Tianlong Divine Castle, but surprisingly, they were with Bai Qiu Luo. At the same time, at the top of the mountain, Lei was observing the scene with a complex expression. So many questions. Who were those people? If they were from the Sunset Pavilion, did they not mind offending Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle? Something's wrong. If the one who had attacked Linfeng could have killed him, he would have just needed to block Tiantai's people and Linfeng would have died. Then he could have let Tiantai's people get involved and Longtang would have died too. They wouldn't have needed to get involved at all that way. And then a great conflict would have started between Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle. Thought Lei. The Sunset Pavilion could have used 2 influential groups to do what they wanted, but that godly awareness hadn't killed Linfeng, so why did Bai Qiu Luo attack personally? Of course, the Sunset Pavilion didn't need to fear anyone because Tianlong Divine Castle and Tiantai were already enemies. They wouldn't ever join hands to fight them together. But still, it made the Sunset Pavilion look bad. What had happened, really? If she had seen what had happened in the illusion, she would have thought that the Imperial Assassin Union was involved. Tianlong Divine Castle and Tiantai didn't chase those people from the Sunset Pavilion. Tiantai's people were protecting Linfeng and Tianlong Divine Castle's people could attack him again at any time. Tianlong Divine Castle's people looked at Longtang's corpse. They let Longtang practice in the mysterious area of Tianlong Divine Castle, and now he was dead. The Zun cultivator who had helped Longtang was also dead. "Let's go," said the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. They didn't pay any attention to Longtang's corpse anymore. They had taken such great efforts for that one individual, and yet, Linfeng was still alive. Linfeng walked to Qiu Yu Xian. He wanted to hug her, but Qiu Yu Xian took a step back. She looked at him as if she was looking at a stranger. "Yu Xian, I have some holy water," said Linfeng, taking out the tear stain from the source of life. "No thanks," said Qiu Yu Xian indifferently. Her silhouette flickered and she left. She used her own pure qi to heal her wounds. Linfeng was petrified. Qiu Yu Xian had broken through to the Zun Qi layer and now, it seemed like she had changed. It was as if she was a new person, a stranger to him now. "Everybody, you can go back. I'll be fine," said Linfeng. Even though he felt dizzy and was injured, he decided to follow Qiu Yu Xian. He wanted to know why she had changed and was acting so strangely. Very quickly, everybody left. Tiantai's people also left. They weren't worried about Linfeng. Mu Chun and the others had anticipated this outcome, so they hadn't come personally. They actually had faith in their younger disciples. Tianlong Divine Castle, Tiantai, the Sunset Pavilion, the northern part of Bahuang and the western part of Bahuang. Those places won't remain calm for long, thought Lei. Then her silhouette flickered and she left. Tiantai had good reasons for being involved. High-level Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle had attacked, and now only the emperors hadn't shown themselves. A few days later, the news spread throughout the northern part of Bahuang and the western part of Bahuang. Everybody knew that Linfeng had defeated Longtang, but that the strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle had plotted against Lin Feng and had tried to kill him in a shameless way. Everybody also knew that Bai Qiu Luo had been involved and had killed Long Tang in the end. There were two incredible young cultivators that everybody was talking about, and they were in a desolate mountain at that moment. There were small villages, forests, deep and dark forests. Lin Feng had chased Qiu Yu Xian for a few days already. Finally, she stopped, but she entered a cave and started healing herself. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged next to her and condensed his godly awareness. Back on that day, Lin Feng's godly awareness palace had been broken, and he hadn't felt well since. Golden threads spider-webbed throughout his consciousness, fixing his godly awareness palace. He fixed it according to what Xianxia had taught him, causing marks to appear. That wasn't something Lin Feng would stop studying. He had to improve that technique until his godly awareness palace became perfect. But Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry because his attacks were powerful and he could already resist Zun cultivators. Later that night, the moon shone upon Qiu Yu Xian's body at the entrance of the cave. Threads of qi emerged from Qiu Yu Xian's body. She was expelling the sword qi left in her body from Bai Qiu Luo's attack. At her level, she couldn't afford being injured so badly too often. Bai Qiu Luo's attack was so powerful that it had stuck to her body and started corroding it. If she hadn't frozen it, she would have died already. Lin Feng opened his eyes when he sensed those energies. The moon was still shining down on them. Qiu Yu Xian stood up and looked at him. She looked confused. "What happened?" asked Lin Feng, walking towards her. Qiu Yu Xian looked elsewhere. She didn't look at him. Eventually she said, "Nothing. Leave now." Qiu Yu Xian then looked up at the moon. "What happened? Why are you so cold to me?" insisted Lin Feng while walking closer to her. "Is there anything going on between you and I?" asked Qiu Yu Xian, turning to Lin Feng. Then she continued, "There's nothing between you and I. You have a wife and you have your own life. I am from the Qiu clan, so what do you want me to be for you? Your concubine or your sex slave?" Lin Feng's body became cold when he heard her say that. "Why did you help me in Qi Tianshan if you were thinking that way?" asked Lin Feng. "You fought against Long Tang because of me. I am now walking on the path of mercilessness, so I want to put distance between us. I don't want to have any feelings for you. Therefore, don't stay with me. Go. I don't want to see you ever again," Qiu Yu Xian said in a cold way. Lin Feng looked at her and sighed. "Please take good care of yourself." Then, his sword appeared. He turned around and disappeared into the distance. Qiu Yu Xian watched as Lin Feng left. Finally, tears appeared in her eyes. Her heart was shattered into 1,000 pieces. Why choose me? You're having feelings again. You forgot that he has a wife, and not only that, but he wants you to be his concubine or his sex slave. Go and look how he acts with his main wife. He's in love. You don't exist in his heart," said a ghost-like voice in the darkness. "You're lying. I don't believe you. Why would he have come to the Qiu clan and killed all those people if he didn't love me? Why would he have challenged Long Tang to a battle? Humph. Don't be stupid. If he loved you, he wouldn't have left because of a few words you said a moment ago. Is that so? No matter what you say, I'm telling you I won't give up. Even if he doesn't love me, I don't want to practice mercilessness cultivation anymore. I give up. Don't place any more hope in me," said Qiu Yu Xian. "You forgot that if you stop practicing mercilessness cultivation, I will use your hands to kill him. If I do that, it won't be me, it will be you. People will think that Qiu Yu Xian killed him." That voice resonated in Qiu Yu Xian's heart. She started shaking as if she had thought about something. She didn't look cold. She looked hopeless and sad, like a helpless girl. She sat down and put her head in her hands. Then, she started crying. Why? Why had things become that way? Why was an evil voice following her? Why was she gradually becoming merciless and emotionless? I was wrong. If I hadn't been jealous when I saw you and your wife, I wouldn't have become like that and I wouldn't have practiced such skills. Why? Why did you do that to me? Thought Qiu Yu Xian while crying. Just let it go. Listen to me. You'll become a peerless cultivator. You'll become the strongest cultivator in Ba Huang. said that voice temptingly. Without emotions, what would it bring me to be the best cultivator in Ba Huang? Whispered Xiao Yuxian. No. At that moment, Xiao Yuxian quickly stood up. Her facial expression looked menacing. Who said that would be meaningless? If I become extremely strong, the strongest in Ba Huang, I'll be able to kill all his enemies. Right? I'll use mercilessness cultivation to kill all his enemies. Then, Xiao Yuxian's silhouette flickered as she rose up in the air, took out her boat out, and left. 3 days later, in the western part of Ba Huang, people learnt that a dozen people from Tianlong Divine Castle had been killed, but people weren't too surprised. However, 5 days later, people learnt that 3 other Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle had been killed. Even then, people figured that those people were probably weak. 10 days later, in the western part of Ba Huang, there was even more news. 68 people from Tianlong Divine Castle had been killed. People started wondering, who was killing them? Tiantai? 15 days later, in the western part of Ba Huang, more news again. This time it had nothing to do with Tianlong Divine Castle, but with another influential group, the Sunset Pavilion. Bai Qiu Luo had been chased by a girl and they had fought. The results of that battle were tragic. Bai Qiu Luo hadn't managed to kill the girl, but he had injured her. However, Bai Qiu Luo had lost an arm. One of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province had lost an arm, so everyone was astonished. Not long after, people continued talking about what was happening. The girl continued chasing Bai Qiu Luo even though she was injured. She chased him unceasingly. She chased him from the western part of Ba Huang to the central part of Ba Huang. Why did that girl want to kill Bai Qiu Luo so badly? Once in the central part of Ba Huang, some people had appeared. On one side, there were many people, while on the other side, there was only one girl who was soaked in blood. Yuxian, go back, said a middle-aged man. They had been traveling for 7 days to finally stop her. Qiu Yuxian shook her head and said, No, father. You go back. I'm not myself anymore. I'm not your daughter anymore. What's wrong with you? Asked the middle-aged man furiously. Qiu Yuxian was acting like a stranger to him. I'm practicing mercilessness cultivation, so I'm emotionless now. I want to put distance between myself and the clan, said Qiu Yuxian naturally. She sounded emotionless and aggressive. She was wondering if she would kill her own people if she continued practicing mercilessness cultivation. She was still scared to harm her loved ones, so she wanted to put distance between them. We raised you and now you want to cut relations with us? After the support we gave you, you want to abandon us? How shameless, said Qiu Hao coldly. Look at your daughter, said Qiu Hao to Qiu Yuxian's father, furiously. Slash. Qiu Yuxian moved her hand and Qiu Hao sensed a coldness invade his body. He couldn't move anymore, he was petrified. A moon descended from the sky and turned into a cold moon-like sword. Qiu Hao was incredulous. His third eye started bleeding. He looked terrified. Bzzz. Qiu Yuxian's body turned into a beam of light as she ran away. Merciless Qi rose lingered in the air after she left. They didn't chase her any further though. They turned around and looked at Qiu Hao. He slowly collapsed, dead. Mercilessness. She didn't mind killing Qiu Hao anyway. Who was he to her? Back in the northern part of Ba Huang, Tiantai disciples were talking. They didn't want to leave Tiantai because of the tensions between western Ba Huang and the northern Ba Huang. 68 disciples from Tianlong Divine Castle had been killed. It had nothing to do with Tiantai and only they knew that. After that incident, 2 disciples left Tiantai and then disappeared. Rumor had it that Tianlong Divine Castle had killed them. After that, Wuxia left alone and killed more than a dozen Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle. People in the region were astonished. A real conflict had started between Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle. Whenever they saw each other, they would immediately kill each other. There were no longer any rules after what Tianlong Divine Castle had done. Tianlong Divine Castle will disappear if it continues going this way. We don't have as many disciples, but our 2 emperors and the direct disciples are peerless cultivators. They can kill the remaining cultivators easily. Not necessarily. Tianlong Divine Castle is resorting to sly methods. And each time Tianlong Divine Castle sends people, they're stronger than the previous ones. We should still be careful. Tianlong Divine Castle has a longer history than ours, but Emperor Tianlong is not as strong as our two teachers together. Don't forget Brother Tianqi, Brother Wuxia, and Brother Lin Feng. They're all incredible geniuses. Lin Feng has been to the sky above the sky and has become a direct disciple. Then he defeated Long Tang in Qi Tianshan. Lin Feng defeated Long Tang, a Zun cultivator, with the strength of the 8th Tian Qi layer. Oh right, it's also said that Qiu Xian started practicing mercilessness cultivation because of Lin Feng and that she chased by Qiu Luo over a huge distance. She even cut off one of his arms. Mercilessness cultivation is better than sexual desire cultivation. Lin Feng jumped out of the clouds. His hair was long and he had a sword on his back. He gazed into the distance, in the direction of central Bahuang. Even though you're merciless, why did you kill 68 Imperial Cultivation disciples from Tianlong Divine Castle? Why did you chase by Qiu Luo over such a long distance? Whispered Lin Feng. He recalled Qiu Xian's coldness on that night. Did she mean what she had told him? Nowadays, there are many groups of influence in the central part of Bahuang. Only the brutal parts of Bahuang can be mentioned in equal terms. You went to the central part of Bahuang alone, so many people are going to cast their eyes on you. How will you kill Bai Qiu Luo in such conditions? Whispered Lin Feng. He was upset. Maybe Bai Qiu Luo really was one of the 7 assassins. When Bai Qiu Luo had attacked Lin Feng in the illusion, nobody else had seen him. Even if Lin Feng said that Bai Qiu Luo was one of the assassins, nobody would believe him. Central part of Bahuang. Lin Feng jumped in the air and sat down on his sword, which then streaked across the sky. Many people in Tiantai raised their heads and looked at Lin Feng. They sighed. Where was he going this time? Many people from Tianlong Divine Castle wanted to kill him, and yet, Lin Feng was leaving alone. 7 days later, in central Bahuang, news that Qiu Xian had started practicing mercilessness cultivation spread. It was also said that she was still chasing Bai Qiu Luo and had gone to Tiansu town where Bai Qiu Luo would stop fleeing. She had chased him for so long, and now only one of them would survive. After the news spread, many people went to Tiansu town, especially those from the 4 antique cities of central Bahuang. Many people were excited to see Qiu Xian and Bai Qiu Luo's battle. Ancient mercilessness skills could be counted on one's fingers. Many people were interested in those rare skills. Inside Tiansu town, silhouettes from the Qi clan were running, and Qi Tianshang was leading the group. Qi Jiao was on his side. After Fortune City, Qi Jiao had been eliminated from the list of the 4 most beautiful women of the region, and Lin Feng's wife had replaced her. Some people still wanted to marry Qiu Xian. Then they would have access to her mercilessness skills. Apart from the Qi clan, other people from the other 3 largest cities of central Bahuang had also arrived. Si Kong Xiao was there. The expression in his eyes looked unfathomable and enigmatic. He was walking on the main road with quite a few people behind him. Si Kong from the Si Kong clan is here. I thought he usually acted alone. He must have changed. He's now surrounded by extremely strong Zun cultivators. Thought some people surprised. He's not the one who came. What do you mean? Is it because it's Grandfather Wen's birthday? Said that person, shaking their head and smiling. Your views are too simplistic. That's only an excuse for them to go to the One clan. Have you forgotten that there was a teleportation portal at the One clan not that long ago? The other person was surprised after thinking about and asked, You're talking about the Tiansu ancient portal? Some people say that it can teleport people to Jiuyu. Apart from Si Kong Xiao, Jian Wu Bei also arrived in Tiansu town. People from the magic world, Heavenly Palace, and the godly Xiao Yao sect also arrived. Strong cultivators from central Bahuang also arrived. The 4 ancient cities of central Bahuang had a very long history. Each town had their own teleportation portals. First, there was Emperor Wu Tianjian in Sword City in Jianghe. Later, Jianghe had fallen and the godly Xiao Yao sect came from abroad to invade their territory. They were the second most influential group of the region at the time, but they still hadn't managed to wipe Jiang'e off the map. The godly Xiaoyao sect used to be one of the most terrifying influential groups in the Holy City, for Emperor Xiaoyao was a great emperor. Later, he had offended an extremely strong cultivator and was forced to leave the Holy City. Afterwards, he traveled to central Bahuang and established his sect there. It was a bit mysterious with how they lived in harmony with the other influential groups while they only oppressed Jiang'e. He used to go to Tiansu town using the Tiansu teleportation portal. It could teleport people anywhere in the continent as long as they set the geographical coordinates properly. Recently, the teleportation portal had been used a lot. Nobody could keep it a secret when they used it. That teleportation portal more incredible than those found in below the Huang Sea. It could teleport people anywhere, and it didn't need much time to teleport them either. Many people wondered where the one clan was sending their people. The other thing which angered people was that Bai Qiu Luo had said he'd fight Xiu Xian in Tiansu town. However, the fight hadn't started still. People thought that Bai Qiu Luo was avoiding the battle. But Bai Qiu Luo didn't mind. It really seemed like he was hiding. Some people even thought that he'd said that on purpose, but instead, he actually left town already. It doesn't look like Sword City at all, but at least it appears simple. It contains lots of energies, and it seems perfect for practicing cultivation and studying abstruse energies, whispered Lin Feng while studying the energies of the city. The One Clan is the most powerful clan in Tiansu town because they know some deadly abstruse energies. Don't they use empty space energies? Thought Lin Feng. When Tiangu was a genius from the One Clan, he was a real killer who understood speed abstruse energies. But did he also know empty space abstruse energies too? Besides, the One Clan was a very old clan in the town. Like the Qi clan from eastern Bahuang and the Xikong clan from central Bahuang, those kinds of clans were terrifying. Sister May, guess what that cultivator's cultivation level is? Said a girl pointing at Lin Feng. I don't know. It's almost as if he didn't practice cultivation. He gives people a strong impression that he's using the human-earth fusion though. Maybe he's at the top of the Tianqi layer, replied a beautiful girl. Lin Feng looked like an ordinary cultivator to most people because he didn't show off any qi. But in Tiansu town, there weren't any ordinary people. Maybe, said the other girl smiling. We won't know for sure unless you go and ask him. When she finished talking, a terrifying qi invaded the area and moved towards the young man they were talking about. The young man immediately released empty space and sword energies. In a flash, blood splashed and a body fell to the ground. An assassin! Those people who were laughing and talking were instantly speechless. What a powerful sword attack. They didn't even have time to see what happened. He had unsheathed his sword. Then the assassin died. Lin Feng remained calm afterward. He continued walking ahead, leaving the corpse behind him as if nothing had ever happened. Sister May, his attack had the power of the Zun Qi layer. He's so young and he has probably already broken through to the Zun Qi layer. The strongest young cultivator from the family is far from being that strong, don't you think? Said one of the girls. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to the people who were looking at him. Instead, he continued walking ahead on the main road. His steps were soft and he didn't make any sounds. He released his godly awareness and separated it into many threads to scout the area. A dazzling sword light appeared. It wasn't Lin Feng's sword, but it was moving towards Lin Feng. The attacker was a young man who could easily kill a cultivator at the top of the Tianqi layer. However, Lin Feng wasn't an ordinary cultivator at the top of the Tianqi layer. Lin Feng sensed everything going around him with his godly awareness. Lin Feng raised his hand, just like he had done a moment before, and sword lights appeared. He moved like the wind and then there were very subtle sounds. The attacker's sword energies were destroyed and blood dripped from his body as he fell down from the sky. Was I right? Thought Lin Feng, smiling in a resplendent way. He continued walking forwards, still inspecting the surroundings with his godly awareness. If Bai Qiu Luo was really an assassin from the Imperial Assassin Union, then it would explain a lot. It would mean that the Imperial Assassin Union had already started expanding in Tiansu town. For people like Lin Feng, That was bad news because Xianxia Xian had come alone and was on a killing frenzy. Lin Feng continued walking and he continued to kill 7 more people. Each time he killed someone, it attracted him even more attention. Those assassins were incredibly strong. But that young man had managed to kill them each time with only 1 sword strike. Slash! Another dazzling light appeared. But this time, it wasn't just 1 sword. There were 7 sword lights moving towards Lin Feng. Empty space, change, said Lin Feng. The space around him undulated and then Lin Feng disappeared. Soon enough, he reappeared above those 7 people. The crowd saw dazzling lights containing thunderous energies as a destructive sword came out. 7 sword lights, 7 corpses. They hadn't even seen it coming as they fell down from the sky. Slash! As the crowd was amazed by Lin Feng's swordsmanship, another dazzling sword light appeared and was aimed at Lin Feng's throat. Abstruse strength, speed, abstruse energies. In the cultivation world, apart from physical strength, there were other factors which mattered like reaction times, stealth, and speed. If a cultivator possessed all those things, he could appear even stronger than others at his level. In that same regard, those who had these skills could kill in 1 shot and could be considered excellent assassins. Slash! The sword dug into Lin Feng's body. The crowd was astonished. Was he dead? There was no blood. Suddenly, they realized that the sword had actually pierced through nothing. Just void. Lin Feng had disappeared to a different space. As Lin Feng reappeared, he used his desolate Xana attack. The opponent had loosened their guard because he thought that he had just killed Lin Feng. But instead Lin Feng's sword now threatened his life. Blood splashed as Lin Feng beheaded the enemy. The strong assassin failed to kill Lin Feng again. That guy was a strong assassin of the Xianxia layer and that young man still killed him, thought the crowd shivering. Lin Feng looked so calm and he could teleport in a split second. Actually, Lin Feng wasn't as strong as the crowd was thinking. He was sweating and nervous too. If he hadn't had his empty space robe, even if he hadn't died, he would have been badly injured. Just how many of those assassins were there? Lin Feng continued dispersing his godly awareness in the surroundings. He was worried for Xianxia Xian too. Maybe they had tried to kill her too. There was a large empty space in front of Lin Feng. Because of all those people he had killed, the crowd was making space for him. They didn't want to upset him, nor did they want to be caught up in any future sneak attacks. 12 people were floating in the sky on both sides of the road. They quickly surrounded Lin Feng. They're all Zun cultivators, thought the crowd. More than 12 cultivators and their blood strength was incredible. Just who's that young man? How come so many assassins want to kill him? There are so many Zun cultivators now, it seems difficult to kill him, thought the crowd. That strong cultivator looked like he was only 20 years old. Even the 10 strongest cultivators of the province didn't attract so much attention. Lin Feng sensed all those energies. He remained calm as he whispered, "Tianlong Divine Castle's people." A moment before, those who had tried to kill him were from the Imperial Assassin Union, but now the people blocking his way were from Tianlong Divine Castle. If Bai Qiu Luo organized all of this, he's even more terrifying than I thought Lin Feng. He hadn't even arrived in the city center of Tiansu town, and he was already being attacked. It was as if they had known that he would come. "Lin Feng, you'll die today," said a strong cultivator coldly. The crowd in the distance finally understood. Lin Feng, that was Lin Feng. They had imagined him to be exactly that way, young, long fair, clean clothes, an ancient sword on his back. "I'm used to Tianlong Divine Castle's slyness." "Come and fight," said Lin Feng in a deep voice. Then he rose up in the air while releasing whistling energies. A terrifying sword chi reached up to heavens. The 12 Zun cultivators remained fearless. "All right, since you want to die, we'll help you achieve your goal." "Dragon bite, die," said the cultivator in a cold way. Dragons appeared in the sky and their dragon chi was palpable. Then they moved towards Lin Feng. Desolate explosion. A sword light pierced through the dragon energies. Dazzling flames illuminated the sky, and a black destructive strength appeared. "Arg!" A dragon threw itself at Lin Feng. If it managed to grab Lin Feng, he would die. Slash! Lin Feng unsheathed his Tianji sword, and in a flash, the ferocious dragons roared in pain. The first Zun cultivator collapsed. First, he was stabbed by the sword, and then his body exploded when he was struck by lightning. Bzzz. The space shook as Lin Feng disappeared. The place where Lin Feng was standing a moment before exploded and was now riddled with gaping wounds. Desolate Xana. Lin Feng's Tianji sword stabbed a Zun cultivator. At the same time, several more dragons attacked Lin Feng again. Go! A gigantic cauldron appeared and the dragons fell into it. Ebullition sounds were quickly followed by horrible shrieks. Burn and die! Lin Feng attacked the dragons in his cauldron and explosions sounded. The golden crow fire emerged. 2 Zun cultivators flew as fast as they could, but they were stuck in the golden crow fire and gave horrible shrieks as they burned alive. Arg! A gigantic dragon descended from the sky and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even look at it as he said, "So close yet so far." The dragon continued moving towards Lin Feng, but it couldn't get any closer. "Break!" shouted the cultivator stuck in the so close yet so far empty space spell. While he was stuck, he was also being attacked by the empty space energies. Lin Feng raised his hand just as the cultivator escaped the spell, releasing thunderous sword energies which instantly struck that cultivator. 5 Zun cultivators have been killed. The crowd was amazed. Those Zun cultivators could destroy entire mountain ranges by simply punching them. However, Lin Feng had already killed 5 of them. Even though those Zun cultivators are not incredibly strong, they are Zun-level disciples from Tianlong Divine Castle after all. The strongest one has already broken through to the 3rd Zun Qi layer, but Lin Feng seemed to be killing them so easily, thought people in the crowd. The crowd observed the abstruse energies and realized there were a few types of abstruse energies. Some of them were already level 2. His sword seemed like it acted as a medium, allowing different abstruse energies to fuse together. The Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle were incredulous. 5 people died in such a short amount of time. Surprisingly, Lin Feng could teleport over short distances and unleash incredible attacks. "Focus on his godly awareness," said the cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer. He opened his 3rd eye and a dragon bearing its fangs flew out. The other Zun cultivators also released their godly awareness as golden lights illuminated the area. Several golden dragons were throwing themselves at Lin Feng. Empty space bestial illusion technique. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly looked like those of a beast. His hair suddenly grew long as Shui Linglong's celestial qi appeared. Lin Feng was now fusing empty space abstruse energies with his empty space bestial illusion technique, attempting to make the technique more substantial. Rumbling sounds appeared as the threads of dragon godly awareness crashed onto the empty space bestial illusion, but couldn't pierce through it. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He took out his sunset bow and a dazzling arrow appeared. Lin Feng pulled back the string. Condensed empty space, wind, desolate and thunder abstruse energies inside. Lin Feng shot 8 dazzling arrows all at once. The empty space bestial illusion collapsed just as he released them. "Come back!" shouted the Zun cultivators in unison, recalling their godly awareness. However, Lin Feng shot all 8 arrows at the same time. They had just broken the empty space illusion. How could they escape so quickly? Explosions sounded as the arrows landed in their 3rd eyes, destroying their godly awareness. Even the cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer collapsed. Releasing godly awareness in a fight is dangerous. It left them open and Lin Feng took advantage of that. Thought the crowd, keeping a mental note of it for the future. That bow is a high-level holy weapon and those arrows contain several types of abstruse energies. Right? Said someone sighing. How many types of abstruse energies did Lin Feng control? I sensed wind, empty space, thunder, and some kind of destructive abstruse energies. So far I'd say, any cultivator who understood 4 different types of abstruse energies could be considered a monster. Of course, those Zun cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle had been a bit careless. They had tried using a new technique and Lin Feng had surprised them. Lin Feng put away his heavenly 9 dragon cauldron and golden crow fire. Then, he grabbed the loot from those Zun cultivators' bodies. If he had been in Shuiyu, those people could have destroyed the entire country. At the same time, people in Shuiyu couldn't possibly imagine what precious treasures those rings contained. I'll have to go back to Shuiyu and Tianqi sometime. Lin Feng was always worried about them. Lin Feng continued walking ahead and slowly disappeared from the crowd's field of vision. While walking inside the city center of Tiansu town, Lin Feng would glance around and listen to other people's conversations to see if he could hear about Xiu Xian. She was famous in Tiansu town already. Lin Feng moved faster, and after half an hour, he realized that a lot of people were gathering in the same place, as if something was going to happen. "Sir, where is everybody going?" asked Lin Feng to a Tian-level cultivator. "How fast?" Lin Feng had caught up with him so fast. The man hadn't even seen him coming. "A lot of people are hunting Xiu Xian. We're going to go watch," replied the man. Before he finished saying that, he sensed a strong wind brush against his body. Lin Feng had already disappeared. "What a terrifying young man," thought the man, surprised. Lin Feng moved towards the place where everybody was gathering. In the distance, he saw what looked like a perilous situation. There was a beautiful and extremely strong girl fighting several strong cultivators at once. There were corpses everywhere, and they were all Zun cultivators. I wouldn't have thought that such a monstrous cultivator would appear in the Chou clan from northern Bahuang. Her mercilessness, abstruse energies are terrifying. Lin Feng noticed that there were still a dozen strong cultivators in the sky. They were all Zun cultivators without exception, and they had all surrounded Xiu Xian. Xiu Xian was soaked in blood, but she looked expressionless, merciless. "Bestial moon!" At that moment, dazzling lights appeared above. After Xiu Xian fused her blood and spirit together, her spirit was leaps and bounds ahead of what it used to be. "Sharp bestial moon," said Xiu Xian. The moons which had appeared turned into sharp discs and moved towards those strong cultivators. Horrible shrieks sounded as cultivators of the first Zun Qi layer instantly died. Those of the second Zun Qi layer couldn't stand it either. Slash. Above Xiu Xian, a dazzling sword light appeared. The Imperial Assassin Union. Lin Feng's face turned rigid. Those who weren't already dead also threw themselves at Xiu Xian. Lin Feng rose up in the air and raised his bow. He immediately shot arrows at them to block their assault. The crowd watched as Xiu Xian release another bestial moon. The sword lights which were aimed at her crashed into her moon and stopped. It seemed like they were freezing. "Moon assassin," said Xiu Xian. This time her moon broke apart and the pieces found their own targets. Blood quickly ensued. The others continued throwing themselves at Xiu Xian. But at the same time, Lin Feng shot his arrows. They instantly changed their path and attacked the arrows, but they couldn't stand it as they were propelled backwards. While they were busy blocking the arrows, a merciless moon appeared again. What an incredible fighting strategy! No wonder Bai Qiu Luo couldn't compete with her, thought the crowd, amazed. Lin Feng was just as surprised. What a terrifying spirit! It perfectly matched such a beautiful woman. How had Xiu Xian become so strong though? It was an incredible change, as if she had suddenly become enlightened. Besides, if Bai Qiu Luo had planned all this, Lin Feng was worried that this was just the start. Bai Qiu Luo seemed to know too many influential people. 2 cultivators of the third Zun Qi layer had already appeared and a few medium-level Zun cultivators. Besides, Tianlong Divine Castle knew where Lin Feng was. Weren't they going to dispatch even more stronger cultivators? Medium-level Zun cultivators were already not that easy to defeat anymore. Zun cultivators could do whatever they wanted, such as Tianqi the Sadhu who had broken through to the 4th Zun Qi layer. Xiu Xian finished killing those people, turned around and glanced at Lin Feng, but she looked expressionless as before, as if she didn't know him. Slash! An arrow moved towards Xiu Xian, but not fast enough. Xiu Xian grabbed the arrow and broke it with her bare hands. "Bai Qiu Luo?" the crowd wondered. Xiu Xian's silhouette flickered as she left. Lin Feng followed closely behind her. They quickly approached a tavern. Taverns in Tiansu Town couldn't be compared to taverns in Yangzhou City, for they were bigger. There were powerful deployment spells prepared for experts. There were small pavilions filled with thick and rich abstruse energies. All of that had a price, though. People had to be rich to get in. Xianxia chose a simple yet clean room as she walked in the courtyard. Lin Feng continued to follow her calmly. Xianxia turned around and glared at Lin Feng. "Why do you keep following me? Why do you want to kill Bai Qiu Luo?" asked Lin Feng, ignoring her question. "He tried to kill me, now I'm trying to kill him. What does that have to do with you?" "I thought you couldn't explain it," said Lin Feng, smiling indifferently. "Even though you practice mercilessness cultivation and you say you don't want to have emotions, you haven't given them up. You killed 68 disciples from Tianlong Divine Castle, and now you chased Bai Qiu Luo from western Bahuang all the way to central Bahuang. You did all those things because of me? Am I right? You're thinking too much. All of this has nothing to do with you. You say that, but you can't even look me in the eyes?" said Lin Feng, ignoring her mercilessness energies. Xianxia turned around and walked towards her room. Lin Feng followed her and entered her room. Xianxia turned around and said coldly, "If you continue following me, I will kill you." "Kill me then," said Lin Feng calmly. He continued walking towards her. Her mercilessness was becoming even more intense. "Stop!" Lin Feng ignored her. "I will kill you for real," said Xianxia, raising her hands as a cold moon appeared. "Don't hesitate then," said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Slash! Xianxia's moon descended towards Lin Feng's arm, but he didn't release any qi. He just continued walking towards her. Xianxia was startled as she recalled her moon, but it was too late. It broke apart and cut Lin Feng's arm in several places. Gaping wounds appeared, but Lin Feng ignored them and arrived in front of Xianxia. "You can't," said Lin Feng, smiling. He got even closer to Xianxia and he was still smiling. She shouted furiously, "Go away! Tell me what happened," said Lin Feng. He was convinced that something had happened to Xianxia since he last saw her. She wasn't a merciless person, so why was she practicing merciless cultivation? Lin Feng stretched his hands and put them around her waist. Xianxia shivered. She looked at Lin Feng and shouted, "You better remove your hands." Seal! A terrifying strength invaded Xianxia's body and sealed her pure qi. Xianxia shuddered as she looked at Lin Feng. She looked like she was going to cry as she shouted, "Take your hands off me!" However, her strength was sealed. Lin Feng hugged her and pushed her on the bed. "Lin Feng, stop!" begged Xianxia. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had pushed her onto the bed, and now he was on her, oppressing her. She looked confused. She even blushed. "You have no emotions, so you don't care, right?" said Lin Feng, lying on top of her. "Let go of me, please," begged Xianxia. Lin Feng pulled up her robe and her flawless skin appeared. He put his hands on her thighs and stared into her eyes. "If you don't tell me what's going on, I will make love to you with so much passion. Then we'll see how you are afterwards," said Lin Feng aggressively. He didn't look calm like before. Xianxia looked perturbed. Her face was deathly pale, but she also looked aroused. If Lin Feng made love to her, would she stop practicing mercilessness cultivation? She would then belong to Lin Feng forever. But how could she tell him? There was someone else inside her. Crrr. Lin Feng pulled down her robe. Now he could see her breasts entirely. His heart started pounding furiously, like a beast. Boom! Mercilessness energies burst from Xianxia's body and surrounded Lin Feng. His blood instantly felt like it was going to freeze. Xianxia looked at him. She looked like a stranger. Dangerous! Lin Feng rolled aside as the bed broke into 1,000 pieces. Xianxia stood up and threw herself at Lin Feng. "Don't you want me to kill you?" said Xianxia in a cold way. She was slightly smiling, though. She looked both menacing and sexy at the same time. Xianxia's qi changed again. Now she looked like a peerless cultivator, emotionless, merciless, evil. "Who are you?" asked Lin Feng suddenly. It was Xianxia, But had someone cast a body capture spell on her? Go back to your wife, said Xiaoyu Exan, lowering her head. She sounded hurt and solitary. What was wrong with Xiaoyu Exan? Lin Feng, tell me, do you want me to become your sex slave? Said Xiaoyu Exan, raising her head and looking at Lin Feng in a helpless way. She slowly walked towards him. She stretched her hand and caressed Lin Feng's chest. However, it made him feel ice-cold. If he dies, I'll kill myself, shouted Xiaoyu Exan suddenly. Then her hand stopped moving again. You're not Yu Exan, said Lin Feng. How come? How could there be two Xiaoyu Zins? You're using your own life to threaten yourself? Said a cold voice. So what? I'm warning you, if you kill him, I'll definitely kill myself, said Xiaoyu Exan again. Lin Feng was astonished. What the hell was going on? If that had been body capture, the former Xiaoyu Exan wouldn't exist anymore. She would have been completely replaced, but it definitely seemed like there were two people in one body. Lin Feng didn't understand. How? Why? Don't forget that you're practicing mercilessness cultivation. If you stop now, how will you become a peerless cultivator? I never wanted to practice mercilessness cultivation. You forced me. I can promise to continue practicing mercilessness cultivation, but you can't kill him. Since Lin Feng had discovered what was going on, the two personalities talked without any restraint. All right, if you continue practicing mercilessness cultivation, I won't kill him, but if he touches my body again, I'll have to teach him a lesson, said Xiaoyu Exan. She looked normal again as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, leave now. Tell me what's going on, insisted Lin Feng. Don't ask, please, said Xiaoyu Exan. She looked like she was in pain. Lin Feng remained silent and nodded. He sighed and said, Can you control her? Don't worry, I'll be fine, said Xiaoyu Exan, smiling indifferently. Lin Feng needed to think about what he could do for her. He left, but Xiaoyu Exan looked at leaving him with pain, with a deep-rooted love. She didn't want to let him go actually. Unfortunately, sighed Xiaoyu Exan. Unfortunately? You probably think that if I continue practicing mercilessness cultivation, you will eventually take full control of my body, and in the end you will kill him, right? Stop thinking about that. Practice cultivation and you'll become a peerless cultivator, whispered Xiaoyu Exan, seemingly chatting to herself. After that, everything went silent. After Lin Feng left, Xiaoyu Exan sat down on a bamboo chair. She couldn't control her emotions anymore. Lin Feng was soon surprised by a voice above him. It was Xianxia. Good heavens, said the Taoist monk as he descended from the sky towards Lin Feng. Do you know what's going on? Asked Lin Feng. He had almost forgotten about him. He probably knew about Xiaoyu Exan's condition. I am omniscient. There's nothing that I don't know, said Yendi proudly, looking at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Is it body capture technique or something else? Asked Lin Feng. Even though he knew it wasn't, he still had to ask. Of course it's not, otherwise you'd be dead. Well, what is it then? Why is she changing? Do you believe in the afterlife or in reincarnation? Asked Yendi, narrowing his eyes. Just tell me, said Lin Feng. I don't believe in the afterlife or in reincarnation, but imagine if your little sweetheart was the reincarnation of a strong cultivator, said Yendi, narrowing his eyes. If she was the reincarnation of a strong cultivator, she'd be a strong cultivator. How could she have become like that? What if she were suddenly aware of her previous life? Said Xianxia using telepathy. Lin Feng looked surprised and sad, but Yendi smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not so sure. I told you I don't believe in the afterlife or in reincarnation, but you can still try to understand it that way. After all, some peerless cultivators have incredible powers which they can use to come back to life. Lin Feng stared at him. Xianxia was hiding something. Can you be any clearer? Said Lin Feng. I can tell you how to rescue your little sweetheart, said Yendi, smiling. How? Yendi narrowed his eyes. He now had a strange expression. She practices mercilessness cultivation, which pushes her towards emotionless. Maybe the Comet Ha too? The 6 heavens of desire and passion skill from the heavens of desire's palace can help you control her, said Yen Di smiling and giggling. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. I'm telling you, she will continue to become even more emotionless. And when she becomes entirely emotionless, she won't be your little sweetheart anymore. If you want to prevent that, you will have to force emotions into her, thus forcing her to give up practicing mercilessness cultivation. How can I cast the Comet Ha-Tu, the 6 heavens of desire and passion spell? Asked Lin Feng angrily. Hee, I thought that the Comet Ha-Tu, the 6 heavens of desire and passion spell was a good choice for her too, said Xianxia smiling. But, if you want to make her give up mercilessness and emotionlessness, you must capture her other self, no matter what cost. The best scenario would be if you could impregnate her. Then she'd give birth to a child and she couldn't remain emotionless anymore, said Yen Di smiling. Lin Feng was speechless. That suggestion was beyond his expectations. Are you sure you're not trying to fool me? Said Lin Feng. I'm a great emperor, why would I? Said Yen Di, putting his hand on his heart. Lin Feng was perturbed. He had never tried to force Xianxia to do anything. He had always been honest with her. Do you want to save her or not? That's your own decision. But soon, she won't be herself anymore. And when you battle to the death, don't tell me I didn't warn you. Anyways, I'm off. I need a rest, said Yen Di in a serious way. Then he turned around and went to a room. Yen Di smiled in an evil way once he entered the room. He was in a good mood as he whispered to himself, that'd be extremely funny if they had a baby. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what Xianxia was thinking. He was seated on a chair, looking at the ceiling. It was getting dark outside and the moon was rising. Lin Feng released his godly awareness and explored the courtyard. Xianxia was doing the same as him. She was seated outside, looking rather sad. Who? Xianxia sensed something and saw Lin Feng arrive. She smiled indifferently. The moon was shining down on her, making her look even more beautiful. Lin Feng remembered Xianxia back in the Imperial Palace. They looked so similar. Since we're lovers, how could she be emotionless? Whispered Lin Feng. He sat down next to her. She shivered. If she was emotionless, how could she be in love? Xianxia raised her head and said, let's say I'm unlucky. But on the bright side, practicing mercilessness cultivation is not that bad. From now on, nobody can stop me in Ba Huang. You're lying, said Lin Feng before adding. If you were emotionless and merciless, even if you killed all your enemies, how could you ever lose that smile? I'm not lying. Maybe I'll continue failing, but I will continue concentrating on my cultivation, and in the future I won't be conflicted anymore, said Xianxia as if she were trying to convince herself, but she didn't really believe what she was saying. Why are you trying to lie to yourself? Whispered Lin Feng. He put his hand on her hand. She tried to move, but he didn't let her go, so she stopped struggling. I promised you I'd come to the Qiu clan to ask for permission to marry you. How come you started practicing mercilessness cultivation? Said Lin Feng. She looked at the sky. She seemed to be muttering to herself. Xianxia shivered, moved her hand, but she couldn't. I will never go back to the Qiu clan, so there's no need to go back there and ask for their permission to marry me, said Xianxia, turning her head. She looked at Lin Feng and smiled. I'll practice mercilessness cultivation to kill all your enemies. I'll protect you. Isn't that good enough? That's why you killed 68 disciples from Tianlong Divine Castle and chased by Qiu Luo? Asked Lin Feng. Her eyes were so beautiful, but she lowered her head. She couldn't look Lin Feng's in eyes. Silly girl, said Lin Feng, caressing her. Xianxia shivered. Her head was getting too close to Lin Feng's. I have my own way. I'm walking my own path. How can I become stronger if you kill my enemies? Said Lin Feng gently. I don't need you to protect me. I just want you to be with me. Tears appeared in Xianxia's eyes. She looked sad and moved away. Lin Feng, no matter what, I'll just concentrate on cultivation and I'll never hurt you, said Xianxia, smiling. Xianxia blushed. Lin Feng approached her and kissed her cold lips. Xianxia shuddered. She felt like she was suffocating. Finally, Xianxia put her arms around Lin Feng and hugged him. Felt warm to be against him. At the same time, a terrible coldness invaded her body. Coldness and warmth were fighting inside her body. Lin Feng sensed mercilessness chi and said gently, "You Xan, I know you have two personalities right now, but you can fight her, right?" said Xiao Yu Xian nodding. She tried to control herself. She suddenly looked cold. Then she looked warm again and smiled at Lin Feng. "You Xian, give up mercilessness cultivation, otherwise you won't be able to control that side anymore." Lin Feng was still hugging her. "Lin Feng, I don't want to practice mercilessness cultivation. It's my other personality who wants to. Do you understand?" said Xiao Yu Xian. She couldn't explain exactly how she felt. "I understand," said Lin Feng nodding. She finally admitted that nobody had cast a body capture spell on her, that instead she had two personalities. "No wonder Cheong Chi told me to use the Comet Ha too, the 6 heavens of desire and passion spell on her," thought Lin Feng. Even though Cheong Chi's suggestion was stupid, it wasn't groundless. If Xiao Yu Xian practiced a spell which was antagonist to her merciless and emotionless side, her merciless side would weaken. That way, she would be able to control incredible mercilessness spells herself. "It seems like I need to use a powerful spell to help her," thought Lin Feng. How could he let her deteriorate? "From now on, you'll always stay with me," said Lin Feng holding Xiao Yu Xian's hand. Xiao Yu Xian nodded. "Who's that?" At that moment, Lin Feng's godly awareness found someone, so he instantly grabbed them. "Let me go!" shouted a girl. "Who are you? Why are you spying on us?" said Lin Feng coldly. "Humph! I don't need to justify myself. Let me go, otherwise I'll get violent," said the girl proudly. "You want to die," said Lin Feng as his godly awareness palace attacked a thread of her godly awareness. "If you dare attack my godly awareness, I'll crush you and your girl," said that girl arrogantly and aggressively. "Humph!" Lin Feng groaned coldly. He condensed his godly awareness and destroyed most of her godly awareness. How could she act so aggressively? "Ah!" A horrible shriek sounded, and some people heard that inside their rooms. "Miss!" Silhouettes flickered and landed in the courtyard. Those people were extremely strong cultivators. Some of them were even Zune cultivators. "Jiao Jiao, what's wrong?" asked a young man walking to the young girl. "Brother, that bastard Lin Feng attacked my godly awareness. Kill him." That girl was Qi Jiao Jiao. She had also released her godly awareness and found Lin Feng and Xiao Yu Xian. Lin Feng had destroyed a part of her godly awareness, and nobody had ever done that to her before. Besides, she still wanted to get revenge for what Lin Feng had done to her in Fortune City. "Lin Feng, Jiao Jiao, have a good rest. We'll see what happens after the One Clan's event," said Qi Tianshang before leaving. Qi Tianshang went to another courtyard where 2 old men were sitting. "Is it because of Lin Feng?" said one of them. Qi Tianshang turned around and said, "This time, we came to Tiansu town to understand why the One Clan is using the portal, so I don't want to bother with too many other things. Lin Feng has become famous and the diviner thinks very highly of him. We should investigate. Only investigate. If he's too weak, we can kill him easily," said Qi Tianshang. Then he walked to a room. Qi Tianshang had been disappointed by what the diviner had told him. He still couldn't believe that he'd end up at the bottom of the ranking list. Lin Feng had destroyed his sister's godly awareness. Did he think that because the diviner had predicted a bright future for him, he could do whatever he wanted? If Lin Feng hadn't been protected by Tiantai and Xianxia, Qi Tianshang would have killed Lin Feng openly already. Lin Feng and Xiao Yu Xian were still calmly sitting on the bench. Xiao Yu Xian's head was resting on Lin Feng's shoulders. They both looked up at the sky, calmly, like a couple in love. Lin Feng had to be warm and loving with her if he didn't want her to become emotionless. Eh? At that moment, Lin Feng frowned. Another godly awareness was there. It seemed like they would never get their own alone time. Lin Feng released his godly awareness and had it turn into a hand, which then moved towards the spying godly awareness. However, the enemy's godly awareness turned into a sharp owl and attacked Lin Feng's godly awareness. Boom! That godly awareness was even more powerful than the godly awareness he had seen before. Lin Feng's godly awareness hand immediately broke. He groaned and his face turned deathly pale. What a strong Zun cultivator, thought Lin Feng. The girl who had threatened him had probably sent some people. Tap tap. The sound of soft steps could be heard. Outside of the courtyard, an old man appeared. Lin Feng sensed his presence. He was there to protect the godly awareness which had attacked Lin Feng. In other words, there were two people. Are you trying to investigate me? Lin Feng smiled coldly. His godly awareness turned into an ancient bell. The sharp godly awareness collided with Lin Feng's ancient bell. The bell resonated and the sharp godly awareness instantly broke apart. Break! Shouted Lin Feng. His ancient bell resonated again as golden lights appeared and continued bombarding the sharp godly awareness. However, at the same time, a terrifying godly awareness arrived as well. The old man from outside was getting ready to attack too. The arriving godly awareness condensed again and turned into a gigantic godly hammer. Golden threads emerged from the hammer and a terrifying chi emanated out. Lin Feng sensed that his godly awareness was too weak compared to his opponents. Dong! The hammer descended from the sky and cracked ancient bell. Lin Feng immediately condensed his godly awareness, turned it into a gigantic palace. Godly Awareness Palace. Xiu Xian looked extremely surprised. Her other personality said, "The Sky Palace? What's the date tonight?" "Humph, that palace is tiny. How can you call it a Godly Awareness Palace?" "Break," said the old man who had the hammer. His hammer then moved towards the Godly Awareness Palace. Bzzz. Suddenly, the buildings in the courtyard collapsed as a strong wind started blowing. The Godly Awareness Palace started shaking violently, but it didn't collapse. Lin Feng groaned and shouted, "Constriction!" His Godly Awareness Palace grew in size and a gigantic door opened. The hammer entered it and then Lin Feng closed the door with the hammer stuck inside. Break! The hammer was stuck in the Godly Awareness Palace and attacked it from the inside. However, Lin Feng had put a lot of time into the palace. There were marks inside which quickly lit up. The hammer was stuck. "Help me!" shouted the old man who had the Godly Awareness hammer. Then, a silhouette flew into the courtyard where Lin Feng was. Xiu Xian's silhouette flickered as she blocked him. A cultivator of the third Zun Qi layer. The godly awareness that Lin Feng had imprisoned also belonged to a cultivator of the third Zun Qi layer. "Die!" shouted the old man, releasing incredible qi. He had broken through to the third Zun Qi layer, so he was almost a medium-level Zun cultivator. He didn't know that Xiu Xian had only broken through to the first Zun Qi layer. Xiu Xian suddenly felt like she was trapped in a cage. If that cage became tangible, she'd die inside. Empty space energies. Level 3 abstruse energies. Lin Feng was incredulous. If he condensed 3 types of abstruse energies, he could defeat a cultivator of the third Zun Qi layer, but last time Lin Feng had fought against such cultivators, they couldn't control so many types of abstruse energies. The cultivators in front of him had broken through to the third Zun Qi layer and controlled 3 different types of abstruse energies. One of them had created an empty space cage even. "Moon hand," said Xiu Xian. Her hand turned into a moon which assaulted the empty space cage. The empty space cage crackled under her attack. "Break," said the old man. The empty space cage broke the moon attack, and at the same time he jumped, it seemed like his body was fusing together with the space around them. Instantly, he appeared in front of Xiu Xian. His abstruse energies turned into a gigantic hand and a metallic ringing sound appeared. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. His unsheathed his Tianji sword, and at the same time, in his godly awareness palace, millions of golden threads appeared. He wanted to use his sword qi to directly break the godly awareness hammer. Boom! In the distance, more qi shot up into the sky. The other cultivator had decided to attack Lin Feng personally, otherwise Lin Feng would injure his godly awareness. Eh? Qi Jiao Jiao was surprised when she sensed all those energies. How come she could sense the old men's qi? Qi Tianshang was surprised too. What were the 2 old men doing? Why were they releasing so much qi? Were they fighting Lin Feng using qi? They weren't the only ones to sense the powerful qi. Many people in and outside the tavern sensed those energies. Many people rose up in the air. They wanted to see what was going on. Lin Feng's opponent was going to block his Tianji sword with his hands. An empty space energy appeared and moved towards Lin Feng. Bzzz. Lin Feng dodged. The ground behind broke apart and fissures appeared. Lin Feng grabbed his Tianji sword again. Then he said to Qiu Yuxian, Yuxian, freeze him? I'll behead him. All right, replied Qiu Yuxian. Then, a cold moon appeared and at the same time, another moon appeared from inside her body. Break! Shouted the old man furiously. His silhouette flickered as he released an empty space hand technique which moved towards the moon. However, several moonlight beams shined upon his body. 9 moons' energies condensed on that cultivator's body. And then merciless energies appeared and corroded his body. Freeze! Said Qiu Yuxian. Desolate Xana. Dazzling sword energies appeared at the same time. Lin Feng used his Desolate Xana attack to pierce through Qiu Yuxian's moon energies, reaching his enemy's body and lacerating him. Together, they had managed to kill a cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer. Those 2 young-uns are so strong. Though some people in the sky, many people were watching. A cultivator of the 8th Tian Qi layer and a beautiful girl of the 1st Zun Qi layer had joined hands to kill a cultivator of the 3rd Zun Qi layer in just a few minutes. That's Qiu Yuxian. I've already seen her kill many low-level Zun cultivators. Qiu Yuxian. The crowd was gasping with admiration and amazement. That young man is Lin Feng, said someone else. I heard that Lin Feng fought Long Tang because of Qiu Yuxian. They must have an intimate relationship. Right. The 2 rising geniuses from Northern Bahuang are lovers too. What a perfect match. Unfortunately, Qiu Yuxian is practicing merciless cultivation. They won't stay together for very long. People were chatting, but at that moment, another strong cultivator arrived and his godly awareness was still stuck in Lin Feng's godly awareness palace. The constant internal assault on Lin Feng's godly awareness was extremely painful. Initially, he wanted to kill Lin Feng using his godly awareness, but now Qiu Yuxian and Lin Feng were joining hands. Let's forget about it, what do you think? Said that person to Lin Feng. His godly awareness was stuck in Lin Feng's godly awareness. He had no choice but to show how weak was. You wanted to destroy my godly awareness. How could I forget that? You're ridiculous, said Lin Feng. The old man's face turned deathly pale. How come Lin Feng's godly awareness palace was so powerful? Anyone can make mistakes. Forgive them when possible, so there's no need to kill if it is unnecessary, said the old man as if he was lecturing Lin Feng. You attacked me with your godly awareness, and now you want me to forgive you? Ridiculous. Lin Feng never killed people who didn't threaten him, but when they did, he did his best to kill them. How could he let someone off when they had tried to take his life? Die! The golden lights inside Lin Feng's godly awareness palace turned into a golden rain and broke apart the godly awareness hammer. The old man's face turned deathly pale from the pain. That's enough. You killed someone already, so there's no need to kill everyone, said someone else. It's Qi Tiansheng, one of the 10 strongest cultivators, said someone in the crowd. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Qi Tiansheng. Then he said indifferently, Does this have anything to do with you? Interesting, thought the crowd. They were wondering what would happen if Qi Tiansheng and Lin Feng fought. Who was the strongest one? Even though many people said Lin Feng had become one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, he hadn't actually fought any of them. Qi Tiansheng was officially one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province and his social status was quite high. He's an elder. You already harmed his godly awareness, that's enough. Be merciful now, said Qi Tiansheng. Lin Feng looked at him indifferently. You're lecturing me? Look at yourself first. You plot behind people's back. Everyone knows how you operate, said Lin Feng. He saw Qi Jiao behind Qi Tiansheng, so he understood what was going on. The godly awareness who had attacked him before was hers. He hadn't recognized it because he didn't care much about her. Ah! The old man gave a horrible shriek. Lin Feng was still attacking his godly awareness. He couldn't stand the pain anymore. "Let him off," said Qi Tiansheng while releasing ice-cold energies. Bzzz. The godly awareness palace disappeared and the godly awareness hammer was propelled away. The crowd sighed. It seemed like Lin Feng wouldn't destroy the old man's godly awareness. After all, Tiantai thought highly of Lin Feng, but Qi Tiansheng had imperial blood. Lin Feng probably knows he can't compete with them, so he released the old man's godly awareness. Thought everybody. But suddenly a dazzling light illuminated the night sky. Ah! A horrible shriek resonated in people's ears. Lin Feng had slit the old man's godly awareness with his sword. He showed absolutely no mercy. They thought Lin Feng would let him off. They weren't watching his sword, though. Qi Tiansheng was just as astonished as the crowd. He looked at Lin Feng calmly, but the crowd understood that calmness hid something. Lin Feng wasn't arrogant, but he wasn't a coward either. He never thought he was better than others, not even Qi Tiansheng. He had left Shuiyu for Bahuang province and had progressed since by relying on his own abilities. Lin Feng had many ways to protect himself now. Tiantai, Zhang'e, his cursing scepter, Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. That was why Lin Feng remained fearless. "Who do you think you are?" said Lin Feng indifferently, holding his Tianji sword. "Being merciful? Ridiculous. If they wanted to fight, they had to bear the responsibility for it." Qi Tiansheng, one of the 10 strongest cultivators, thought he could give Lin Feng orders. Lin Feng didn't reply with words. He replied with his sword. Who did Qi Tiansheng think he was? The moon was shining upon them as they stared at each other. Were they going to fight? "You enjoyed yourself, but there will be consequences," said Qi Tiansheng calmly. "Even though I am not from a rich family with an imperial background, I won't let anyone threaten me. I'm not a coward. I will kill anyone who threatens me," said Lin Feng smiling. "The diviner is extremely strong, so I think he was right," said Lin Feng laughing mockingly. Qi Tiansheng looked at him in a cold way. He was still upset because of what the diviner had told him. Apart from the people for whom the diviner hadn't predicted anything, nobody surpassed Lin Feng. Qi Tiansheng, one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, was falling behind. "I will prove that the diviner was wrong, but you won't be there to see me," said Qi Tiansheng. Lin Feng's words had hurt him, so he turned around and left. Even though he was furious, he had to remain calm. He still wanted to understand what was going on with the Tiansu teleportation portal. "Some people are doomed to becoming stepping stones," said Qi Jiao to Lin Feng. Then, she followed her brother. Lin Feng would definitely become her brother's stepping stone. Even if the diviner had predicted a bright future for Lin Feng, so what? If he died, it'd be useless. Her brother was one of the 10 strongest cultivator of the region. His future had to be bright. They didn't fight, what a pity, thought the crowd sighing. A battle between Qi Tiansheng and Lin Feng would be incredibly interesting. Besides, what did Lin Feng mean when he talked about the diviner? Did the diviner predict a bad future for Qi Tiansheng? Thought the crowd. Then they remembered how furious Qi Tiansheng looked when Lin Feng said that. They seemingly understood something. Maybe the diviner had predicted a better future for Lin Feng than for Qi Tiansheng. The Qi clan left and the crowd did too. Lin Feng and Xianxia were alone. Once again. Even when they were having a nice romantic moment with only the two of them, they were constantly disturbed. 3 days later, everything was moving with a fast pace in Tiansu town. It was Grandfather Wen's 600th birthday. He was an extremely strong cultivator who was at the top of the Zunqi layer. One more step and he'd become an emperor. He had tried to break through this bottleneck for the past 100 years, but hadn't managed to. The grandfather's father was an emperor, but even he couldn't help him. He had to rely on himself to break through to the next cultivation layer and become an emperor. So the 600th birthday of such a cultivator was a very important event for the One clan. They had to celebrate. Of course, many people had ulterior motives. They were wondering why the one clan was using the Tiansu teleportation portal so much and where they were sending their strong cultivators. Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian were walking in Tiansu town when they heard people talking about that. They also understood a bit more about that clan. According to rumors, the one clan was very mysterious. Nobody knew what happened behind the scenes. Besides, each generation of the Wens had an incredible genius. When Tiangu, the current genius at the time, did not have a special body, but he was still one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the region. On top of that, when Tiangu had always been in the top 5. Lin Feng recalled when Tiangu, an extraordinary young man with a nice smile and outstanding killing abilities. The one clan had emperors, so they had to have their own small worlds. However, they didn't live in their small worlds. They preferred Tiansu town instead. Maybe their small worlds had special uses. Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian arrived in front of the one clan's gate. There were many people there already, and the high officials of the one clan were welcoming people warmly. Once inside, people had to give their names. They would obtain different seats according to their social status. Celestial land of alchemists, Wu Qing, said someone in front of Lin Feng. The old man at the entrance gave Wu Qing a golden invitation letter. Many people looked at him with admiration. With a golden invitation, guests could already sit just outside of the main hall. Being from the celestial land of alchemists was a high social status. Tiantai, Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian, said Lin Feng in a low voice. The old man was about to give him a golden card when someone said, "Wait!" The old man stopped moving, and the person who had said that gave Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian an invitation, each with the word "one" written on it. "You can sit in the very main hall." Eh? Many people were astonished. That was the best place. People who could sit there were incredible. They were usually old outstanding cultivators, but Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian were so young. The old man at the entrance smiled as if he had thought of something and then let them in. "It seems like we're quite famous and have a good reputation," said Lin Feng, smiling using telepathy. Wu Qing from the celestial land of alchemists could only sit outside. It wasn't because the Wens respected Tiantai more than the celestial place of the alchemists. The celestial land of alchemists had existed for a long time, after all. It was because of their names. Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian. It also meant that the Wens now considered them as some of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. But today is also the date of my battle against Bai Qiu Luo. Going inside might be troublesome, said Xiu Yu Xian in a low voice. It was Grandfather Wen's birthday. Had Bai Qiu Luo plotted something? We'll see, replied Lin Feng. Even if Bai Qiu Luo wasn't there, Lin Feng would have come anyways. There were going to be many strong cultivators for Grandfather Wen's birthday. Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian walked through the halls and corridors and courtyards. Each courtyard and hall had loads of alcohol. Great cultivators in Bahuang province didn't take the initiative to invite people to their birthdays. People could come as they wished. This was better than forgetting some people and offending them. Therefore, they didn't treat their guests unfairly. Of course, people who came also had a certain social status. Ordinary people from the street couldn't simply go to the Wens as they wished. The one clan had prepared a lot for the occasion. Alcohol was flowing. There were gigantic bowls of fruits, and there were many gifts. Nothing there was ordinary. Even the alcohol was beneficial for cultivators. After a short time, Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian arrived in front of the main hall where there were gigantic cauldrons filled with alcohol. People were talking with each other. Amongst them, there were many Zun cultivators. So many people, thought Lin Feng, glancing at the crowd. Many people possessed an incredible qi. There were so many incredible Zun cultivators, and those who weren't Zun cultivators probably had a very high social status. If it had been a few years before, Lin Feng would have never been able to hang out with such people. He sighed when thinking about that. Being a strong cultivator was opening doors for him. Humph! At that moment, someone glanced at Lin Feng in a disdainful way. Lin Feng turned his head and saw Qi Jiao Jiao. She was there too, but she could only stay outside though. There wasn't much space inside the main palace, so only Zun cultivators, or the 10 strongest cultivators from the province, could enter. Even though she was Qi Tianshang's sister, she couldn't go in with him. Otherwise, people would have taken all their friends and family members inside and there would have been too many people. Lin Feng glanced at her and turned around. He continued walking. Jiao Jiao, who's that guy? He looks arrogant, asked one of the young men who was with her. An evil and horrible person. He's a bit talented, but he keeps acting recklessly and attacking me, said Qi Jiao Jiao in a cold way. Should I teach him a lesson? Asked the young man with an evil smile. His name was Chu Yen. After breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, he hadn't killed anyone. But now there was a cultivator of the Tian Qi layer whom Qi Jiao Jiao didn't like, so he could use him as a stepping stone to impress Qi Jiao Jiao. Qi Jiao Jiao smiled indifferently and said to Chu Yen, if you can teach him a lesson, maybe I'll agree to go out with you. Chu Yen went insane as soon as he heard her. If he could have Qi Jiao Jiao as a girlfriend and then marry her, that would change his life. Jiao Jiao, I hope you'll remember what you just said, said Chu Yen, terribly excited. Teaching a cultivator of the 8th Tian Qi layer a lesson would be easy. He walked towards Lin Feng and blocked his way. Lin Feng looked at him and then continued walking with Qiu Yu Xian. They were at the Wens. There were many extremely strong cultivators in the main hall. Almost everyone was a Zun cultivator, so Lin Feng didn't want to attract attention. Besides, that guy looked boring. However, Lin Feng may have thought that way, but Chu Yen didn't. He moved in front of Lin Feng again and said indifferently, today is Grandfather Wen's birthday. Even though you're here, you can't act recklessly and do whatever you want. If you go to the wrong place, you'll cause trouble and people will make fun of you. Chu Yen wanted to cause trouble. Lin Feng looked at him in a cold way. It was as if Lin Feng had sharp swords in his eyes piercing through Chu Yen. Chu Yen felt dizzy and shivered. Lin Feng condensed terrifyingly oppressive energies in his hand and a gigantic demon fist appeared. Besides, that hand also contained thunder and fire energies. Chu Yen was suffocating and his face turned deathly pale. Boom! Chu Yen released energies which dashed to the skies. Fire appeared in his hands and a gigantic fire launched out towards Lin Feng. Kacha! Lin Feng's attack easily destroyed the fire. Crackling sounds kept spreading in the air as Chu Yen fell down on his knees. Many of his bones were broken and he was soaked with cold sweat. If Chu Yen hadn't attacked first, Lin Feng's attack would have killed him. What a terrifying attack. Who's that? He has only broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer, but he made Chu Yen fall down in one strike. Thought many people when they sensed those energies. Lin Feng hadn't said anything. He had just acted in self-defense. Insane indeed, but also very disrespectful. Chu Yen is respected because he's now a Zun cultivator. That guy made him lose face. The elders of your family should educate you, said Lin Feng. Then he passed by Chu Yen and continued walking. What did you say? Said a cold voice coming from inside the main hall. An old man came out. His qi was as vast as an ocean. The old man was Chu Yen's grandfather. He had broken through to the 8th Zun Qi layer, so he was a high-level Zun cultivator. Grandpa, said Chu Yen standing up. He looked extremely embarrassed. He had broken through to the Zun Qi layer, so he thought he'd oppress Lin Feng. But, in the end, Lin Feng had humiliated him. You're useless. What a disgrace, said the old man angrily. His grandfather couldn't even look at him. He looked at Lin Feng and said coldly, You just said you wanted me to educate my grandson? Even though he's useless, you're not the one who can say such things either. Lin Feng looked at the old man calmly and said, He blocked my way, so I taught him a lesson. Insolent, shouted the old man. Taught him a lesson? Who do you think you are to teach my grandson a lesson? I'd like to see who your family or teachers are to have educated you like that. The old man slowly moved towards Lin Feng. A terrifying strength quickly oppressed Lin Feng. Are you sure? Asked Lin Feng indifferently. Boom! A terrifying qi appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. Cracks appeared on the ground. Have you ever been taught to respect your elders? Said the old man furiously. I will tell my fellow disciples that your grandson offended me and that I slapped him, making fall to his knees. Then, you said that you wanted to see who my teachers were. Maybe that my teachers won't fight you, but my fellow disciples will. One of them said whatever people do to me, he'll do it to them 10 times over. said Lin Feng indifferently. And who's that? Said the old man in a cold way. But at that moment he seemed to understand that Lin Feng wasn't a nobody, so he took a step back. Mu Chun, said Lin Feng indifferently. In northern Bahuang, when Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were still rising, they had only recruited 9 disciples. Nobody thought highly of them, but a little bit over a dozen years later they started amazing the province. Especially the 3 best disciples, Mu Chun, Ho Qinglin and Tian Qi the monk. They had never lost any battle. Tian Qi, the Buddhist monk's golden body, was almost indestructible. Ho Qinglin controlled reincarnation energies. Mu Chun was extremely strong too, so much so that apart from emperors, nobody could defeat him. Nobody knew what Mu Chen's limits were, but if no emperor showed up, nobody could defeat him. It was said that Mu Chun had killed a cultivator who was 800 years old and had been at the top of the Zunqi layer already for 100 years. Grandfather One was 600 years old and was extremely strong. He was at the top of the Zunqi layer, but nobody would have dared state that he could defeat Mu Chun. Therefore, when Lin Feng pronounced Mu Chen's name, the atmosphere became silent instantly. Who did he think he was? Mu Chen. The old man looked petrified. Lin Feng was smiling coldly on the inside. His fellow disciple seemed to have a good reputation. Only pronouncing his name sufficed to scare people away. Wuxia had also said it, as long as an emperor didn't show up, Mu Chun could defeat anyone. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't mind saying that when the old man oppressed him. A feudal imperial cultivation disciple, you just became part of a group and you dare act that arrogantly. You really need to be taught a lesson, said the old man coldly. An imperial cultivation disciple dared act arrogantly, but there were millions of imperial cultivation disciples in the Bahuang province. I'm sorry, but I'm now Tiantai's 11th direct disciple. You said my 2 teachers should educate me, but they don't have time to take care of worldly affairs and people like you. If Mu Chun heard someone say that, he wouldn't mind exchanging views on cultivation with you. We'll see if your arrogance is justified, said Lin Feng in a cold way. A direct disciple? Since it was that way, the old man couldn't say anything. If Chu Yan had defeated Lin Feng, Tiantai wouldn't have been able to say anything. But if the old man said Lin Feng wasn't educated, then it meant he had disrespected Lin Feng's fellow direct disciples and teachers. Mu Chen already had a reason to kill him. The old man didn't know what to say. In the cultivation world, strength was the most important thing, but honor was important too. His grandson had provoked Lin Feng and Lin Feng had taught him a lesson. If he attacked Lin Feng, it would quickly escalate tension between him and Tiantai. Brother Lin Feng, you're here. Come into the main hall, said someone happily at that moment. It was when Tian Gu, he was wearing white clothes. Lin Feng, he's Lin Feng. The crowd was surprised. No wonder. They didn't know Lin Feng had become a direct disciple already. Lin Feng, thought the old man. Even though he didn't really care about the newer generations, he had already heard Lin Feng's name once or twice. He also knew that Tiantai and Tianlong Divine Castle's current war had started because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at the old man in a cold way. The old man had shut up now. And now when Tiangu came out and called Lin Feng, giving him face, he didn't want the old man to continue harassing Lin Feng either. Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian followed when Tiangu into the main hall. Qi Jiao Jiao looked even worse. She had told Chu Yan to provoke Lin Feng to make him lose face. She hadn't thought things would end up that way. Brother One, not just anyone can enter the main hall, right? Said Qi Jiao Jiao smiling at Wen Tiangu and then glancing at Lin Feng and Xiu Yu Xian. In her family, only Qi Tianshang could enter the main hall. Lin Feng took out the 2 invitation cards and showed them to Qi Jiao Jiao. You forgot what the diviner told you, don't think too highly of yourself. Outside of your clan you're a nobody, and now I'm warning you, my patience is exhaustible, said Lin Feng indifferently. He didn't even glance at her while talking. Then he continued walking. Qi Jiao Jiao was aghast after thinking about he said. Lin Feng didn't feel like talking to Qi Jiao Jiao anymore. Lin Feng entered the main hall and found that it was very vast. There were a dozen people inside already. Some of them looked incredible while a few looked ordinary, but their strength was unfathomable. Of course, there were people as young as Lin Feng there too. In the main hall, Lin Feng noticed a few people he had already seen: Qi Tianshang from the eastern part of Bahuang, Si Kong from the central part of Bahuang, Mu Fanchun from the magic world, Heavenly Palace, and Bai Qiu Luo from the Sunset Pavilion. But now his arm was intact. He must have gotten a new arm. Bai Qiu Luo looked at Lin Feng and Xiu Xian calmly. He even smiled in a resplendent way. It was grandfather Wen's 600th birthday. The old man was smiling in a resplendent way. Even though he was 600 years old, his cheeks were red and he looked very fit. He was sitting on what looked like a real dragon. We are Lin Feng and Xiu Xian from Tiantai. Happy birthday. We wish you much success and hope you can become an emperor as soon as possible, said Lin Feng, politely bowing in front of the old man. Not bad, said the old man, smiling and nodding at Lin Feng and Xiu Xian. Then he said, I've been living for a long time, and now that geniuses are rising, it seems like I have to hurry along or I'll soon be passed. What are you talking about? Even though geniuses are rising in Bahuang, you'll soon be an emperor. Even if geniuses rise, they'll still look up at you, said someone, smiling. That person was wearing a long robe and a helmet. You Xiao, you're too nice. I don't know when I will be able to break through to the next cultivation layer, but you have already broken through to the 6th Zunqi layer. You'll certainly become an emperor soon, replied the old man, smiling. Yu Xiao wasn't in the main palace because he had broken through to the 6th Zunqi layer, but because he was from a powerful family in the central part of Bahuang, the godly Xiao Yao sect. You're too kind, said Yu Xiao, polite. He looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way. He had seen Lin Feng back then in Ganyu. Back then, Lin Feng was only at the bottom of the Tianqi layer, and now, Lin Feng had changed. He was at the top of the Tianqi layer and could already humiliate Zun cultivators such as Chu Yen. Besides, he had become the emperor's direct disciples, which meant their social status was similar. Yu Xiao didn't know that the one who had killed Prince Tianlin was also in front of him. Lin Feng recognized Yu Xiao too. He remembered when Yu Xiao descended from the sky in Ahsoka and had looked at the crowd in a disdainful way. If Ho Qinglin hadn't helped Lin Feng back then, Yu Xiao would have killed him. However, there was still a big difference between them. Yu Xiao was already a high-level Zun cultivator. Tiangu, Lin Feng, Xiu Xian, and you are such young people, you should become good friends, said the old man to Wen Tiangu. Indeed, said Wen Tiangu, nodding before he sat down next to Lin Feng and Xiu Xian. Lin Feng, your guests here, so do as you wish. The alcohol here is mixed with dragon saliva juice. You should try it, said Wen Tiangu, smiling. Then he gave Lin Feng and Xiu Xian 2 glasses. Thank you so much, said Lin Feng, raising his glass. Then they downed their drinks. In a flash, Lin Feng sensed the alcohol reaching his organs, making his blood boil. The one clan was an imperial clan, so it wasn't surprising that they had incredible things like this alcohol. It's so tasty, said Lin Feng, smiling. When Tiangu smiled and said, You can only drink that alcohol in the main hall. Brother Lin Feng, you now have broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer and you defeated Longtang in Qi Tianshan. You have an undeserved reputation. It proves that the ranking of the 10 best cultivators of the province is meaningless. Brother Wen, you don't mind talking about that ranking list either, it seems, said Lin Feng politely. At that moment, Mr. Chu walked into the palace and looked for a place to sit. He looked rather unhappy. He had been stuck in an embarrassing situation because of Lin Feng, and then when Tiangu had come to rescue Lin Feng, so how could Mr. Chu be happy? He was a strong Zun cultivator. Even though Lin Feng was talented, becoming as strong as Mr. Chu was difficult, and Lin Feng had offended him. Brother Lin Feng, don't take it to heart, but be careful. He could find ways to deal with you, said Wen Tiangu to Lin Feng using telepathy. If the old man wanted to harm Lin Feng, he could find ways. All right, said Lin Feng, nodding. Wen Tiangu was attempting to gain favor with Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, many people here are incredible cultivators from the central part of Bahuang. Over there, next to my great-grandfather, is a man from the Yen clan from Tiansu town. He has also broken through to the 9th Zunqi layer. Over there, that middle-aged man is a cultivator from central Bahuang, from the Z clan. He has broken through to the 9th Zun-Chi layer too. He has a purple eye which is the second best eye to have after the celestial eyes," said Wen Tiangu. It was extremely rare to see such people, but this time, they were all together in the same room because they all liked Grandfather Wen. Lin Feng looked at those people and sighed. So many strong cultivators came from everywhere in the region to celebrate Grandfather Wen's birthday. There were many incredible high-level Zun cultivators in the province. So many people were close to becoming emperors, but hadn't yet. Apart from emperors, not many people knew those cultivators of the 9th Zun-Chi layer. "In Tiantai, I have a fellow disciple who has purple eyes. Is he related to him?" asked Lin Feng. "He is from the Z clan," said Wen Tiangu, smiling and nodding. Lin Feng was surprised and asked, "If he's from the Z clan, why did he leave Central Bahuang? And why did he join Tiantai?" In Central Bahuang, there are 4 ancient cities with influential imperial groups in each of them. My clan, the One clan, or the Sikong clan, for example, are influential clans. Many people are not willing to become disciples in clans, after all, if they don't have imperial blood, so it would be difficult to learn from an emperor," said Wen Tiangu honestly. "And the magic world, Heavenly Palace only accepts people who practice illusion magic. Besides, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu had 9 disciples and 3 of them have amazed the entire province. Therefore, I don't think it is strange to want to join Tiantai. Cultivators still have to rely on their own skills most of the time though. If those 3 people from Tiantai have amazed the entire province, it's because they have an indomitable will and they worked hard for it," said Qi Tianshang indifferently. He was walking towards them. It was basically saying that he has an indomitable will. Indeed, it's not like some people who solely rely on their clan and act arrogantly because of it. "You should teach her that," said Lin Feng, glancing at Qi Tianshang impolitely. He was obviously talking about Qi Jiao. Why did Qi Tianshang get involved in Wen Tiangu and Lin Feng's conversation anyway? Especially seeing how he sounded like he was lecturing them. Lin Feng couldn't stand that behavior. At least some people have a clan to rely on, not like others who act arrogant, but are actually tiny insects who could die instantly if they fought, said Qi Tianshang calmly. Long Tongue wasn't even considered one of the 10 strongest cultivators. There's nothing exceptional about defeating him. Lin Feng and Qi Tianshang's argument attracted many people's attention. The very strong Zun cultivators were smiling. The purple-eyed Zun cultivator smiled and said, "Geniuses are rising. They're impulsive and passionate. That's the spirit. That's the only way to become a strong cultivator. Destroying people who stand in your way, it's a very honorable path." Hehe, Brother Z is right. Geniuses are rising. Brother One, who do you think will rise and stand out in the younger generation? Asked another high-level Zun cultivator smiling. Sometimes, grand talents mature slowly, but all in all, the most important thing is determination. Those who persevere will amaze everyone. There's no specific rule to say who will stand out or not, said Grandfather One. He didn't want to say whom he thought highly of. He kept his thoughts to himself, that was good enough. Besides, nobody could predict anything. Even the diviner said it was impossible. I can't wait to see when Tiangu reached the clouds, said the other Zun cultivator smiling. Grandfather One looked happy and said, I hope he will. He needs more experience though. I will teach him some things and then I will send him to some battlefields and show him that there are many extremely powerful cultivators in this world. What you mean is... The crowd was surprised. Did the One clan want to send Wen Tiangu to war to experience life and death? If he doesn't face life and death experiences, he will never be strong. In the Bahuang province, maybe there are many strong people, but they don't know what it feels like to be in real danger, said the old man sighing. Indeed, if a young man like Wen Tiangu didn't go to war to experience life and death, who would dare touch him in the Bahuang province? Wen Tiangu is extremely talented and he has an incredible grandfather. He will certainly amaze the whole province soon. And the 10 strongest cultivators of the province are also amazing and incredibly talented. They will each reign over the region sooner or later, said Mr. Chu, trying to imply that Lin Feng couldn't compete with the 10 strongest cultivators. You can't say that, for things can change quickly. On the path of cultivation, Nothing is impossible. A list of cultivators is the same, it changes quickly, said Mr. Wen smiling indifferently. You're right, even amongst the 10 strongest cultivators of the region, there are stronger people than them, said someone at that moment. The crowd saw a young man walk into the main hall. He was smiling indifferently yet slightly evilly. The Abyss of Sufferings congratulates Mr. Wen on his 600th birthday. Besides, there are so many strong, old Zune cultivators and heroic young people, why not organize some battles? I'm sure Mr. Wen would love to watch. The crowd looked at the young man from the Abyss of Sufferings. He was one of the 10 strongest cultivators, and he kept staring at Wen Tiangu in a meaningful way. The Abyss of Sufferings taught their disciples how to be real killers. They didn't care about anything besides blood and violence. That young man's eyes were bloodshot. Surely he had killed many people in his life. He had also practiced cultivation very hard and had now broken through to the Zune Qi layer, so now he had come to challenge Wen Tiangu. Wen Tiangu understood deadly abstruse energies and liked to use swords to kill. Wu Tian from the Abyss of Sufferings was a killer too. He was even a disciple of the Assassin Emperor. Both of them were in the top 10 strongest cultivators of the region, so it seemed like they had to prove who the strongest assassin was. Now, it was the old man's birthday, so why not fight for a show? Hee, I was supposed to fight someone too, so why not organize a few fights? Said Bai Qiu Luo smiling. He was talking about Qiu Yu Xian. Many Zune cultivators smiled. They were excited. They also wanted to see how strong those young people were. But they had to wait for Mr. Wen to give them permission. You want to fight against Tiangu? Asked Mr. Wen to Wu Tian. He was smiling indifferently. If he doesn't dare fight, I can fight someone else. There are many people here today. Si Kong Xiao by Qiu Luo. Anyone is fine, said Wu Tian. Mr. Wen laughed and looked at Wen Tiangu. Wen Tiangu was smiling in a resplendent way and sipping his drink. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, Very good. I've wanted to offer gift for my grandpa for his birthday. Nice, said Lin Feng smiling indifferently. Wen Tiangu suggested that if he defeated Wu Tian, that would be the greatest gift for his grandfather. People were surprised when they saw Wen Tiangu smile. Hee, since you want to fight, I don't mind. Wu Tian, have a sit first, and when we're done with the ceremony, we'll set up the fighting stage. Those who want to fight can give it a try. Indeed, that's a beautiful gift for my birthday, said Mr. Wen proudly. Everybody understood that Mr. Wen had faith in Wen Tiangu. As you wish, sir, said Wu Tian. He was smiling evilly after Wen Tiangu had accepted his challenge. The news that battles were going to take place spread throughout the palaces. Wu Tian and Wen Tiangu, 2 of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the region, were going to fight finally. Besides, many geniuses were there too, and the old man had said that if they wanted to fight, they could. The atmosphere was still calm in main hall as people continued to chat. Wu Tian would glance at Qi Tianshang and Lin Feng from time to time. I hope some people won't run away and will instead fight this time, said Qi Tianshang glancing at Lin Feng. Qi Tianshang was challenging Lin Feng. Some people will be eliminated from the list of the 10 strongest young cultivators, said Lin Feng calmly. He had seemingly accepted the challenge with that statement. I hope you're as good at fighting as you are at talking, said Qi Tianshang, violently slamming his glass on a table, almost breaking it. I'm just worried that when people fall, sometimes they resort to evil and sly methods to kill their enemies, said Lin Feng. Everybody heard him. The Zune cultivators were still smiling though. They all had their own opinions. Qi Tianshang had been one of the 10 strongest young cultivators for a long time. He was from the Qi clan in the eastern part of Bahuang, so he had many ways to deal with his enemies. Lin Feng had just started rising, so he was still a newcomer. Would he be able to do the same as his 3 other fellow disciples who had never been defeated? But those 10 strongest young cultivators didn't have an undeserved reputation. Qi Tianshang was a Zune cultivator while Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer. Defeating Qi Tianshang wouldn't be easy. Many of the older Zune cultivators actually didn't think highly of Lin Feng. He had defeated Long Tang, so they admitted that he was talented. Maybe if Lin Feng had broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer, his chances of winning would have been higher, but with the strength of the 8th Tianqi layer, it wouldn't be so easy. After all, Qi Tianshang was from an imperial clan, so he had inherited a strong blood. Could Lin Feng compete with him? "You have more pressure than me," said Wen Tiangu to Lin Feng while smiling and raising his glass. 3 battles were already planned. Wen Tiangu against Wu Tian, Qiu Yu Xian against Bai Qiu Luo, and Qi Tianshang against Lin Feng. The old man had already received lots of gifts and he had many guests. Lin Feng offered a low-level holy weapon to Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen didn't really care about such presents. The intention behind the gift is what counted. "All right, I'm satisfied. The ceremony was great. Let's see how strong the younger generation has become," said Mr. Wen while smiling indifferently. Everybody looked as Mr. Wen stood up. "Let the battle start," said Mr. Wen. He didn't talk loudly, but his voice spread all throughout the palaces and courtyards. Very quickly, people looked in the direction of the courtyard where the battle stage was. They gazed into the distance impatiently. Some of the strongest cultivators of the region were going to fight. "Everybody, follow me to the fighting stage," said Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen and the others rose up in the air and the crowd followed. It was gigantic. It was as large as a castle. It contained an incredible strength. Even if strong cultivators fought on it, they could hardly scratch it. That battle stage had been constructed by experts. Bzzz. A terrifying strength rolled in waves on the stage. The crowd didn't sense the energies so much since the stage was well insulated, but they could still imagine it. At that moment, there was a myriad of people around the stage and Mr. Wen was standing on a turret. "Today is my birthday and I am honored to host some battles. I hope that you will all give me face by not killing your opponents," said Mr. Wen loudly. The crowd already figured that killing their opponents was impossible on the day of Mr. Wen's birthday. Bzzz. At that moment, a silhouette rose up in the air and jumped onto the stage. It was Wu Tian from the Abyss of Sufferings. "Wen Tiangu, come and fight," said Wu Tian indifferently. His eyes looked sharp and his energies dashed to the skies. In Fortune City, the diviner had told him he wasn't necessarily as strong as Wen Tiangu. So Wu Tian had felt terribly humiliated. Now, he wanted to prove that the diviner was wrong. Nobody could compare to him in assassination. Wen Tiangu rose up in the air. His clothes were fluttering in the wind. He looked elegant, confident, and at ease. Wen Tiangu landed on the stage and proudly glanced at Wu Tian. His chi was different from back in the main hall. His goal was to show that Wu Tian couldn't compete with him. To be called a beast, a monster, and be one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, cultivators had to have a lofty and unyielding character. Therefore, Wu Tian had traveled a long way from the Abyss of Sufferings to challenge Wen Tiangu. They both looked proud, as a strong wind was blowing. They hadn't even moved yet, but their chi was dashing to the skies. Wen Tiangu released terrifying energies, and a sanguinary demon appeared behind Wu Tian. Wen Tianji's sword appeared, and it was a meter long, white as snow. When Tianji's chi changed once, his sword appeared. He didn't look indifferent anymore, he looked like a killer. Energies whistled. Finally, after what seemed like a long time, the 2 cultivators moved. However, the crowd only saw a red and white shadow as they ran about. Boom! The 2 cultivators collided over and over again. The crowd didn't see how many times Wu Tian and Wen Tiangu collided. Silhouettes kept appearing and then disappearing. Speed, abstruse energies, deadly energies. I wonder what I'd do if I were fighting against one of them, thought Lin Feng, trying to imagine what it'd be like to fight one of them. Boom, boom! Powerful energies rolled in waves. There was a distance between them for the first time. Their battle was so explosive and so fast that it made people shiver. Slash! Slash! The atmosphere crackled as white and red lights appeared between them. If I were in the middle, I would already be dead. Though many of the low-level Zun cultivators in the crowd. Abyss of Sufferings, sanguinary death, said Wu Tian as red destructive energies emerged from his body and moved towards Wen Tiangu. Very quickly, Wen Tiangu was surrounded by scary energies. Those energies sounded like wailing ghosts, seemingly creating its own hell. when Tiangu was holding his sword as he fused together with it. Threads of qi emerged as he started running towards the abyss of sufferings. Deadly strength moved in all directions, attempting to destroy that cage from hell. Cracking sounds appeared, as a hole appeared in the abyss of suffering's cage. Wu Tian then entered the cage. He looked like a demon king as he said, "Destructive abyss of sufferings. Who can escape?" Boom! Terrifying energies surrounded Wen Tiangu again. Even if 1,000,000 people were in the cage, they'd all have to die, for it was Wu Tian's territory. He was the king of hell. He mixed abstruse energies with his abyss of suffering's cage. When he reaches the top of the Zun Qi layer, even if there are millions of people in his cage, nobody would be able to break it, said the purple-eyed Zun cultivator next to Mr. One. The abyss of sufferings were experts at practicing assassination cultivation. Even though Wu Tian is strong, he's far from being as strong as an assassin emperor. Tiangu understands strength and destruction abstruse energies better than Wu Tian, whispered Mr. One. He sounded worried about Wen Tiangu, who was stuck in the cage though. After that, Wen Tiangu moved his sword again as white lights appeared all around him. The crowd couldn't see Wen Tiangu anymore. They only saw white sword lights. Slash, slash. More cracking sounds appeared as the sword lights became more and more dazzling. The crowd looked nervous and clenched their fists. How terrifying. They couldn't see Wen Tiangu anymore. They could only see the abyss of suffering's cage slowly cracking. Deadly abstruse energies, nice, and that's... A few Zun cultivators were surprised. When Tiangu disappeared, only his sword was moving. Was that the strength the One Clan had been hiding all this time? Empty space abstruse energies were related to space. Tiansu Town was a town known for its empty space cultivators. So the One Clan also practiced empty space cultivation. When Tiangu didn't mind showing off these powers of the One Clan, the abyss of suffering's cage shook violently. It seemingly couldn't oppress the white sword lights. Slash, slash. The abyss of suffering's cage broke into 1,000 pieces and the sword lights prevailed. A dazzling sword streaked across the sky and moved towards Wu Tian. But at the last second, he dodged it and the sword passed right next to him. Then, he ran back with incredible speed. Another beam of light moved towards him though. When Tiangu reappeared, but the crowd could only see a shadow. When Tiangu condensed dazzling white lights which contained deadly abstruse energies again. The crowd then looked at Wu Tian as a gigantic word appeared above him. Die. Wu Tian couldn't dodge anymore, for he was in the middle of it. Deadly abstruse energies were going to explode and destroy the area around him. You're not the only one who understands that kind of strength. Don't forget that I'm also a Zun cultivator now, said Wen Tiangu proudly, putting his sword away again. The battle was over. Wen Tiangu, you're much stronger than most people think. Maybe that amongst the 10 strongest young cultivators, you're in the top 3, said Wu Tian sighing. He had lost. Top 3? Is Wen Tiangu that strong? Thought the crowd shivering. Wen Tiangu looked indifferent as his abstruse energies disappeared. That battle was already over. I lost, but it doesn't matter. You're stronger than me, so I will have to continue studying. Fighting against stronger people makes me stronger. I hope we can fight again the next time we meet, said Wu Tian. He then rose up in the air. Wen Tiangu, I can't wait to fight you again. Then Wu Tian left. He had lost, but it didn't make him feel dispirited. On the contrary, it made him feel even more determined. I'll wait for you, said Wen Tiangu, watching as Wu Tian disappear. He knew that even though he had won this time, he still could lose the next time. Nobody could predict the future. Things changed quickly in the cultivation world. The next time they'd battle, Wu Tian would certainly be much stronger and even more terrifying. But Wen Tiangu wouldn't waste time either. Now that the 10 strongest young cultivators are gradually breaking through to the Zun Qi layer, they're becoming even more terrifying. Those two didn't even use their full strength, but their abstruse energies are already so powerful. Wen Tiangu and Wu Tian's abstruse energies are already level 3. Thought the crowd sighing. Amongst low-level Zun cultivators, they now had few opponents. Besides, Wu Tian had even said that Wu Tian could be considered as one of the 3 strongest cultivators of the province. How amazing was that? Who wants to try this time? Let's battle happily today, said Mr. Wen. He was satisfied that when Tiangu had won the first battle, so he was smiling in a resplendent way. However, in front of so many extremely strong Zun cultivators, who would be willing to fight? Apart from the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, the others would probably be scared. At that moment, a silhouette flickered and someone landed on stage. Bai Qiu Luo, another one of the 10 strongest young cultivators. The crowd was staring at him. When Tiangu and Wu Tian were both amongst the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. Now, Bai Qiu Luo had jumped on stage, which meant that the girl who had chased him was probably there too. "What are you waiting for?" said Bai Qiu Luo in a provocative way to Qiu Xian. That girl had chased him all the way from western Bahuang to central Bahuang. He had taken great efforts, but hadn't managed to get rid himself of her. Since it was that way, she would fall there. "Be careful," said Lin Feng to Qiu Xian. Bai Qiu Luo was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators, so it was safe to say that he was very strong. Besides, he was probably one of the 7 assassins. When he didn't kill people secretly, he had to find other ways to do it openly. "I will," said Qiu Xian, nodding. She then jumped onto the stage. A protective layer then appeared around the stage as usual. The fighters wouldn't need to worry about overdoing themselves. Bai Qiu Luo is one of the 10 strongest young cultivators. He shouldn't lose. Not necessarily. Qiu Xian practices mercilessness and emotionlessness cultivation. She has terrifying powers. She rose up in a very short time, less than a year actually. She even cut off one of his arms. Right, but even if you lose an arm when you're a Zun cultivator, you can always heal and grow a new one. With medicine, the process is even more straightforward. Bai Qiu Luo's arm is now intact again, so he can battle without any hindrance. Slash! At that moment, a silver light appeared and a sharp sword appeared in Bai Qiu Luo's hand, quickly approaching Qiu Xian with incredibly speed. He didn't waste any time. Qiu Xian raised her hand and a moon appeared. She pushed it forwards to block the sword attack. The sword was spinning as incredibly terrifying golden lights appeared and illuminated the stage. The moon broke under that pressure. The Sunset Pavilion no skills which enables them to transform abstruse energies into a million forms. If they learn illusion abstruse energies and have basic understanding of another form of abstruse energies, they can cast incredible illusion spells. They can only cast illusion spells using one type of abstruse energies at a time though. However, Bai Qiu Luo understands more than one sort of abstruse energies plus illusion abstruse energies. Therefore, he can easily use illusion abstruse energies and mix them with other types as he wishes, said Mr. One. He enjoyed watching people from the Sunset Pavilion fight. "I heard that the girl practices mercilessness cultivation. Let's see how it goes," said another older Zun cultivator. Life was too short. Who was willing to give up emotions? Very few people were willing to become emotionless and merciless. Qiu Xian moved back. However, Bai Qiu Luo's sword moved even faster towards her throat. Bzzz. A moon emerged from Qiu Xian's body, emitting crackling sounds as it moved towards Bai Qiu Luo. "Die," said Bai Qiu Luo. In a flash, a terrifying strength emerged from his body and the moon broke into pieces. "Look at me!" shouted Bai Qiu Luo furiously. His eyes suddenly became dark, like the eyes of demon. Qiu Xian looked at him and suddenly felt dizzy, as if she was becoming the prisoner of an illusion. "Emotionlessness," said Qiu Xian. 2 moons appeared in her eyes. She could clearly see that she was in an illusion now. Bai Qiu Luo was chanting incantations. If you love someone, how can you practice emotionlessness cultivation? This is not good. Lin Feng had influenced her, so her emotionlessness cultivation had been damaged. It seems like Xian needs to learn some other skills. No matter whether she can control her emotionless side or not, she needs skills which allow her to battle even when she can feel emotions. Though Lin Feng, if Bai Qiu Luo had the opportunity, he wouldn't let her off. "Sharp moon," said Qiu Xian. 2 moons appeared and broken the illusion, but Bai Qiu Luo's sword was approaching. He didn't give Qiu Yu Xian any chances to act. How come Bai Qiu Luo gives me the impression that his blood and spirit contain assassin strength? Whispered Mr. One. Bai Qiu Luo looked like a real murderer. That girl doesn't seem emotionless to me. She has been affected by someone or something. Thought all the older Zun cultivators. Moon condensation freeze, said Qiu Yu Xian coldly. She blocked the sword, but at that moment, Bai Qiu Luo moved his left hand and threw some powder in the air. Qiu Yu Xian suddenly panicked and moved backwards quickly, but she still inhaled the powder. Bastard, thought Lin Feng. What was that powder which Bai Qiu Luo had just thrown? The crowd was also astonished. That wasn't supposed to be a battle to death. The powder Bai Qiu Luo had used in front of everyone could probably make people sick. Since he did that in front of everyone else, it meant that he didn't care if other people saw him, as long as he achieved his goal. I wouldn't have thought that Bai Qiu Luo could be so sly and cruel, said Mr. One, as if he had suddenly understood what kind of person Bai Qiu Luo was. Your emotions control your life, you can't be emotionless. Look at me. I'll tell you how to control your life, said Bai Qiu Luo, casting an illusion spell. Qiu Yu Xian couldn't see clearly anymore. Her thoughts were being corroded by the illusion. It seems like that powder helps him control people. They are more impressionable under the effect of that powder. Though the crowd, Qiu Yu Xian was in mortal danger. Bai Qiu Luo didn't move, he was just standing there, staring at Qiu Yu Xian. Mister, he used some special powder. Please open the curtain, said Lin Feng to Mr. One. He hadn't thought that Qiu Yu Xian would be weakened because of him and that Bai Qiu Luo would resort to sly methods to fight her. He had no choice but to get involved. The battle is not over. Besides, who said he couldn't use the powder? Said Qi Tiansheng. At that moment, Mr. Wen looked at Lin Feng and saw that he was glancing at Qi Tiansheng in a cold way. Lin Feng continued, Mister, although there are no rules which say we can't use special methods, Bai Qiu Luo did. So I have nothing to say against that then, but nothing forbids other people from joining the battle either, right? So please open the curtain and let me join in. Ridiculous, the battle is not over, said Qi Tiansheng. You shut the hell up, shouted Lin Feng furiously. Sharp sword energies emerged from his eyes and moved towards Qi Tiansheng. If you don't mind, let's do a double battle. Qiu Yu Xian and me against you and him, said Lin Feng. Then looked at the old man and said, Please open the curtain. All right, there are no rules. Since he used some special powder, I guess you can go, said the old man, nodding. I'm not closing the curtain anymore. Low-level Zun cultivators can all join if they want. If some people can't stand the energies, you can move back. Lin Feng immediately jumped onto the stage. Let's see who will save her, thought Qi Tiansheng. Then he said, Your opponent is me. Qi Tiansheng wanted to fight Lin Feng back in the main hall, but he couldn't. Now was the perfect moment to fight. Lin Feng had destroyed his sister's godly awareness and had humiliated him because he was a direct disciple of Tian Tai. Qi Tiansheng immediately jumped in front of Lin Feng, releasing powerful energies. Lin Feng had the feeling that mammoths were running around him. Die, said Lin Feng. He took out his Tianji sword and thunders emitted blasting sounds. The sword moved towards Bai Qiu Luo, and at the same time, Lin Feng raised his hand and released demonic qi. A demonic hand appeared containing abstruse energies. Boom, boom! The atmosphere crackled. Lin Feng's demonic hand had collided with empty space energies. Piss off! Lin Feng jumped forwards and condensed more forces. The ground crackled and rumbling sounds were heard. A terrifying wind started blowing as a monstrous strength bombarded Qi Tiansheng's body. His facial expression immediately changed. He jumped forwards, now he was in symbiosis with the earth and sky. Lin Feng defeated Long Tongue. Now, Qi Tiansheng, who is one of the 10 strongest young cultivators, is already facing difficulty while fighting Lin Feng. This battle will definitely be phenomenally brilliant, thought the crowd. Bzzz. Lin Feng released his godly awareness to control his Tianji sword. His sword followed Qiu Yu Xian while she was attacking Bai Qiu Luo. That way, Lin Feng wouldn't bother her, and if the sword had the opportunity, it would be able to attack by Qiu Luo quickly, maybe even killing him. Bzzz. Bzzz. Qi Tiansheng ran towards Lin Feng, releasing fire energies. Qi Tiansheng's flames contained abstruse energies, and Lin Feng had known that since Fortune City. Qi Tiansheng raised one finger and the fire became even more intense. Then he jumped into the flames. In a flash, the fire turned into a deflagration with a vacuum effect in the middle. Qi Tiansheng is using a special power with abstruse energies. The crowd saw Qi Tiansheng jump into his flames and quickly disappear. Then, the flames headed straight towards Lin Feng's third eye. Lin Feng quickly sensed the danger. Wind energies surrounded his body. Coupled with the Xiaoyao agility technique, he managed to dodge the attack. Where Qi Tiansheng had put his finger, black destructive energies appeared, and they lasted for a long time, proving just how strong Qi Tiansheng's attack was. Slash! Qi Tiansheng raised another finger and destructive energies moved towards Lin Feng again. Immaterial finger, whispered Mr. One. That was the Qi clan's immaterial finger, a finger which contained destructive energies, a fusion of empty space and fire abstruse energies. Wind thunder laceration, said Lin Feng using his hand as a sword. It collided with the immaterial finger attack and the space exploded. A fusion of wind and thunder abstruse energies. The old Zun cultivators observing Lin Feng's attack. It contained several sorts of energies, but his attacks weren't perfect. He was slightly weaker than Qi Tiansheng. They didn't know that the immaterial finger attack had been created by the Qi clan a very long time ago, and that Lin Feng had created his own attack only a short time before. Bzzz. The atmosphere shook as Qi Tiansheng appeared above Lin Feng and released terrifying energies to oppress Lin Feng. The Qi clan uses empty space abstruse energies, and they're quite good at it, said the purple-eyed Zun cultivator. Imperial clans had access to incredible resources. They had many abstruse skills and techniques which they had changed and improved over the centuries. Even other people who controlled empty space abstruse energies couldn't control them as well as Qi Tiansheng. Space Destructive Punch. Qi Tiansheng's Space Destructive Punch was an attack which used abstruse energies too. One punch could make someone's body explode into pieces. Therefore, Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was breaking apart. However, Lin Feng managed to dodge the attack. He looked confident and at ease while he was moving gracefully like the wind. Qi Tiansheng's attack ended up hitting the stage, and then pieces of stones and dust flew around. Even the extremely solid stage broke under that attack, but the Wens regularly fixed and improved their battle stage, so it wasn't a problem. Xiaoyao agility technique. Yu Xiao recognized the technique. Lin Feng had learnt the Xiaoyao agility technique, which belonged to the godly Xiaoyao sect. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosion sounded as Qi Tiansheng was using an empty space agility technique to match Lin Feng's Xiaoyao agility technique. Both of their movements were graceful and agile. Do you only know how to escape or what? Said Qi Tiansheng mockingly. Then he used his space destructive punch again. Qi Tiansheng's empty space abstruse energy was already level 3, so his space destructive punch was terrifyingly powerful. He could easily crush cultivators of the 3 Zun Qi layer with that attack. Lin Feng remained silent and continued dodging using wind abstruse energy with his Xiaoyao agility technique, but his eyes looked sharp like an eagle. He was observing Qi Tiansheng and studying every single movement he made. At the same time, he released some threads of his godly awareness to sense Qi Tiansheng's empty space strength. Qi Tiansheng's empty space agility technique was very useful during a battle. If you think dodging every attack is useful, I'll just end the battle as soon as possible, said Qi Tiansheng in a cold way. He disappeared as a broken-looking shadow appeared in the air. Holy Mark's teleportation technique. Mr. Wen sighed and said, now that Qi Tiansheng has broken through to the Zun Qi layer, his attacks are terrifying. He's as talented as Tiangu. Lin Feng is in danger. Qi Tiansheng continued releasing Qi. He had used lots of energy to use his Holy Mark's teleportation technique, but he was standing in the sky looking proud. He looked down at Lin Feng disdainfully and said, Lin Feng, Don't think that because you defeated such a crappy cultivator as Long Tongue, that you can be proud. You still don't qualify to become one of the 10 strongest young cultivators. Die, said Qi Tianshang coldly. He used his Holy Mark's teleportation technique again to throw himself at Lin Feng. Even if he killed Lin Feng, nobody would care. The elders didn't get involved in young people's affairs after all. In Bahuang province, battles to death were normal. Even if Lin Feng died, it would just prove that he wasn't strong enough. Emperors wouldn't get involved unless their reputations were tarnished. In the worst case, people with better reputations would show up and avenge his death. Qi Tianshang looked excited as if he had already killed Lin Feng. Slash! At that moment, sword lights dashed to the skies. Lin Feng looked like a sword now. Desolate explosion, said Lin Feng in a cold way. His sword chi dashed to the skies and the space around them seemed like it was going to explode. Lin Feng's destructive sword could pierce through anything like it was butter. The Holy Mark's empty space technique kept crackling while bathing in Lin Feng's sword lights. Break! Qi Tianshang continued releasing empty space abstruse energies to fix his Holy Mark's empty space technique. He was convinced he'd kill Lin Feng soon. Desolate explosion! Explode! Shouted Lin Feng while raising his head and looking at the sky. His sword energies dashed to the skies again. Thunder laceration! Shouted Lin Feng furiously while rising up in the air. Desolate Xana! Nirvana Suanya destruction! One sword attack, a second sword attack, holes appeared in the space. The crowd saw that the stage was breaking apart as a silhouette rose up in the air, surrounded by an infinite amount of sword chi. Wind, thunder, fire, empty space abstruse energies, and there's another kind of abstruse energy, it's kind of destructive. Lin Feng controls at least 5 different types of abstruse energies. Mr. One was amazed. That was the first time he looked surprised on that day. The other older Zun cultivators were just as surprised. 5 types of abstruse energies. Were there any other cultivators who knew 5 different types of abstruse energies amongst the 10 strongest young cultivators? So far, those who were part of the 10 strongest young cultivators hadn't used 5 types of abstruse energies, but the other older Zun cultivators now thought they possibly did. After all, when Tiangu had hidden the fact that he could control abstruse energies, the others could also hide things. Mr. One, do you think he can defeat Qi Tianshang? Asked the purple-eyed Zun cultivator at that moment. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu's 11th direct disciple seemed to be an incredible cultivator too. I don't know. Qi Tianshang hasn't reached his limits yet. I am sure that if Lin Feng had broken through to the Zun Qi layer, he would be able to defeat Qi Tianshang easily. But right now I'm not sure, said Mr. Wen indifferently. He wouldn't underestimate Qi Tianshang. You're ridiculous, said Lin Feng. His sword chi shot up into the sky. His eyes looked ice-cold and so did his voice. Then he jumped forwards. Qi Tianshang felt oppressed. Qi clan from the eastern part of Bahuang, imperial clan. Qi Tianshang, domineering and majestic. In the past nobody knew me, Lin Feng, but I now have broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer and you are a Zun cultivator. Yet, you dare act proudly and arrogantly in front of me. Don't you think you're a little bit ridiculous? Said Lin Feng. Boom boom. Qi Tianshang's heart beat even faster as heard Lin Feng. He was one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province, the genius of the Qi clan. He was a Zun cultivator, and he still hadn't managed to finish their battle. Wasn't that humiliating already? Boom! Lin Feng jumped again, wanting to get near Qi Tianshang. Wu Tian fought against Wen Tiangu and lost. But that wasn't humiliating. They'll fight each other another time. However, if you win against me, you'll have nothing to be proud of, and if you lose, you'll just be endlessly humiliated. Can you imagine Qi Tianshang, the genius of the Qi clan, defeated by a cultivator of the Tianqi layer? If I defeat you, you won't even deserve to be called a cultivator anymore, said Lin Feng, as he then threw himself at Qi Tianshang. His voice was starting to sound a bit like a demon's voice and demonic energies emerging from Lin Feng's body. Qi Tianshang's face turned deathly pale. It was as if he had been cursed by a demon. He frowned, wondering what was happening. What's going on? Thought the crowd. Lin Feng seemed like he was in fusion with the earth and sky, and when the crowd heard his voice, they all the impression that they had been cursed by a demon. Mr. Wen's facial expression changed for the second time. He was studying Lin Feng. Qi Tianshang was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. He was extremely determined, but because of a few words Lin Feng had said, he looked dispirited and his face had turned deathly pale. Was that possible? Not really, but Lin Feng had used some kind of strength that even Mr. Wen didn't know about. Do you understand what's going on? Asked Mr. Wen to the other older Zun cultivators. They all frowned as if they had understood that Lin Feng was using a secret technique. All they could tell was that Lin Feng was using some demonic energies. The mantra of Avalokiteshvara and the Sakyamuni mantra, but at the same time it doesn't seem to be that, could it be? Whispered one of the Zun cultivators. They glanced at each other's, they all looked surprised. A demon curse. Indeed, it was as if Qi Tianshang had been cursed by a demon. Lin Feng is a beast, said Mr. Wen looking very serious. Using demonic strength, Lin Feng could make people lose their determination. When strong cultivators managed to control such energies properly, they could directly injure their enemies' hearts. That kind of strength was very rare, but it was even harder to make it fuse together with one's voice. It was astonishing that Lin Feng had only broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer and could make his voice fuse together with those cursing energies. If you lose, you'll just be endlessly humiliated. Can you imagine Qi Tianshang, the genius of the Qi clan, defeated by a cultivator of the Tianqi layer? That would be such a humiliation. If I defeat you, you won't even deserve to be called a cultivator anymore. Lin Feng's voice was resonating in Qi Tianshang's heart over and over. Qi Tianshang, even if you defeat me, a cultivator of the 8th Tianqi layer, you'll have nothing to be proud of. How dare you act arrogantly? From now on, you can't be considered as one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. You're eliminated. Lin Feng's voice was echoing in Qi Tianshang's head. Lin Feng attracted the force of the earth and sky each time he took a step. Qi Tianshang felt like he had already lost. He felt like everybody was already making fun of him in the province. His face was becoming paler and paler. Lin Feng was still in the air and his sword Qi was reaching up to heaven. He looked incredibly aggressive and his words sounded like the ultimate punishment. "Wake up!" shouted an extremely loud voice at that moment. Qi Tianshang shook his head and came back to his senses. Lost! Lin Feng sighed and looked down. Someone was protecting Qi Tianshang. Even though he had used powerful incantation abstruse energies, but his 3 lives Buddha demon skills wasn't powerful enough. He had borrowed the force of the earth and sky to influence Qi Tianshang. If his attack had been more powerful, he would have been able to cripple his cultivation or even kill him outright. Slash! A fire finger moved towards Qi Tianshang, piercing through the atmosphere. The crowd was surprised. Immaterial finger? Wasn't it Qi Tianshang's technique? Qi Tianshang was also surprised. He also used an immaterial finger attack and they both collided. Lin Feng moved like the wind and threw himself at Qi Tianshang while raising his fist. Space destructive punch! The crowd was dumbfounded. What was going on? Not only could Lin Feng use the immaterial finger attack, but he could also use the space destructive punch. Die! Shouted Qi Tianshang furiously. He was completely infuriated, out of his mind. A moment before, Lin Feng had made him lose his mind. Boom, boom, boom. Both their fists collided and the air around them shook violently. The ground under them exploded. At the same time, desolate strength invaded Qi Tianshang's fist and body. He had the sensation his body was suddenly decaying. Slash! A sword appeared in Lin Feng's left hand as it then moved towards Qi Tianshang. His clothes were suddenly torn to pieces. Qi Tianshang used his empty space agility technique to move back. However, Lin Feng's eyes turned black at that moment and he could see everything clearly. He used his Xiao Yao agility technique. Die! Lin Feng punched the air in Qi Tianshang's direction. It was another space-destructive punch. Boom, boom! Lin Feng's fist reached Qi Tianshang and a huge mark appeared on his body as his face turned deathly pale. But he continued using his empty space agility technique to escape. Desolate Xana, said Lin Feng. Ah! A horrible shriek sounded and blood splashed in the air. One of Qi Tianshang's legs exploded and blood splashed about. Lin Feng wants to prevent him from using his empty space agility technique, thought the crowd. What a genius! He prevented him from using his empty space agility technique, said Mr. One. He was amazed. If Qi Tianshang tried to use his empty space agility technique again, he'd die. Even though Qi Tianshang can use the empty space agility technique, he hasn't mastered it that well. He can't move as quickly as he wishes, said the purple-eyed older Zun cultivator indifferently. If Qi Tianshang had really mastered the empty space agility technique, he would have been able to run away even faster than Lin Feng. Maybe, but even an ordinary low-level Zun cultivation wouldn't be able to see it that distinctly, and Lin Feng has only broken through to the 8th Tian Qi layer, said Mr. Wen smiling. The purple-eyed older Zun cultivator smiled and nodded. Indeed, Lin Feng could see things really clearly. It seemed like his dark eyes helped him see things in a more distinct way. What was that kind of power? The members of the Qi clan were astonished and they looked nervous. Qi Tianshang had been injured by Lin Feng. "Brother!" shouted Qi Jiao Jiao. Her face was deathly pale. She had always despised Lin Feng. She was convinced that her brother could easily defeat Lin Feng, so she didn't understand how a cultivator of the 8th Tian Qi layer could defeat her brother. How did he even understand abstruse energies that well already? How could he defeat Zun cultivators? Behind Qi Jiao Jiao, there were some of the Qi clan's guards. They were all clenching their fists and staring at Lin Feng while releasing their own qi. Qi Tianshang was soaked with blood. Everyone could see his flesh and bones even. If Qi Tianshang hadn't moved so fast, Lin Feng would have ended this already. "Arg!" Qi Tianshang shouted furiously like an animal. His blood started boiling and his legs started growing again. Zun cultivators could use their blood to replace their body parts. He put a pill in his mouth and his leg grew again even faster, but he was now surrounded by Lin Feng's wind energies. Lin Feng quickly appeared in front of Qi Tianshang again and condensed a sword. He couldn't give Qi Tianshang a second to breath. While his eyes were still black, he used his desolate Xana attack again. Bzzz. Qi Tianshang took out a golden tower. Qi Tianshang had already used that holy weapon against Lin Feng in Fortune City, but Lin Feng had used his cursing scepter to stop it. Lin Feng's desolate Xana crashed onto the golden tower and the stage shook violently. The golden tower was propelled backwards. "One of the 10 strongest young cultivators?" said Lin Feng mockingly. "You're just a joke." Qi Tianshang was from the Qi clan and he had broken through to the Zun Qi layer. He was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators. But when facing Lin Feng, he had needed help from the Qi clan's guards. Now he had to use a holy weapon. How ridiculous. Boom! Lin Feng jumped again, borrowing the strength of the earth and sky. Lin Feng's voice started resonating in his head again. "Qi Tianshang, Zun Qi layer, you haven't changed at all. Even Long Tong wasn't weaker than you. It's been a long time since you deserved being considered as one of the 10 strongest cultivators." Lin Feng's demonic voice was resonating in Qi Tianshang's brain. "Die!" shouted Qi Tianshang furiously. He interrupted Lin Feng again as his tower moved towards Lin Feng. He wanted to trap Lin Feng inside. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. In a flash, a gigantic sword appeared and crashed onto the tower. Then, it penetrated into it. Once inside, it became even larger, taking up more and more space. Lin Feng took out his bow and knocked out 8 arrows. Halala! Qi Tianshang's blood boiled. His blood strength rose up as he released empty space energies. Bzzz. A golden picture scroll emerged from Qi Tianshang's body. It looked like an empty space picture scroll. Qi Tianshang stretched his hand and grabbed it. Then he ran towards Lin Feng holding the picture scroll. That's Qi Tianshang's last move. He's using the strength of his spirit. What a terrifying empty space energy. No wonder the Qi clan is an imperial clan, thought the crowd. The picture scroll suddenly became gigantic and blotted out the sky. It looked like a gigantic empty space mountain. Empty space energies quickly surrounded Lin Feng. "Capture!" shouted Qi Tianshang furiously. I'll show you how strong I became after breaking through to the Zun Qi layer. Die, die, die. Qi Tiansheng's blood was boiling as he released all the empty space energies he could. What a terrifying empty space strength. Though Lin Feng frowning, he continued shooting arrows at the picture scroll. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. His Tianji sword then came back to him. Roar, roar. Lin Feng's spirit appeared. His 9-headed dragon spirit moved towards the picture scroll, wanting to eat it. However, Qi Tiansheng's spirit was a lot stronger than Lin Feng's. The 9-headed dragon couldn't possibly absorb Qi Tiansheng's spirit. Lin Feng kept attacking Qi Tiansheng's spirit, and Qi Tiansheng's face was paling. Break! 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 Lin Feng released sword energies which started breaking the empty space picture scroll. Slash! Qi Tiansheng groaned and his face became even paler. Blood splashed out of his mouth. Die! Lin Feng was also bleeding and his sword Qi was being destroyed. Above his head, a gigantic axe appeared. Xian Yuan's spirit. Lin Feng also grabbed his Tianji sword. Then he threw himself at Qi Tiansheng. Slash! Lin Feng's sword moved towards Qi Tiansheng. Xian Yuan's axe fused with Lin Feng's sword energies and now, his sword seemed like it could destroy anything. Brother! Qi Jiao Jiao was terrified when she saw Lin Feng's sword. Her face was deathly pale. At the same time, the Zun cultivators who were behind him all moved towards Qi Tiansheng to save him. Slash! Slash! Qi Tiansheng's picture scroll was blocking the sword energies, but it was cracking. He used his empty space agility technique in an attempt to escape, but that sword was too fast. Half of his body was cut and he gave a horrible shriek. The crowd was astonished. Qi Tiansheng had used a holy weapon and his spirit, but as before, he hadn't managed to defeat Lin Feng. With that last attack, his body was cut into two. However, Lin Feng continued running towards him with his sword in hand. Try and dare! Shouted a Zun cultivator from the Qi clan furiously. He used the empty space agility technique to run towards Qi Tiansheng and block Lin Feng. Piss off! Lin Feng released even more sword energies. The Zun cultivators hadn't even arrived, but some of them were still hurt by Lin Feng's sword, while others were outright killed by it. However, Lin Feng didn't manage to kill Qi Tiansheng, and now he was surrounded by cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. The Qi clan is impressive, said Lin Feng mockingly. He glanced at the people who were protecting Qi Tiansheng. Then he looked at Qi Tiansheng and said mockingly, You were considered the strongest young cultivator of the Qi clan, a beast. But no matter what, from today on, you're just a joke. You need people to protect you. How ridiculous! Lin Feng's mocking tone resonated in Qi Tiansheng's brain, and his heart twitched. Kill him, said Qi Tiansheng coldly. The crowd was astonished. Qi Tiansheng had lost, and now he wanted people to help him kill Lin Feng. No matter what, Qi Tiansheng couldn't be considered one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province anymore. Lin Feng looked at Qiu Xian. She was still fighting against Bai Qiu Luo. Qiu Xian was slowly releasing more and more terrifying energies. Lin Feng didn't need to worry about her anymore. Terrifying energies whistled as well as rumbling sounds. His Tianji sword moved towards Qi Tiansheng as sword Qi dashed to the skies once more. Die! The Qi clan's guards threw themselves at Lin Feng. Mr. One had said it before, low-level Zun cultivators could all enter the stage. Demon skill, celestial demonic territory, said Lin Feng darkly. The earth and sky trembled as everything became dark and a dark space appeared. That space contained terrifying demonic energies and moved towards those cultivators of the Zun Qi layer. A territory! The crowd shivered. Lin Feng was trying to imprison those cultivators in his own territory. Surprisingly, he can create a real territory filled with demonic energies. How terrifying! Whispered Mr. One. He looked amazed. Lin Feng's attack was remarkable in 2 ways. First, he could create a territory, and second, he could fill it with demonic energies. It was no wonder that he knew how to curse people too. At that moment, at the foot of the stage, a young man from the celestial land of alchemists looked surprised. His facial muscles were twitching. I heard before that Lin Feng had defeated Baguio in Sword City. He looked amazed. Maybe Lin Feng had learnt those skills in Tiantai? It was very important to know skills and to understand them well. As a cultivator progressed, their skills would become more powerful too. If a cultivator knew skills but not well enough, then it was impossible for him to level up. Lin Feng's celestial demon territory and his demon curse were the same. They were skills and techniques learnt from the 3 Lives Buddha demon skill set. Usually, only Zun cultivators could practice such skills, but since Lin Feng had become much stronger recently, he had been able to practice them. The celestial demon territory was a territory filled with demonic energies. It was a bit like a small world in which he could imprison his enemies. Once inside, their attacks were weakened. Soul cursing. Lin Feng took out his scepter and cursing energies invaded the space. He cursed them all and their souls were shaking. They kept wailing and shouting. Slash! Dazzling lights appeared as he took out his empty space robe and moved towards the demonic territory. Blood quickly ensured some more low-level Zun cultivators had died. Annihilate, said Lin Feng. More demonic chi invaded the celestial demonic territory. Once the energies eventually dispersed, the crowd was astonished. There were so many corpses on the stages. From the moment when Lin Feng cast his celestial demon territory spell and now, only a few minutes have passed. He killed so many Zun cultivators in such a short time. The crowd was astonished. Their hearts were pounding. Those people were Zun cultivators from the Qi clan. Even though they were low-level Zun cultivators, they were extremely strong. How had Lin Feng killed so many of them so quickly? How could they know that Lin Feng's robe contained incredible empty space energies, and that his scepter contained such terrifying cursing energies? Coupled with his Tianji sword, his attacks were impossible to block. Qi Tianshang was sitting on the edge of the stage healing. His face turned deathly pale. Even though his body had been cut in half with such a strong blood strength, he was able to grow new body parts again. It wasn't surprising that Zun cultivators could live hundreds of years and could transmit their strong blood to their descendants. Lin Feng slowly walked towards Qi Tianshang. His facial expression was ice-cold. He looked like a madman. But a cultivator had to be insane to become extremely strong. To become the strongest, cultivators had to eliminate anyone who stood in their way. "Do you know who you are facing?" said 2 cultivators at that moment. They immediately landed on Qi Tianshang's left and right. They both looked majestic and domineering. They were medium-level Zun cultivators in charge of protecting Qi Tianshang. "A pathetic person who calls himself a genius," said Lin Feng. "Only low-level Zun cultivators are allowed on the stage. You broke the rule." Indeed, Mr. One had said that only low-level Zun cultivators could get on the stage. Those 2 were too strong, but they couldn't let Lin Feng kill Qi Tianshang. "It was also forbidden to kill people and you did," said one of the old men. "Are you blind?" said Lin Feng. "He's been trying to kill me this entire time and now you're saying we can't kill each other? You're ridiculous." The 2 strong cultivators released terrifying energies. If they attacked, Lin Feng would be doomed. He certainly couldn't compete with medium-level Zun cultivators. Many people looked at Mr. One. The old man looked indifferent though. He didn't try to prevent them from doing anything. Mr. One can't say that the Qi clan violated the rules, otherwise it'd mean he's on Lin Feng's side. Then they would become the Qi clan's enemies. Everybody was trying to understand the situation. "Those young cultivators are incredible. It seems like we got old," said Mr. One indifferently before adding, "All right, since Lin Feng won, we can stop here." As expected, Mr. One had found a solution to the situation. He didn't allow Lin Feng to kill Qi Tianshang and he didn't allow the old men to kill Lin Feng. Boom boom. At that moment, an explosion sounded and the ground was shaking. Such terrifying energies. What's going on? The crowd turned around and saw a terrifying energy emerge from the governmental buildings of the One clan. "Some people are attacking the One clan." The crowd was astonished. It seemed like strong cultivators were fighting in the distance. "What's going? Someone is attacking the One clan." The crowd was shaking. Horrible shrieks spread in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Qi rose up in the air. Mr. Wen's eyes twinkled with ice-cold lights. He gazed into the distance in the direction of the Tiansu teleportation portal. The secret has been revealed? Mr. Wen rose up in the air. Some people were willingly spreading chaos. Qi Tiansheng opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. Kill him! Qi Tiansheng. Lin Feng looked at Qi Tiansheng angrily. He had lost and now he wanted to kill Lin Feng. Qi Tiansheng is a bad person. Wu Tian is a better person than him. No matter whether he lost or not, he learns from his mistakes. Thought many of the older Zun cultivators. Of course, nobody said that out loud. Next time Wu Tian would fight against Wen Tiangu, he would be much stronger. Now, Lin Feng had defeated Qi Tiansheng, but instead of learning from his mistakes, he sought the protection of the elders. Qi Tiansheng couldn't kill Lin Feng. If he had been a determined cultivator, he would have learnt from his mistakes and would have fought against Lin Feng again another time. He didn't need to feel humiliated, but he did. If he had practiced cultivation harder and fought against Lin Feng again, maybe he would have won. But Qi Tiansheng was asking the elders to kill Lin Feng. Qi Tiansheng would always be like that. He wasn't really determined to progress. He was more interested in the outcome than in the root of his failures. The older Zun cultivators thought that Lin Feng shouldn't die and that Qi Tiansheng should be wiped off the list of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. They turned around and gazed into the distance. They didn't know who was attacking the One Clan, but they could guess what was going on. Some people had come to the One Clan for one reason. The One Clan had used the Tiansu teleportation portal, which hadn't been used for a long time, and now huge waves of empty space energies had appeared. Why had they reactivated it? At that moment, one of Qi Tiansheng's guards threw himself at Lin Feng using the empty space agility technique. Die! Lin Feng released sword energies, but the Zun cultivator released empty space energies. The sword energies crashed onto them and disappeared. How terrifying! His empty space energies are at least level 5, thought Lin Feng. The old man's empty space energies rotated in the air. Those abstruse energies were more powerful than Qi Tiansheng's. Boom! A strong cultivator punched the air, making it crack. It was the same attack Qi Tiansheng had used before, the space-destructive punch attack, but when those people used it, it had a more explosive power. The punch hadn't even reached Lin Feng, but his blood was already boiling and he had the impression he was going to collapse. Piss off! Lin Feng released sword energies towards the space-destructive punch. The punch propelled the sword energies aside and reached Lin Feng. He then groaned and coughed up blood. Even though you knew the social status of our young master, you still wanted to kill him. You were begging us to kill you, said that cultivator walking towards Lin Feng. The ground was breaking under his feet. He turned into an empty space shadow and moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng isn't dangerous. Nobody will help him since there is someone attacking the One Clan. People signed. The One Clan was being attacked by other people, which gave the Qi clan an opportunity to kill Lin Feng. If Mr. One had been there, that wouldn't have been possible. After all, the One Clan didn't want anything to happen to Lin Feng on their territory. What if Tiantai knew about that? What a bad coincidence. Unfortunately, Lin Feng, a rising beast, had defeated Qi Tiansheng. Lin Feng has proven that he could be considered as one of the 10 strongest young cultivators, and now he is going to die in the hands of those strong cultivators. Boom boom! The space-destructive punch was just about to reach Lin Feng. Freeze! A terrifying ice energy invaded the area. Xianxia Xian was coming. Break! That strong cultivator groaned coldly. The moon broke. Then he raised his head and looked at Xianxia Xian's moon. A gigantic empty space hand appeared and moved straight towards Xianxia Xian. Xianxia Xian moved back, but blood splashed out of her mouth. There's no hope at all, they're way too strong, thought some people sighing. Lin Feng and Xianxia Xian were both extremely strong and now they were going to fall, unfortunately. Since you want to die with him, we'll help you, said that strong cultivator glancing at Xianxia Xian. Are you all right? Asked Lin Feng to Xianxia Xian. Xianxia Xian smiled and shook her head. She continued releasing merciless energies. Seems like the little lovers want to die together, said Bai Qiu Luo, smiling indifferently. Being able to die together would be extremely romantic. Unfortunately, I chose to be merciless, so I won't share the moment of my death, said Xianxia, smiling. Her smile was resplendent, and at the same time she released even more merciless energies. Nobody can compete with merciless and emotionless people, so kill me alone, said Xianxia. Lin Feng frowned. Eh? That strong cultivator looked at by Qiu Luo. What was Xianxia doing? Seal. Lin Feng put his hand on Xianxia's body and sealed her. She was surprised and looked at him. How could I let you die alone? We'll both be fine, said Lin Feng, smiling. How could they die? Boom, boom. In the distance, terrifying empty space energies were dashing to the skies. It was as if that place was going to be taken away. At that moment, a beam of light appeared and a group of strong cultivators came. A group of strong cultivators jumped into the teleportation portal and disappeared, reappearing in a mountain range basking in flames. Those people had forced some strong cultivators to teleport. How strong? Thought the crowd, astonished. That was probably the reason why they had attacked the one clan. Qi Tianshang smiled in a resplendent way. Lin Feng was going to die. Lin Feng looked at him. What was going on? He knew that the one clan had used the teleportation portal to teleport strong cultivators to a place that was far away. But why? However, Lin Feng was surprised because the place he had seen during the teleportation, the place with the fire, was in the Shuiyu region, the Yunhai sect, the main peak of the Yunhai sect, where he had sat the exam with the drums. That was also where he had obtained the strength of the Haruka. He had also found a small world there, the place from which Yan Di had come. Kill him, shouted Qi Tianshang. Sword. Lin Feng's Tianji sword came back to him, and at the same time, a gigantic sword appeared in front of them. Lin Feng and Xianxia jumped on it and rose up in the air. Where are you going? Shouted the strong cultivators from the Qi clan. Two people rose up in the air after them. Come back. A dragon hand moved towards Lin Feng. A terrifying Qi also surrounded Xianxia's body, further wounding her. The members of the Qi clan weren't the only ones who wanted to kill them. Tianlong Divine Castle. By Qiu Luo. Lin Feng looked at by Qiu Luo. He was smiling. The one who had just released energies was also a medium-level Zun cultivator. 3 medium-level Zun cultivators had surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Xianxia are doomed, thought the crowd. What a pity. They have no way to escape. Xianxia was deathly pale. She looked at Lin Feng and said, Let me try. Lin Feng looked at Xiao in a gentle way. He caressed her cheeks and smiled. Silly girl. Let me take care of that. Lin Feng slowly turned around. Since you all plotted against me, you're all going to die, whispered Lin Feng. Those people smiled coldly. All going to die? How ridiculous. You're ridiculous, said Qi Tianshang. Come out. Kill them, said Lin Feng furiously. Sword Qi dashed to the skies. The sword that had appeared was incredible. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Dazzling lights appeared and surrounded the entire territory of the one clan. It was as if there had been millions of cultivators there. In the air, Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword was dazzling while the earth and sky were falling apart. Everybody raised their heads and looked at that sword. It made them shake violently. Their souls felt like they were going to be kicked out of their bodies. What kind of sword was that? Mr. One and the others were also holding their swords. An emperor's sword. Mr. One saw those sword energies and instantly recognized that as an emperor's sword. How could Lin Feng have such a sword? The older Zun cultivators raised their heads and looked at that sword. Such a sword could kill them, and Lin Feng was the one who had unsheathed it. The members of the Qi clan weren't laughing anymore. Their facial expressions changed drastically and their faces turned deathly pale. How's that possible? Thought Qi Tianshang, who was still healing. He was fixedly staring at that sword in the sky. He had sensed such energies only once in his life, when the emperor of his clan had released his own energies. Qi Jiao Jiao's mouth was wide open. She was dumbstruck. The strong cultivators from Tianlong Divine Castle, the medium-level assassin of the Zunqi layer, and Bai Qiu Luo raised their heads at the same time. Their faces also turned deathly pale. Come back, said Lin Feng. The dazzling sword moved towards Lin Feng's hand and he grabbed it. He can control it. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng could control that sword. Maybe the emperors of Tiantai gave it to Lin Feng? Thought the crowd. How could the emperors of Tiantai give such a sword to Lin Feng? Zhang, young master. At that moment, someone recalled that Lin Feng was also Zhang's young master. However, how had he become Zhang's young master? Was it because of that sword? That sword could possibly be Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Many people thought of the same thing at the same time. 5,000 years ago, such a sword had shown up. Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Many people looked at the 3 medium-level cultivators who were surrounding Lin Feng. The crowd was excited for he was going to kill all the cultivators who wanted to kill him. As expected, Lin Feng smiled evilly. He looked at the medium-level Zun cultivators from the Qi clan. Medium-level Zun cultivators? How majestic! The strongest young man of your clan lost against me. Then you came out and said I wanted to die. You're a cultivator of the 5th Zun Qi layer and you attacked me. A cultivator of the Tian Qi layer? How incredible! Said Lin Feng walking towards the Zun cultivator. If you offend the Qi clan, you will regret it. You cannot imagine what an imperial clan is like, said the Zun cultivator threatening Lin Feng. Slash? Lin Feng suddenly cut off that cultivator's right hand and blood splashed. He didn't even have time to react. His face turned deathly pale. Offended the Qi clan? I thought I had offended it already since you attacked me a moment before. You sounded arrogant, but don't you think you're ridiculous? Said Lin Feng. Even with that sword, if you offend the Qi clan, you'll die in any case, said that cultivator furiously. His voice rolled in waves and influenced Lin Feng's determination. Slash! Lin Feng replied with his sword and cut off the man's other arm. Lin Feng knew that his enemy was trying to make him change his mind using his voice. Continue, said Lin Feng fixedly staring at that strong cultivator. Lin Feng's facial expression looked evil. Die! Shouted that strong cultivator furiously. He disappeared from where he was. And at the same time, Lin Feng moved again and released thunderous energies. That medium-level Zun cultivator's body immediately exploded, and he was dead. Lin Feng slowly turned around and looked at the strong cultivator of Tianlong Divine Castle. He pulled a long face. Long tongue and I had a normal fight, but you shameless got involved. Since you dared attack me again, die, said Lin Feng. He raised his sword again. That cultivator wanted to escape. But how could he be faster than Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword? The sword immediately lacerated him and he died. That sword is terrifying. It's just a game for him. Those Zun cultivators were astonished. Especially Mr. Chu, his mouth was twitching. If he had offended Lin Feng before, Lin Feng would have killed him easily. What was a cultivator of the Tianqi layer doing with an emperor's sword? Nobody understood. Bzzz. A beam of light moved towards the other medium-level Zun cultivator. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He was lacerated too, and his corpse fell down from the sky. Bai Qiu Luo was shaking. He was scared to death. He had tried to kill Lin Feng and Qiu Xian. What could he do now? Lin Feng turned around and looked at him. We gave you the opportunity to fight fairly, but you refused. Since it's that way, let's stop playing. Die! Bai Qiu Luo's face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng said, I know that you work with the Imperial Assassin Union, but whether you're with them or with the Sunset Pavilion, today you'll die. Sword lights moved towards Bai Qiu Luo and he collapsed. Bai Qiu Luo, one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province, had been killed by Lin Feng. Everybody knew that Lin Feng would amaze the whole province soon. Lin Feng looked at Qi Tianshang and the others. Their hearts were pounding. Lin Feng had killed Bai Qiu Luo. Would he kill Qi Tianshang now? In any case, the Qi clan was now Lin Feng's enemy. Many cultivators from the Qi clan would want to kill him in the future. Lin Feng, think about the consequences before acting. Another medium-level Zun cultivator of the Qi clan appeared next to Qi Tianshang. If I didn't have that sword, I'd already be dead. What could be worse than that? Lin Feng glanced at him coldly. He slowly walked towards Qi Tianshang, and Qi Tianshang looked distressed. Mr. Wan! That strong cultivator looked at Mr. Wan in the distance and called him. Only Mr. Wan could stop Lin Feng. Mister, no need to talk about all that's happened. Everybody knows that I defeated Qi Tianshang and that the Qi clan protected him. They even tried to kill me. Medium-level Zun cultivators attacked me. Everybody saw that. Nobody tried to prevent them from attacking me though, said Lin Feng indifferently. When people sin, they can only blame themselves. Qi Tianshang could only blame himself. The strong cultivators of his clan had protected him, but he had made too many mistakes. Mr. Wen remained silent. He didn't say anything. The strong cultivators of the Qi clan were astonished. Lin Feng, Qi Tianshang is of the 5th generation of the Qi clan. He's really an emperor's descendant. If you kill him, you'll interrupt the imperial blood lineage. Are you ready to bear such responsibility? Shouted a strong cultivator furiously. Would Lin Feng dare interrupt an imperial lineage? Imperial blood lineage, said Lin Feng. He glanced at that person and said, What about you? Do you have imperial blood? How noisy! Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword streaked across the sky and moved towards that cultivator's third eye with incomprehensible speed. That cultivator had no chance to dodge. That cultivator's face suddenly looked petrified as Lin Feng destroyed his godly awareness. Qi Tianshang was soaked in a cold sweat. I can't die, thought Qi Tianshang suddenly, though his face was deathly pale. He had imperial blood. He had such a bright future. He was one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. And now someone like Lin Feng was going to kill him. Kill him! Shouted Qi Tianshang furiously. Eh? Lin Feng was stupefied. To whom was Qi Tianshang talking? Lin Feng released threads of soul. He suddenly turned around and moved towards his sword. Boom boom! Lin Feng saw a silhouette flicker. He rose up in the air and used the Emperor's sword again. Destroy! Slash, slash, slash. That strong cultivator moved back and forth. It seemed like he was going in and out of an empty space. It was as if he could escape as he wished. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The sword lights ended up cutting that cultivator in half. Kaboom! Sword energies exploded and horrible shrieks spread in the air. What a terrifying sword. Lin Feng actually doesn't need to control it. He just has to communicate with it using telepathy and it obeys. Thought the crowd. Who had given Lin Feng such a sword? And who was that assassin in the empty space? That emperor's sword hadn't killed him in one strike. Qi Tianshang is such an idiot, thought the crowd. Qi Tianshang's face was deathly pale. An assassin had been hiding and Qi Tianshang had called him out loud. At the same time, he had warned Lin Feng someone was hiding. Otherwise, Lin Feng might not have noticed him. Humph, the Qi clan is really cruel, said Mr. Wen. A strong cultivator had been hiding in the dark. What did that mean? And who were those people who had attacked the One clan? What a powerful spell! Lin Feng turned and looked at Qi Tianshang. Many people started running away. They know they couldn't resist Lin Feng's sword. Little boy, did you hear me? Said that Zun cultivator. He used his blood to make the lower part of his body grow again. It wasn't easy to heal such terrifying injuries, but it was possible. Lin Feng turned around and looked at him. You're talented. You have a bright future. You could become an emperor, but first you have to survive. Qi Tianshang has imperial blood, but if you kill him, the Qi clan can destroy you, said that Zun cultivator calmly. He was threatening Lin Feng. Lin Feng could become an emperor, but if he killed Qi Tianshang, he would lose all chances to become one. Lin Feng raised his sword. He didn't look at that Zun cultivator at all. He just looked at Qi Tianshang. I wouldn't be worth anything if I didn't dare kill those who want to kill me. If I didn't kill my enemies, how could I ever pretend that I wanted to become an emperor? Said Lin Feng. In any case, even if he didn't kill Qi Tianshang, would the Qi clan release him? The only difference would be that stronger cultivator would find him next time. Think carefully. If you kill Qi Tianshang, even if you don't die, your friends, your family, they will all die. Slash. As soon as he finished talking, Lin Feng attacked with his sword. No! Shouted Qi Tiansheng furiously. His face was deathly pale like a sheet of paper and he closed his eyes. However, he realized he didn't die, only one of his arms was cut. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng and Lin Feng looked back at him. He felt like a buffoon. "How dare you!" shouted a Zun cultivator. Lin Feng raised his sword again. Would Lin Feng dare kill Qi Tiansheng or not? "You dare threaten my family and friends to threaten me?" Lin Feng slowly walked forwards. Everybody was focused on Lin Feng's sword. "Try and kill me if you dare," said Qi Tiansheng fixedly staring at Lin Feng. "All right, then I'll do it now." The atmosphere was instantly lacerated. Qi Tiansheng released energies to protect himself, but he didn't have to react as the lights from the Emperor's sword surrounded him and swallowed him. The crowd saw Qi Tiansheng's body disappear. No matter what everybody had said to Lin Feng, he didn't care. He destroyed Qi Tiansheng. "He's insane!" The crowd looked at Lin Feng. He looked heroic. He dared kill an imperial descendant. Lin Feng would need to be careful in the future. Lin Feng started picking up the loot from Qi Tiansheng and the Zun cultivators' bodies. He would become even richer this time. He had killed 4 medium-level Zun cultivators and Qi Tiansheng and by Qiu Luo, 2 of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. He had also killed a dozen low-level Zun cultivators. Abstruse tablets, abstruse crystals, skills, special techniques, holy mark strength, holy weapons, anything. "Brother!" shouted Qi Jiao. Her face was deathly pale. It was all her fault. If she hadn't acted like a little girl, her brother wouldn't have had any issues with Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at her. He then walked towards her. "Lin Feng!" shouted a Zun cultivator in the air. Lin Feng had killed Qi Tiansheng. Wasn't that enough? Did he want to kill Qi Tiansheng too? "Don't forget that you're the Emperor's direct disciples," shouted the Zun cultivator in a cold way. Lin Feng glanced at him and said, "You're the most ridiculous joke of the day." Everybody looked at the Zun cultivator that Lin Feng was making fun of. Lin Feng was using those people as stepping stones. "Of course, thank you for reminding me that you got involved too, otherwise, I would have just killed Qi Tiansheng. I had almost forgotten how shameless you are. Since it's that way, I'll help you take care of that girl," said Lin Feng. He put his sword on Qi Jiao's throat. They had threatened his family and friends. And some people were apparently teleporting to Shuiyu. He had no choice but to take a hostage. Qi Jiao was the jewel of the Qi clan. It was a good way to threaten them. Qi Jiao's face was red. Her eyes were bloodshot. Lin Feng didn't care. He just said, "There's no need to look at me that way. Who forced me to do all these things?" Everybody knew that after Lin Feng defeated Qi Tiansheng, the Qi clan sent extremely strong cultivators to deal with Lin Feng. Everything was the Qi clan's fault. "Sword," said Lin Feng. His Tianji sword emitted whistling sounds. Lin Feng just had to tell his sword to slit Qi Jiao's throat and it would. "Don't move, otherwise you'll die," said Lin Feng. He rose up in the air and looked at one of the older Zun cultivators. He was fixedly staring at him. He looked furious. However, Lin Feng had the Emperor's sword, so what could they do? Could Lin Feng kill him? "You will regret," said that older Zun cultivator in a cold way. He ran towards an empty space to teleport himself. "You threaten my friends and family. Do you think I'll let you off?" asked Lin Feng. "Kill him. Bzzz." When Lin Feng said that, the Emperor's sword moved towards the empty space. Sword Qi dashed to the skies and a horrible shriek sounded. Very quickly, the Emperor's sword came back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng had had to use it, but now some people would probably want to steal the sword. They'd have to think carefully before trying though. Everybody would be astonished in Ba Huang if they knew what had just happened. Thought the crowd. Lin Feng had taken out an Emperor's sword and he had killed 2 of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. He had also killed 4 medium-level Zun cultivators, a dozen low-level Zun cultivators, even an older Zun cultivator. Nobody could block Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Lin Feng turned around and looked at the remaining guards of the Qi clan. They all started shivering. Older Zun cultivators couldn't escape, so what hope did they have? Go back to your clan and tell them that if they want to get their revenge, they'll have to prepare themselves well. I will take care of Qi Jiao Jiao for now. If you want to attack my friends and family members, I'll show you how I take care of one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the province." Those people were all furious. "Piss off now," said Lin Feng. Their silhouettes flickered and they left. They couldn't do anything for Qi Jiao Jiao anymore. Lin Feng was insane. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Mr. Wan. He looked embarrassed as he said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wan. I caused you trouble." Mr. Wan smiled and shook his head. "No problem. If you hadn't been here, the older Zun cultivators of the Qi clan wouldn't have appeared. I didn't even know they were here today. Thank you very much, mister. I'm leaving now," said Lin Feng. He bowed before Mr. Wan and left. He kept Qi Jiao Jiao as a hostage and Xiu Xian followed him as well. His sword whistled and streaked across the sky. There were some older Zun cultivators who had lived for many years. Lin Feng couldn't stay too long after showing them Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. If Lin Feng hadn't been careful while dealing with the older Zun cultivators of the Qi clan, he could have lost it or he could have died. People sighed when they watched Lin Feng leave. Lin Feng could now be considered a beast, as one of the 10 strongest cultivators of the province. After all, he had shown how strong he was when he defeated Qi Tiansheng. Mr. Wen's clan gazed into the distance in the direction of northern Bahuang. Even more strong cultivators were rising there. It was like the past when Ho Qinglin had become one of the 10 strongest young cultivators of the province. Now, he was a medium-level Zun cultivators and was soon going to be at the top of the Zun Qi layer. Now, with Xiu Xian and Lin Feng, what would Tiantai look like 10 years from now? Tiangu, according to the diviner's predictions and Lin Feng's strength, Lin Feng is extraordinary. You should be friends with him, but don't get too close. Of course, that's just a suggestion. You're free to make your own decisions, said Mr. Wen, looking at Wen Tiangu in a deep and profound way. When Tiangu nodded, he understood. Lin Feng and Xiu Xian were riding his sword, flying towards Sword City. Lin Feng had already used Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword once, so he still had 2 more chances to use it. Nobody else knew that he could only use it 3 times though, otherwise the consequences would be scary. In the Tiansu teleportation portal, Lin Feng had seen the Yunhai sect of Shuiyu. Soon, the One Clan would show why so many strong cultivators from the One Clan had gone to the Yunhai mountain range. They had a specific goal. Lin Feng couldn't know what exactly, but he understood that something was going to happen in Shuiyu, so he had to go back. For a place like the Bahuang province, Shuiyu was tiny. Tiansu town was even larger than Shuiyu itself. Of course, he didn't have to worry too much either. The One Clan hadn't said why they needed to go there, and the other groups of influence didn't have teleportation portals powerful enough to go there. Besides, Yan Di had cast a protection spell in Shuiyu, so Zun cultivators couldn't attack that easily. Lin Feng had also given his parents precious treasures. I wonder how everyone's doing, thought Lin Feng, smiling. Father, mother, Xian Yi, they should be all right. Lu Fei and Xiaoya should be growing up. And Jingyun, Yishui, and Yunxi, what are they doing? Are they all right? What about Pajun and Ba Dao? And Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua? How strong have they become? What about Yu Qingshan? Lin Feng was thinking about all those people. In the cruel cultivation world, it was good to have people to care about. A year before, he was still a boy, he was chased by people, and now he was able to kill low-level Zun cultivators. Those cultivators were considered legendary in Shuiyu. Everything felt like a dream. News spread quickly in Bahuang. Everybody already knew what had happened on Mr. Wen's birthday. Sword City and Tiansu Town were both towns in central Bahuang, so news spread quickly. In a small bar of Sword City, everybody was already talking about the images diffused in Tiansu Town and Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. The One Clan had activated the teleportation portal to send strong cultivators to other places. Maybe there were precious treasures there. More news spread in the region. Lin Feng had become Jiang's young master, and he could control Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. Many people thought that there was something secret going on between Lin Feng and Xianxia. What kind of secret, though? In any case, he had been able to kill older Zun cultivators with that sword, and he had also killed by Qiu Luo and Qi Tianshang, who had an imperial heritage. Even Xianxia was surprised. Since the sword had taken control of Lin Feng, it did whatever it wished. It was no wonder that the sword didn't want them to follow. It could do anything it wanted. Besides, the Emperor's sword had defeated Qi Tianshang. But so what? It had to go abroad and kill even more people. It had to bring back glory to Xianxia. Lin Feng arrived outside of Xianxia. He didn't go in, but some strong cultivators from Xianxia came out and bowed before him. "Young master, please come in," said the old man leading the group. He was a terrifying older Zun sword cultivator. "No need. I came to ask you something," said Lin Feng calmly yet aggressively. He had to be arrogant and aggressive in front of them, because to them he wasn't Lin Feng, he was Emperor Wu Tianjian's sword. "Please tell us, young master," said the leader. "I will give you some geographical coordinates. It is in the Xueyu region, in a country called Xueyu. The one clan is going there. Send some of the strongest cultivators there. But be discreet, don't attract other people's attention. Once there, unless I give you the order to do so or unless your life is in danger, don't kill anyone." The Zun cultivator's eyes were twinkling. He understood what Lin Feng was saying, but he didn't know what Lin Feng's motives were. Besides, how did he know what the place of the apparition was? "Young master, I understand." Even though he had so many questions, he didn't question anything he was told. "I'll transmit the geographical coordinates and map through your godly awareness," said Lin Feng indifferently. His godly awareness turned into a small sword, and he transmitted those things to the old man's third eye. He had obtained a map of Xingong in the past, and on that map was Bahuang Province. However, on maps made in Bahuang Province, there weren't places like Ganyu or Xueyu, for they were too small. With Lin Feng's transmissions, the strong cultivators of Xianxia would easily be able to find Xueyu. "All right, hurry up and go. And wait for my instructions once you're there," said Lin Feng. Then, he rose up in the air, flew towards northern Bahuang. Before going back to Xueyu, he had to go back to northern Bahuang and then cross the Huangxi. "You Xian, I'm going far away to my homeland. Are you coming with me or staying here?" asked Lin Feng. Qiu Xian's eyes twinkled and she said, "I'll stay here. I'll go back to the Qiu clan." "All right. Stay with your parents so that your merciless and emotionless side doesn't take control of your body. And don't practice mercilessness cultivation anymore," said Lin Feng, smiling in a gentle way. He was caressing her cheeks while talking to her. Going to Xueyu wasn't something easily done. It took time, for they had to cross the Huangxi. Besides, there would probably be many strong cultivators in Xueyu. She would be better off with her parents in a loving and stable environment. Lin Feng took her back to the Qiu clan and then went to Tiantai. Lin Feng arrived in Tiantai, opened the gate at the top of the flight of stairs, and sensed some pleasant celestial qi, which was also quite cold. In the sky above the palaces, there were dazzling marks which could help cultivators practice cultivation faster. Meng Qing was in his palace, sitting cross-legged in a golden lotus, kept changing, reminding people of the impermanence of life. Meng Qing has reached a crucial point of her cultivation, thought Lin Feng. Meng Qing was about to break through to the Zun Qi layer. He looked at her and smiled warmly. He slowly walked out of the palace and closed the door behind him. Maybe that when I come back from Xueyu, she will have broken through to the Zun Qi layer, thought Lin Feng, smiling. He really wanted to wake her up and talk to her. Everything she was doing was for him, so Lin Feng loved her more than anything. "When I'm done in Xueyu, I'll come back," whispered Lin Feng. Then he rose up in the air and jumped onto his sword. Qi Jiao Jiao was on the sword still, but she didn't say anything. She was always staring at Lin Feng in a cold way, but Lin Feng ignored her. Qi Jiao Jiao posed no threat to him because she wasn't strong enough. "Xueyu, so you're from Xueyu. Your friends and family members must be there too," said Qi Jiao Jiao. Lin Feng glanced at her calmly and serenely before saying, "What do you want to say? You're taking me there, but you don't dare kill me. If you killed me, the Qi clan would immediately know about it. But if you take me there, I will know all your secrets, where your friends and family members are. You will regret it," said Qi Jiao Jiao, threatening him. Lin Feng smiled in a resplendent way. He looked extremely amused as he said, "Do you think you will ever have the opportunity to leave me? You—" Lin Feng was insane. Did he want to keep her with him their entire life? Qi Jiao Jiao's thoughts were chaotic. She couldn't imagine being an enemy's prisoner for dozens or even hundreds of years. "After I destroy your clan, you'll stay with me to take care of me," said Lin Feng indifferently. Qi Jiao Jiao looked at him furiously. "Take care of him? Of course, if you don't like that, I have some animal cages that I can put you inside of instead." Qi Jiao Jiao looked at him with the utmost hatred. An animal cage? Qi Jiao Jiao was surprised when they arrived above the Huang Sea. She had thought Lin Feng would use a boat. But no, he stayed on his sword and the desolate Qi assaulted them. Qi Jiao Jiao looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was calmly sitting on his sword and absorbing desolate Qi. He was even using it to practice cultivation. "Go inside," said Lin Feng, taking out a golden tower. That was Qi Tianshang's golden tower, but he owned it now. "No need," said Qi Jiao Jiao in a cold way. "I'm going under the water. If you're not afraid to die, then you can come with me," said Lin Feng indifferently. Qi Jiao Jiao was stupefied. "Underwater? Do you think I believe you?" said Qi Jiao Jiao. Then, Lin Feng's sword descended from the sky. Her face suddenly became deathly pale. She hastily went inside the tower. Slash! His sword dived into the sea. The golden tower was still on the sword, so Qi Jiao Jiao was looking out of the window and could see everything clearly. Lin Feng was really under the water. He was swallowing the desolate Qi. Surprisingly, some people can even use desolate Qi to practice cultivation. Qi Jiao Jiao was incredulous. Poor her. Because of her social status, she had always thought she was amazing. But she had never really tried to understand who Lin Feng was because she had always believed she was better than him. Of course, having remorse was useless now. The Qi clan and Lin Feng were now enemies. They had threatened his family and friends, so Lin Feng couldn't let her off. He would maybe let her off someday, but only after destroying her clan though. Qi Jiao Jiao had never left Ba Huang province, for it was a vast province. After crossing the sea, they soon saw land again. Castles, palaces, mountain range. But they were moving with incredible speed, so Qi Jiao Jiao couldn't see the landscapes clearly. The sun was rising, setting, rising and setting again. Many people saw Lin Feng in the sky and his terrifying sword. Lin Feng was calmly practicing cultivation on his sword. Unconsciously, he traveled for 20 days before he began to recognize the landscapes. Lin Feng soon arrived in Ganyu. It made him remember Tianqi. Without Tianqi, Lin Feng would have never become who he was today. Tianqi was vast and snowflakes were floating in the air. In the Tianqi Empire, many young men who lived at the foot of the mountains could only dream of going to the holy part of Tianqi and become a disciple there. Tianqi was rising as there were more and more Zun cultivators appearing there. There was a legend in Taintai that a few years before, a genius had risen and thanks to him, Tianqi had started rising again. Before he left, he had cast a protection spell on 6 of the snowy peaks of Tianqi and had turned them into holy places. Then, Lin Feng had set the Xiaoyao sect on fire and everybody had made fun of them in the Ganyu region. Now, the influential groups of Ganyu had continued joining hands to attack Tianqi. They took every opportunity they could to kill Tianqi's disciples. However, Tianqi was becoming too strong. "I wonder where Lin Feng is now," thought some people in the valleys of the Tianqi Empire. Boom, boom, boom! A sonic boom sounded as a strong wind blew by. Sword lights appeared and incredible Qi rolled in the air. "What a scary sword," thought many people inside the valleys of the Tianqi Empire. They hadn't even seen the sword clearly. It was too fast. "What a handsome young man!" At that moment, someone noticed a young man riding the sword. That young man glanced at the people in the valleys and smiled indifferently. Then, he put his sword away and descended from the sky. Nobody can go to the holy place of Tianqi as they wish. 2 young men immediately rose up in the air and blocked Lin Feng. However, they sensed a wind brush against their skin and the young man disappeared. They were both astonished. Let's go, we need to inform the masters, said one of the young men. And then they left. At the peak of Xianxia, Mr. Bai had been practicing cultivation for a long time now. He was outside a palace, wearing his snowy robe and smiling. 2 disciples had come back, a girl and a boy. The boy looked handsome and the girl looked pure and holy like snow. One of them was Han Qiu and the other was the former holy girl of Tianqi Shui. You've been away for a few years. Now Han Qiu and you are a couple nice? Said Mr. Bai. Han Qiu and Tianqi Shui used to be very talented disciples in Tianqi then. Lin Feng and his friends had joined Tianqi and surpassed them. After all that, they had gone traveling. You've already broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer, not bad. You'll break through to the Zun Qi layer sooner or later, said the Fire Zun cultivator. Many of Tianqi's cultivators went traveling to practice cultivation. Some people died, but sometimes they came back after a few years, and each time they did, Tianqi was happy to see their progress. Teacher, is Lin Feng here? Asked Tianqi Shui. She had mixed feelings when it came to Lin Feng. In the mysterious world, he had shown her how scary he was. Then there was the whole thing with Huang Fulong. Now she had broken through to the 6th Tianqi layer. She could even defeat people of the 7th Tianqi layer. Lin Feng was probably the same as her. Lin Feng. The teachers glanced at each other. They looked nostalgic. They had taken Lin Feng as their own disciple. Then they had made him leave for his own good so that he could progress. They too were wondering how he was doing. Lin Feng. Mr. Bai turned around and looked at a very beautiful girl behind him. Shi Yun, you know Lin Feng? Asked Mr. Bai. Shi Yun's lips twitched. Then, she smiled and said, I've been in Tianqi for more than a year now. How could I not know him? Ha ha. Shi Yun. If you meet him, you'll instantly fall in love, said the Fire Zun cultivator jokingly, making her blush. I haven't seen him for a while, so I wonder how he's doing, said the Sword Zun cultivator next to him sighing. I wonder how strong he's become. I also want to see him, said Tianqi Shui. She actually wanted to compare herself and see if she was stronger or not. If Lin Feng comes back, I hope we can all exchange views on cultivation, said Tianqi Shui. The older men looked at her smiling. She used to be the strongest cultivator of Tianxian, so the fact that she wanted to fight Lin Feng was absolutely normal. Ever since Lin Feng had joined Tianqi, she had taken great efforts to become stronger. No problem. If Lin Feng comes back, you can battle him, said Mr. Bai smiling. He was sure Tianqi Shui wouldn't be able to resist Lin Feng if he came back, but he couldn't say that out loud. Qiu Yu, does she fight against you all the time? Said the Fire Zun cultivator smiling. Han Qiu smiled, but said nothing. Haha. Anyways, Tianji and I agreed to make the young disciples of the 7 snowy peaks gather in 7 days. What a coincidence that Tianqi Shui and Han Qiu came back today though, so we should organize the meeting today instead. It's not a big event anyway. It's just a small meeting to discuss cultivation matters. Alright, where? Asked the Fire Zun cultivator smiling. On Tianxian, nobody minds doing it here anyways. The 3 Zun cultivators smiled. After what had happened in Tianqi, everybody had realized how strong Mr. Bai was. Besides, Tianshu Zi had died, so people in Tianqi were even closer now. Nobody went against the philosophy and rules of Tianqi. The Snow Zun cultivator shouted loudly. Tianxian is calling all the leaders and their disciples to come here. His voice rolled over the mountain range. What was going on? People started heading towards Tianxian. Lin Feng was still flying through the valleys and mountains ranges when he heard his teacher's voice. Hearing his teacher's voice brought back positive memories. Maybe he knows I'm back? Whispered Lin Feng, and then he smiled in a resplendent way. Teacher! Shouted Lin Feng. Mr. Bai was about to go back to the ground after shouting, but when he heard that voice, he stopped moving. That was Lin Feng's voice. The Fire and Sword Zun cultivators were also surprised, and then they smiled. He's back too. The little madman came back, thought the Zun cultivators. Lin Feng. Tianqi Shui was excited. Lin Feng. Huoshi Yun's eyes twinkled too. She blushed and shivered. Was she going to see him again? Many people looked surprised, but then they looked calm again. He's back. So he must have become stronger, thought the three Zun cultivators, smiling when they saw Lin Feng arrive. Teacher. Lin Feng landed in front of his three teachers and smiled. 8th Tianqi layer. Not bad, said Mr. Bai, tapping Lin Feng's shoulder. Let's go and have a chat. Lin Feng smiled and nodded at Tianqi Shui and Han Xiuyu. Even though they weren't friends in the past, they were all members of Tianqi and had to be friends now. Besides, Lin Feng had become more mature, so such small things didn't matter so much. Tianqi Shui also smiled and nodded at Lin Feng. Before seeing him, she had thought of their battle, but now Lin Feng seemed so friendly and natural. Lin Feng looked at Hua Shiyun. He had met her in Dragon Mountain, and she was just as beautiful as before. She blushed when Lin Feng looked at her. Lin Feng, said Hua Shiyun. Shiyun, long time no see, said Lin Feng, smiling. Lin Feng, you know each other? Asked the Fire Zun cultivator. A moment before, he had said that if Shiyun knew Lin Feng, she would fall in love with him. He didn't know that they already knew each other. We do. I met her in Dragon Mountain, said Lin Feng, smiling. The Fire Zun cultivator smiled and said, Ah, good, good. He smiled in a deep and meaningful way, making Hua Shiyun blush even more. She was very shy. Little Lin Feng, did you go to Ba Huang province after leaving? The Fire Zun cultivator asked. I just came back from the Ba Huang province, said Lin Feng, smiling. How's Ba Huang province? Are there many strong cultivators there? Asked the Fire Zun cultivator. He was curious. Even though he had broken through to the Zun Qi layer, he had never left that part of the world. Ba Huang province is gigantic. There are some emperors, a dozen. There are also many high-level Zun cultivators. In fact, Zun cultivators are normal there. A small region in the Ba Huang province is larger than all of Ganyu, replied Lin Feng, smiling. The Snow Zun cultivator's eyes were twinkling. He also wanted to go and travel. There were many Zun cultivators like him. How incredible! It's no wonder you've already broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer then. You must still be quite weak in Ba Huang province though, thought Tianqi Shui. Lin Feng, have you tried to become an Imperial Cultivation disciple? Asked the Fire Zun cultivator. Ho Qing Lin had come for that reason back then. I did, said Lin Feng, smiling. And? Asked the three Zun cultivators at the same time. Lin Feng looked at his three teachers, smiling, and said, I succeeded. All right. Very good, not bad. They were all pleasantly surprised. Their disciples had become an Imperial Cultivation disciple. Tianqi Shui and Han Xiuyu were stupefied. Hua Shiyun smiled and clenched her fists. She was excited for Lin Feng. Teachers, not only did I become an Imperial Cultivation disciple, but I also met the Emperor personally, said Lin Feng. I'm the Emperor's direct disciple now. Boom! The three Zun cultivators were speechless. Emperors were astonishing in their eyes. So that was incredible news. Lin Feng laughed when he saw their facial expressions. How would they react if they knew who the emperor he met was? Teachers, I need to see Teacher Tianji. I need to tell you something. You want him to be here to talk to us? Mr. Bai seemed surprised. He'll come here soon, little Lin Feng. Now that you've become the emperor's direct disciple, what a surprise. Cherish this opportunity and don't end up like us. A bright future awaits you, said Mr. Bai. Becoming an emperor's direct disciple was something extraordinary. With such a great disciple, the future of Tianqi was going to be bright as well. Indeed, little Lin Feng, leaving Ganyu was the right thing to do, said the Fire Zun cultivator, smiling. Nonsense, said the Sword Zun cultivator. Lin Feng, show us everything you learnt, said the Snow Zun cultivator, making the two other Zun cultivators laugh. They also wanted to know what Lin Feng had learnt abroad. Tianqi Shui was staring at Lin Feng too. She was astonished. Lin Feng had become the emperor's direct disciple. Would she ever be able to catch up with Lin Feng? She hadn't thought that there would be such a great difference between them. Lin Feng, I want to try and have a battle with you, said Tianqi Shui. She had broken through to the 6th Xianxia layer and could easily defeat ordinary cultivators of the 7th Xianxia layer. Even though she knew she couldn't defeat Lin Feng, she still wanted to try. She wanted to see the difference between them so that she could remain motivated in the future. Lin Feng looked at her and smiled, but he shook his head. How could they fight? He was too much stronger. How could he fight her? You despise me? Said Xianxia Shui. Then she said, Lin Feng, even though you're stronger than me, I will do my best to fight you. Even if you win, it's no problem. She slowly approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled wryly. The Snow Zune cultivator smiled and nodded. Teacher, you mean? Said Lin Feng using telepathy. Go, show her how strong you are. It will motivate her to become stronger. Said the Snow Zune cultivator. Lin Feng slightly nodded. If Xianxia Shui couldn't stand losing, she wouldn't be able to progress. Defeating her was a good way to make her feel even more determined. I will use all my strength and you should too. Don't show any mercy, said Xianxia Shui, rising up in the air, and snowflakes started floating around her. Xianxia Shui had broken through to the 6th Xianxia layer, so now her snow intent was level 7 already. Snow explosion, said Xianxia Shui. The atmosphere was suddenly filled with snowflakes which started exploding around Lin Feng. She also threw herself at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng was standing there motionless. Ice energies surrounded him and continuously assaulted him. Just as she had said, no mercy, so she used her full strength from the start. However, she was astonished. It was as if she had been attacking a golden statue. Lin Feng was motionless. Xianxia Shui started punching Lin Feng violently, but nothing happened. Was the difference between them that big? You're so weak, said Lin Feng. Xianxia Shui's heart beat faster. Too weak? Freeze! Xianxia Shui released ice intent. The earth and sky seemed like they were going to freeze, but once they neared Lin Feng, they simply disappeared. You've been practicing cultivation for such a long time and yet you're still so weak, said Lin Feng cruelly. He wanted to upset her. You're as strong as an insect, you made no progress at all. How can you call yourself a cultivator? Said Lin Feng, continuing to criticize her. Han Qiuyu's silhouette flickered and he shouted furiously, Let me try! He released his book Spirit, but Lin Feng turned around and shouted furiously, Piss off now! The sound wave emitted by his voice contained thunderous energies. Lin Feng's voice immediately propelled Han Qiuyu away, and blood splashed from his mouth. Qiuyu! Xianxia Shui moved towards Han Qiuyu. Her face was deathly pale. Felt like a dream. She hadn't seen Lin Feng for a while, and now there was such a large difference between them. Xianxia Shui turned and looked at Lin Feng. She felt ridiculous. Show me your real strength, said Xianxia Shui. Her face was red. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He stretched his hand and condensed thunder energies. Very quickly, his entire body was surrounded by thunderous energies. Lin Feng suddenly looked like a thunder god. Kaboom! A lightning struck Xianxia Shui. She closed her eyes and her face turned deathly pale. She thought she was going to die. But then she opened her eyes again and saw Lin Feng. He was still standing there. Xianxia Shui's face was extremely pale, but suddenly she laughed. She was making fun of herself. She wanted to try and fight against Lin Feng? No wonder Lin Feng had refused. There was such an incredible difference between them. Even Lin Feng's 3 teachers were astonished. Lin Feng could control thunder abstruse energies. Emperor's imperial disciple, thought the 3 teachers. Was it easy to become an emperor's direct disciple? We can't even see how strong he is anymore, sighed Mr. Bai. The 3 teachers were smiling. That's only the tip of the iceberg. There are many people like me in the Bahuang province, so that's nothing exceptional. Don't feel too proud, said Lin Feng indifferently. Xianxia Shui was astonished. The tip of the iceberg? She hadn't seen much of the world. Thank you, said Xianxia Shui, suddenly smiling. Now, Han Qiuyu and Xianxia Shui wanted to go to Bahuang province themselves. Lin Feng smiled, but said nothing more. Lin Feng is back, said someone in the distance. Lin Feng turned around and saw Tianjie. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Teacher, long time no see, you've already broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer. Not bad," said Tianjizi smiling. "Haha, I was wondering who had come to Tianqi. It sounded like 1,000 horses," said the leader of Yao Guang Peak. Lin Feng, the leader of Yuhang, also arrived. Quickly, the leaders arrived one after the other except Tianshuzi. Lin Feng greeted all of them politely. "I thought you had organized the meeting because Lin Feng had come back," said the leader of Yao Guang. "If little Lin Feng attacks today, there's no need to organize any battles at all," said the Snow Zune cultivator smiling. "He's right, Lin Feng is very strong. A moment ago, Mr. Bai called everyone before he knew Lin Feng was coming." The Fire Zune cultivator was smiling. "Stop it with the suspense," said Tianjizi. "Let's host the battles another day. Little Lin Feng should give us some lessons." "All right, little Lin Feng should teach his fellow disciples and help them become stronger," said the Snow Zune cultivator smiling. Lin Feng was speechless. He? Teach other people? He didn't know how to teach to other people. "Teacher," said Lin Feng smiling wryly. The Snow Zune cultivator smiled and said, "Don't you want to teach us what you learnt in Bahuang province?" Lin Feng looked at the old man scratching his beard and smiled wryly. Bahuang, Jiyu, the holy city, those places were in the central part of the continent of the Nine Clouds. No wonder the Zune cultivators were happy to see him, they even looked proud. "If you have nothing to teach, then just attack. No need to be polite," said Jian Fengzi smiling. People rolled their eyes. Lin Feng had broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer. Tianqi was rising, so there were other cultivators of the top of the Tianqi layer in Tianqi. Some of them had already broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer, so many of them wanted to compare themselves with Lin Feng. "Little Feng, go ahead," said Mr. Bai. Lin Feng smiled wryly and walked to the center of the crowd. He had nothing to teach, so as Jian Fengzi had said, they could just proceed with the battles. The other leaders looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Cultivators could learn a lot when they battled each other. Many disciples looked excited when they saw Lin Feng walk to the center of the crowd. "I'll try first. Me first. Please let's exchange views on cultivation." Everybody started talking at the same time. The teachers looked delighted. "Bzzz." Some wind started blowing as a silhouette appeared in front of Lin Feng. He smiled and shook hands with Lin Feng. "Please let's exchange views on cultivation, brother." That cultivator had broken through to the 7th Tianqi layer and understood wind intent. Lin Feng nodded. His opponent started releasing wind energies as a hurricane appeared and rolled towards Lin Feng. Boom! The hurricane immediately bombarded Lin Feng's body. The crowd was surprised. Was Lin Feng that slow? But then they saw Lin Feng disappear. He had moved using wind energies, so they couldn't keep track of him. His opponent kept attacking and snowflakes were moving chaotically around. However, none of the attacks reached Lin Feng. "Wind, he's using wind energies too." The crowd was surprised. Lin Feng was using the wind as well. Lin Feng's wind intent was too powerful. "Go!" said Lin Feng. Suddenly, his opponent felt like he was caught in a tornado and was propelled back to his original position. Practicing wind cultivation doesn't mean that you borrow the wind around you only. It means that you must understand it and fuse together with it. Only then can you feel confident and at ease using it, said Lin Feng while moving around like the wind. Boom, boom. Suddenly, Lin Feng landed on the ground. The snowy ground broke and cracked from under his feet. How strong! The others were surprised. Lin Feng's understanding of the wind was incredible. When the wind disappeared, that disciple's eyes twinkled and he bowed before Lin Feng while saying, "Thank you for your instructions." The old men smiled, especially the 3 Zune cultivators of Tianxian. They had noticed Lin Feng from the first time he appeared in Tiantai. "My turn!" shouted someone else. That person's voice was loud and made the earth and sky shake. That's Wang Ling. She understands the force of the earth and sky. She has already broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer like Lin Feng, so maybe she can compete with him, thought the crowd. Wang Ling was a genius from Yao Guang Peak. Please let's exchange views on cultivation. "Brother Lin Feng," said Wang Ling, walking towards Lin Feng. The ground was cracking as Wang Ling released energies. Boom! She took another step and many people felt like they were suffocating. Lin Feng looked extremely calm and serene though. It was difficult to know what he was thinking. If Wang Ling's attacks don't affect Lin Feng at all, then Lin Feng really is qualified to teach us things, thought the crowd. Wang Ling was still releasing incredible energies. Even though she had broken through to the 8th Tianqi layer, her qi was as strong as someone who had broken through to the 9th Tianqi layer. Wang Ling is a real genius in Tianqi, thought many people sighing. Lin Feng finally moved with little step and then another. Kaboom! Then, he moved with incredible speed and the air around him whistled. Wang Ling was surprised. Her qi had suddenly broken. Lin Feng took another step and more rumbling sounds appeared. Wang Ling groaned as a terrifying force emerged. Each of Lin Feng's steps made her heart pound. Boom! A cloud rose up in the air and the ground shook violently. Wang Ling groaned again. She fell down to her knees and blood splashed out of her mouth. Her face had turned deathly pale. Lin Feng hadn't even released qi. He simply looked like an ordinary person. Wang Ling stood up. She calmly looked at Lin Feng and bowed. As if she had been talking to a teacher, she said, "Thank you very much for your instructions." All right, the leader of Yao Guang said to his disciples. "Go and learn from him." Lin Feng then fought many more cultivators who were at a similar cultivation level, and Lin Feng defeated them using the same methods they used against him. Many people lost, but the Zun cultivators kept laughing and smiling. They were delighted and satisfied, especially Mr. Bai and the two others. They were proud of their young disciple. They had been right to accept him in Tianqi. Lin Feng taught every single disciple something, and all within 2 hours. Everybody looked at him with admiration. Nobody was envious. The difference between Lin Feng and them was incredible. They could only look upon him and hope that they'd become as strong as him someday. "Please let's exchange views on cultivation, brother," said someone at that moment. It was the beautiful Hua Shiyun. "Come on, Shiyun, don't," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. "Why don't you want to teach me anything?" said Hua Shiyun, looking angry. "Shiyun, you practice the 9 sun skill, so I'll teach you the cosmos burning sun technique that I use all the time." Lin Feng opened his third eye and transmitted the technique to Hua Shiyun. She closed her eyes and received the technique. Everybody was gasping with amazement. Lin Feng took out some rings and gave them to the leaders of the snowy peaks. "Teachers, I have lots of skills and techniques that I took from Zun cultivators. I also have plenty of abstruse crystals and holy weapons. Please feel free to take them. If you have the opportunity, distribute them out to outstanding disciples." Skills for Zun cultivators, abstruse crystals, and holy weapons. All were extremely precious treasures. Those items were even useful for Zun cultivators, but for Tian-level cultivators those were beyond precious. Tianqi didn't have many holy weapons, so if all the Zun cultivators of Tianqi could possess holy weapons, they'd become even stronger. In other words, Lin Feng was making Tianqi stronger again. "All right, if the Xiaoyao sect, the East Sea Dragon Palace, and the others dare attack us again, we'll teach them a good lesson," said Tianjizi. He was extremely happy. Lin Feng gave the 6 leaders each a ring, but he had kept the best ones for his 3 teachers. "Lin Feng, even though you taught your fellow disciples some things about cultivation, we still don't know how strong you really are. Could you help your fellow disciples become more open-minded?" said Tianjizi, smiling. Lin Feng had shown them that he was strong, but he hadn't shown them how strong he really was. If he could show them how strong he really was, his fellow disciples would be even more motivated and inspired. "Only Zun cultivators can see how strong he really is, I guess," said Mr. Bai, smiling. "Is there a Zun cultivator who is willing to fight little Lin Feng?" "Indeed, with little Lin Feng's strength, a Zun cultivator should try and battle him," said Tianjizi, laughing. Everybody was excited. Could their fellow disciple Lin Feng defeat Zun cultivators? Lin Feng smiled wryly. There was no difference between high-level Tian cultivators and ordinary low-level Zun cultivators to him. In the Ba Huang province, he had already killed so many Zun cultivators. "I'll try," said an old cultivator of the first Xianxia layer. He was from Tianshu Peak. He was looking at Lin Feng in a cold way. Back then, Tianshu Zi had died because of Lin Feng. He had betrayed Tianqi because Lin Feng hadn't cast any Holy Marks deployment spell on Tianshu Peak. Now, they had to go to the other peaks to practice cultivation. Lin Feng sensed that person's coldness and looked at Mr. Bai. Little Feng, just use your full strength. Some intransigent people need to be taught a lesson, said the Snow Zune cultivator to Lin Feng using telepathy. He knew that there were still people who missed Tianshu Zi. All right, replied Lin Feng using telepathy. He then said to the old man, let's exchange views on cultivation, uncle. Zune cultivators use abstruse energies and Tian-level cultivators can't. They don't even know what abstruse energies are. Even though you are talented, I will show you what the difference between a Zune cultivator and a Tian-level cultivator is, said the old man with a lecturing tone. Lin Feng calmly listened and replied, thank you, uncle. Being able to receive your instructions is an honor for me. Good, I will help you, but be careful, said the old man. His silhouette suddenly flickered as a sonic boom sounded. A gigantic hand made from snow attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng jumped forwards and raised his hand. Lin Feng's hand looked like an illusion and could even make the space around them crackle. Kaboom! A terribly loud bang sounded. The snow hand broke into pieces and the snowflakes floated around. Lin Feng's space-destructive punch continued moving forwards and crashed onto the old man's real hand, causing him to groan in pain. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng was standing there looking calm and serene as if nothing had happened. The Zune cultivator's facial expression looked hideous and his mouth was bleeding. He couldn't withstand a single attack. The crowd was surprised. Show Lin Feng what the difference was? When the crowd thought about what he had said, they suddenly thought the old man was ridiculous. Uncle, I'm sorry, I offended you, said Lin Feng politely to the old man from Tianshu Peak. He didn't look happy, he just looked calm. Even on the inside, Lin Feng wasn't particularly happy that he had won. Defeating a low-level Zune cultivator was something normal for him. I'm old. We old men should probably retire at some point, said that Zune cultivator sighing. He sounded like a dying old man. Then he shifted back into the crowd. Mr. Bai and Tianji Zi glanced at each other and smiled. It was difficult to see how strong Lin Feng really was. All right, let's stop here then. Everybody should continue practicing cultivation to become even stronger, said Tianji Zi. Lin Feng, are there so many geniuses in Bahuang province? Asked someone at that moment. Lin Feng smiled at that person and nodded. So many strong cultivators and there are endless opportunities. However, before going there, you should ask yourself if you are prepared enough. So many strong cultivators, thought many people. Were they ready to go to Bahuang? Everybody dispersed, including Tianxian's disciples. Very quickly, only the three Zune cultivators, Lin Feng, Hua Shiyun and Tianji Zi were left. Lin Feng, tell us the truth. How much strength did you use for that punch? Asked Tianji Zi smiling. Mr. Bai and the others also looked at Lin Feng. They were also wondering. Honestly? Asked Lin Feng in a fragile voice. Of course, said Tianji Zi. No strength, it was just a basic punch for me, said Lin Feng. Tianji Zi was speechless. His heart ached. He had thought Lin Feng would say 20 to 30% at least, even 10 would have been fine, but just a basic punch with no strength? In other words, Lin Feng didn't need to use any strength to defeat a Zune cultivator. Little Lin Feng, you're hurting people by saying that, said the Fire Zune cultivator. He had already reached half of his life and had only broken through to the third Xianxia layer. Lin Feng had just punched that Zune cultivator without using any strength and had even injured him. If he had used his full strength, would he have killed him? Little Lin Feng, do you want to try and fight us? Asked the Sword Zune cultivator. His eyes looked sharp. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Teacher, how could I? Don't scare little Lin Feng, you madman, said Mr. Bai to Jian Feng Zi. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, Little Lin Feng, didn't you say you wanted to tell us something? Lin Feng nodded and said, Teachers, Have you ever thought of going abroad? Going abroad? They glanced at each other and then Tianjizi said, Your teachers and I have already talked about those things. Back then, the leaders of Tianji Peak and Tianshan Peak were also my teachers and your teachers' teachers. Back then, even if we left Tianqi, it wouldn't have been a problem. Nobody would have caused any troubles for Tianqi. But after that, they left and Tianqi was too weak so we couldn't leave. Besides, we're not as talented as they were. Therefore, we gave up the idea. Teachers, real geniuses rise up in times of danger, when risking their lives. Thinking too much is a mistake. It makes one miss opportunities. Concerning Tianqi's biggest enemies, I'll go and pay them a visit soon, said Lin Feng. His eyes were suddenly filled with ice-cold lights. The East Sea Dragon Palace, Jade Heaven, they had participated to the massacre in Shuiyu. They had interrupted Meng Qing's transformation process and caused Lin Feng to turn into a demon. His grandfather's cultivation had been crippled. His teacher Yan Yu Pingshang were killed. Many of his friends had died as well. Teachers, do you remember Ho Qing Lin, the one who came to tell us about the recruitment process? Of course we do. With his reincarnation sword, he blocked Yu Shao. Otherwise Tianqi would have been in danger, said the Snow Zune cultivator nodding. He's my second fellow disciple. Emperor Shi and Emperor you have 11 direct disciples and he's the second one. I'm the 11th. Do you know why Ho Qing Lin came to Tianqi to tell us about the recruitment process? Mr. Bai looked surprised and said, I wasn't sure back then. Was it something fishy in the end? Back then, Ho Qing Lin didn't know me, but he helped me a few times and had also helped Tianqi. It was because the emperors had sent him. The emperors had sent him. When he said that, the teachers' hearts started racing. Sent by the emperors? Why had they sent someone to Ganyu, especially to Tianqi? Little Lin Feng, what's going on? Asked the Snow Zune cultivator with a serious tone. Teacher, Ho Qing Lin told us that he was the direct disciple of 2 emperors, and that those 2 emperors are good friends. One of them is called Emperor Shi, said Lin Feng. The Snow Zune cultivator was visibly moved. He immediately understood. Tianjizi was surprised. He took a deep breath. Emperor Shi, Tianxian's emblem was a stone. 2 emperors, and they had sent Ho Qing Lin to Tianqi on purpose. Ho Qing Lin had even helped them. Could only mean one thing, Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu, Tianshan Peak and Tianji Peak. Their teachers. They had gone abroad and now they had become emperors. The Zune cultivators were amazed. Hua Shiyun was speechless. Lin Feng walked away to let them think about it. Their teachers had already become emperors. Hua Shiyun followed Lin Feng, leaving footprints in the snow. How did you end up in Tianqi? Asked Lin Feng. Hua Shiyun lowered her head and blushed. I heard that you were in Tianqi about a year ago and that you were a disciple here. I found Tianqi, but you had already left. Then, I became a disciple here, said Hua Shiyun in a gentle voice as if it took a great effort to talk. She had come to Tianqi because of Lin Feng and the Fire Zune cultivator had accepted her as a disciple. Then she became the holy girl of Tianxian. Hua Shiyun looked very shy. She raised her head again. But when she saw that Lin Feng was looking at her, she lowered her head again. Why did you even bother? Said Lin Feng sighing. Back then in the Dragon Mountain Empire, the situation was complex. But surprisingly, she had decided to leave and join Tianqi. She lowered her head and said nothing. I know. But being able to see you walk is the most beautiful thing. It makes me happy. You don't need to have me in your heart, just remember that I exist, said Hua Shiyun suddenly. She smiled in a resplendent way. From her eyes, Lin Feng could see that she was tormented though. Shiyun, you should choose what you want to do. You should have your own life, said Lin Feng smiling in a gentle way. Someday maybe, said Hua Shiyun smiling. I will always follow you. Maybe I will go to the Bahuang province and find something suitable for me there. But for now, the only thing I want to do is follow you. Lin Feng was speechless. He didn't know what to say. You will find your own path, said Lin Feng, putting his hands on her neck and pushing her hair away from her face. Then, they both smiled in a resplendent way. Maybe, said Hua Shiyun looking at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and smile. Lin Feng nodded and put his hands away. He Yun suddenly looked sad. Lin Feng turned around and walked faster. Shi Yun, help me by telling the teachers that the two emperors are in Tiantai, in northern Bahuang, and also, give that ring to Mr. Bai. He will know what to do with it. See ya. Lin Feng then threw a ring and then disappeared in the horizon. Shi Yun caught the ring and looked at Lin Feng leave. She had hoped to see him for such a long time, and now she had only spent a few minutes with him. Could she forget about him? Maybe. Snowflakes continued descending from the sky. Lin Feng had left for a while already, but Shi Yun was still there, trying not to cry. Silly girl, he's gone already. The Fire Zune cultivator was there. Shi Yun didn't know how long he had been there. Behind her. He tapped her shoulders gently. Then the Snow Zune cultivator and the Sword Zune cultivator also arrived. They all gazed into the distance, just like her. He left without saying anything. We'll have to teach him how to be polite next time, said the Snow Zune cultivator. Right, once we're in Bahuang province, we'll teach him a lesson, said Jian Fengzi gazing into the distance. He had decided to go there already. Poor girl, thought the Fire Zune cultivator before adding, Shi Yun likes him and he acted emotionlessly. Hi. Shi Yun smiled and turned around. You miss him even more than I do, it seems. Then, Shi Yun walked towards the snow palace, leaving the old men alone. Lin Feng left using his sword to travel with his fastest speed. He traveled around freely without any real goal. He had gone to Tianqi with one goal and now he had achieved it. He had given his teachers presents and told them about the emperors. He didn't need to care about their decisions though. They could decide whatever they wanted. Concerning Shi Yun, Lin Feng was also convinced that she would find her own path. For Lin Feng, the distance between Ganyu and Xueyu was small. Suddenly, his sword streaked across the sky and he quickly arrived in Xueyu. When he thought about how he needed less than half a day to go to Xueyu, he realized that he was going to see his family and close ones soon. He was a bit nervous and a bit excited. How was everyone there? Lin Feng was coming back.